Since we have Ms. Mary here, we'll go ahead and start with tax appraisal, tax office.
Yeah, we're missing this part. He was in front of
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me call Julie to bring me my mic. Ms. Sandoval, we're going to go ahead. Are you wanting to come before the court?
Yes.
Okay, if you want to come forward, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
You know what, Ms. Sandoval, give me 1 second. I'm
Okay.
so sorry. I'll be quiet. I'm just trying to. I apologize. Commissioners, and just as I mentioned to some of the I didn't know that we would go, just wanted to let you guys know based on the residents doing and Mr. Ortiz, at this time, we have not proposing additional positions to be added to the town's budget. But of course, at the end of the day, it's a decision on the vote. Based on the numbers. Yes, it frees for right now. The positions we have now are stable, but the additional positions that we're requesting, this is really still free. That's our recommendation.
So no hiring at this time.
That's the proposal. And just so you guys know, do we have evaluations? Do we have evaluation? So we can show we're going to be using.
The numbers of the,
Did you go to the appraisal district?
Oh, it's on the appraisal district?
Yes.
It's on the appraisal, you'll see, I think it's a 2.8.
As long as you separate the line item employees, if you have them as.
Well, we can go to that.
Yeah, then I can go line items if they're not line items.
Just wanted to let you guys know. Would you tell Julie? Everybody knows it's about the case we need to do. Is there anything here to do? They need to be around. Okay, we are going to start, make sure you write the note down with Ms. Sandoval at the tax office.
Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Sandoval. So, just for the purposes of the record and transparency, commissioners, I met with everybody as an elected official, the exception of Commissioner Talamantes, but I've met with every elected official in the county, pre-meeting as a budget meeting, that's what they're technically called, budget meetings. Ms. Sandoval, excuse me, she submitted her request. It is attached to your file folder that Mr. Pereira provided to you. And you can see her request on there. I did talk to Ms. Sandoval, and I advised her that we were looking at a 3 to 5% increase or a dollar raise for employees, 5% raise for elected officials. We did go down through the thing. I do have signed, I had all the elected officials that I met with sign their document to show that I met with them and that we discussed these items. However, we're having the at-large workshop today. If there's any additional information or anything that the electeds also want to add to the information that they gave me. As you all know, we'll have this workshop, gather all the information, and then by law, as per the government code, I have to submit a proposed budget as the chief budget officer to this court by August the 15th. So, are there questions of Ms. Sandoval?
Is this a public comment or just like the opening?
No, we're just, the purpose of the workshop is we can ask questions, she can ask questions. We're not deciding anything today, it's just a workshop. The purpose of why we post is just to give notice because we will have a quorum, but there's no decision making it or anything like that today. We're just gathering information and having a rapport and having discussion with the individual that comes before us. And so that's kind of today's, the budget workshops are essentially just to gather information so that the county judge as the budget officer can gather information to put a proposed budget and propose that to the commissioner's court based on all the information we received. So that's what this is, but you can ask questions, Ms. Sandoval can give information. There's just no actual voting today.
Okay. So at this moment, we're going with the 5% or
My
recommended 5%?
My recommendation, Commissioner, is 5%, and simply at the time when I spoke to Ms. Sandoval, and I spoke to all the other elected officials, we were working off of the preliminary numbers of the valuations. As you all are aware, we have,
Yes, yours.
as you all are aware, we had a decrease in the valuations of the mineral properties, and with that being said, obviously the county is going to do some revenue, and when we were meeting for the workshops, we were working off of a preliminary valuation number that we were going to have, and that is why in conjunction with our auditor, we decided 3 to 5%. As I stand here today, it looks like the valuations did go down. Gratefully, I guess for this year, the numbers didn't decrease as much as we were projecting them to decrease. Correct, Ms. Sandoval?
Correct.
And so that's why I stand here today to advise or recommend to this court on the elected official, for instance, Ms. Sandoval, a 5% increase for all elected officials across the board, 5% increase. I know that Ms. Sandoval did ask for a 6% increase in her salary, and I did advise Ms. Sandoval that my recommendation at the time would be 3 to 5%. Today, I recommend 5% across the board for all elected officials.
That's still going to be up or
We'll go to yours here in a bit. We'll do Ms. Sandoval's first. So what we do, Commissioners, is that we go by departments. So whenever we get to your department.
across the board, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, well, right now the recommendation is 5%, yes, to elected officials across the board.
And employees also, or?
So employees, at the time being, we had set a same 3 to 5% raise. My recommendation as of last Friday, once we got the numbers, was a dollar raise. I know some electeds were asking between $1 and $1.50 raise for their staff. Given that there was a decrease there's going to be a decrease in revenue, and looking at projecting for the next 2-3 years and the way that the taxes are going to be, it's my ethical obligation to make sure that we stay financially sound, and that's why I'm recommending the $1 to $1.50 raise for personnel, for salary, for personnel. I know that Mr. Pereira's office, and that's a discussion I had with him this morning, because they put on here 5%, which doesn't necessarily translate into the dollar raise for all employees. So I would propose, Commissioner Carmona, to answer your question, my proposal is $1 to $1.50 raise for all staff. And I don't think I calculated on the one you signed, Ms. Mary, but what your percentage was for requests for your staff.
No.
Do you
we didn't.
recall?
No, we
No,
didn't.
right, we didn't.
No, because I remember also I was asking for an additional employee.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So Judge, just to be clear, your recommendation for employee increases between $1 and $1.50 at this point?
At this point, yes, sir.
So we do away with the percentage? because-
Yes, that's what I told Mr. Pereira. I think his staff, he said his staff might have misheard him, and that's why they put 5%. But it should reflect $1 to $1.50 instead of the 5% on the side, as you see on your paper. But let me calculate, Ms. Mary, real quick on the.
So you were the one that needed an extra.
Because I had requested an additional employee.
Ms. Sandoval's addressing the about.
I said, I had requested an additional employee, being that we're not getting an elections administrator. So that's gonna take a lot of my time away from posting mail to handle all the voter registration needs and the deadlines. So I've been doing it for the past 3 years, and it always falls during elections, which is the November elections always fall during our heavy tax season.
Okay.
So that's why I asked for an additional.
Would it be seasonal or like a full-time?
No, a full-time.
Full-time.
Yeah, because then we have the November elections, and then we have the March primary, and then it's a cycle.
It's like, okay. And, full-time, 40 hours.
So in regards to additional personnel, Ms. Sandoval, it'll be, I guess, a thorough conversation that I'll have with the Commissioners Court. I do want to put for the record that in discussion with our auditor and looking at our audit, this past audit, and our numbers, and speaking to Mr. Ortiz yesterday, our HR, it was both their recommendation to me that we not add any additional positions across the board. I did talk to Mr. Ortiz yesterday. Commissioner Uranda was present. If you recall, Mr. Ortiz's recommendation was that he didn't think it was necessary for us to add any additional positions. Is that correct?
That's correct. Based on
Well, I mean,
my request.
that could be the recommendation, but really, you stated to me too that when you attended that meeting back in February, there's only like 6 counties in the whole state that still, the tax assessor and the county clerk handle the election. Other than that, they all have EAs.
And actually, I think it's probably less than that, Ms. Mary. There's probably maybe only like 2 to 4.
I mean, Maverick County has an EA with only 1 EA and 1 employee. And that's Maverick County. So I think it can be done here in Dimmit County as well, because it is needed.
And I think that is definitely a discussion to be had. I don't know, given the numbers, because ideally, when I did talk to you, my plan was to build a brand new department for elections administration, because you are correct. We are probably one of 4 counties in the state of Texas that still operate the elections through the tax assessor. I know that there's our counterpart counties surrounding us, with the exception of Zavala County, Uvalde County, Webb County, LaSalle County, Maverick County, they all have EA office. I don't know if that's something that this court wants to build for this budget, but I think it's a discussion we can have. Obviously, if we build a new department for this fiscal year for EA, then obviously your request would be moot because you wouldn't need it.
Yeah, and that's understandable because I wouldn't need that person either way because I strictly want them for voter registration. Because like I said, it all comes during a heavy tax season. So like I explained to you, something's got to give. Either I meet all the deadlines for the voter registration for all the elections, or I post mail to disperse those funds to all the entities that I collect for.
Yes.
Because, I mean, we get crates and crates of mail, so I'll just put that in the back burner so I can take care of the voter registration. So it's not fair to all the other entities that do pay contract fees for me to collect, and I'm not fulfilling that job.
Judge, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
If we create another position, and what's the, I know it's hard to say right now, but is it rather more feasible to just hire an extra employee for the time being? Or if we're gonna create another office, at what rate? If it's gonna be higher than what the
So
regular
the way-
employee, and if it's gonna be higher than what the regular employee is gonna get paid, I see it more feasible in hiring one more person for her.
So the
Because
election
on
admin,
the EA, being that they do that, we still gotta come up with a rate at how much it's gonna cost. And if we're limited on our expenses right now, for the
Correct.
county being that we,
evaluation.
based on the evaluations and all that have been presented, I would see it more feasible to give her the employee than hiring somebody with a higher salary than what an actual employee would make. And I'm not belittling the employees. Don't take me wrong, because
No, I'm okay with
they
that.
work hard.
Yes, they do,
But-
and like I said,
But what I'm looking at, if you're looking at those numbers, Judge, I think it'd be more simpler to create a position than have an officer or whatever, whatever we want to make, not in any disrespect, whatever titles they're gonna hold at a higher rate, then we're back to square one where we're trying to save, not save because of trying to hold up the money, but because of the values and everything that we got. I think I would say, if anything, maybe recommend one employee for her instead of paying a higher rate.
What salary amount was desired for the employee?
No, it's the base rate.
Or it's a base rate?
Yes, base rate,
What is it?
$13.
No, the yearly, I'm sorry. The
Yearly, I think it's 20.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's 28 something for, right? Mr.
40 plus.
Yeah, 27.
Ms. Mary, not
Yes,
to
sir.
undermine your request,
Mhm.
I understand, we call it growing pains at times, but, would you consider hiring perhaps, and this is all keeping, the point of being efficient as a county,
Mhm.
would you consider hiring, a temporary part-time during the duration of when you see your increase in movement due to elections, where, and I'm not trying to, what I'm trying to, it's all about being efficient.
Right.
We're looking at mineral values starting to affect our community. I feel like it's important that as Commissioners Court and as a whole, we take everything in consideration to where we don't put ourselves in a situation where we're just having to start cutting here, cutting there. I feel like we're smart about how we do things at this point. We could probably move forward without extreme measures.
Right.
But would you consider a part-time during the time of
Elections.
elections?
I would
I think
consider
that's
it, but how about if I have
Full-time.
like a permanent part-time to where
Well,
they
there
work
is,
year
you
round?
do have a permanent part-time
Yeah.
right now. You do have a permanent part-time. I think, in the alternative, and I'm glad you mentioned that, is, perhaps increasing your part-time numbers to give you the opportunity to hire an additional part-time position so that during election you have that additional monies to hire an individual for the assistance of during the election. Because I mean, obviously, going back to what Commissioner Carmona said, he says, well, we can hire somebody for the meantime, but if we add an actual position, that would be full-time forever. It's not like we're gonna take it away.
Right.
Whereas I think adding funds in the part-time line item to give you more funds to hire another person during the election times, because I think at some point there has to be a really deep conversation about an election administration office. Because again, reiterating what you and I just said and the discussion we've had, we are the only county, or not only, but one of several counties that don't have that office. And there's a lot of stuff to be had just on the election side of it. I know that right now it might not be completely feasible because the elections administration office, the way it functions is you have the election administrator, which is a position that's the department head, if you will, and then at the minimum one or two other employees, which you would start them at base. So it is more costly, obviously, to start a new position, given the numbers that were presented to us and valuations. And I know that we're trying to stay financially conservative in the sense of not adding additional positions and conservative in how we're giving money out, if you will. So I think that I know that we had said, no additional positions across the board, and I don't want to deviate that, or I don't want anyone to say like we're giving Miss Mary I don't want people to start saying like, well, you gave Miss Mary a position, but you didn't give me a position. And I think to some extent, because this is an election year, that it's justifiable, and we can justify adding additional funding for a part-time position. She does already have a part-time line item. My suggestion would be for us to double that funding, so that would reflect giving her an additional part-time position.
Judge, I got an idea, but I don't know if it will work or not. But can each entity, being that the elections are being held from, let's proceed, Atchison, Big Wells.
Well, the school district too, right, Ms. Mary?
The school district and whatever election we have, the city, can they budget for that for helping Miss Mary?
It would be great. I think it would be a good discussion, but Miss Mary's face will give you the answer.
No. What I'm
That's a
asking,
no.
no, but what I'm
A
asking.
hard no, Miss Mary?
Yeah.
No, I understand, but what I'm
I
asking.
think it's a great idea.
For them all to give a certain
I mean,
amount. I'm not saying that it's gonna happen,
right.
but an idea just popped into me. And
I'll give
we don't
you,
know how it's gonna work, if it's gonna be possible or not, but not for this year, but maybe for the next years. We can notify them, it's costing the county so much for, I know they help with the elections, but can you add an expense?
well,
for-
the expense for the elections from the school
for
goes
the
to.
EA.
No, for
for the
the
salaries.
EA, yeah, that would, yeah.
It's just something that,
I think it's a great idea, but
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think it's a great idea, but I think it's a discussion, a very thorough discussion that we need to have with the other entities, because.
In all reality, it's more of just us and the school district, because we only do school district
Yes,
so
elections.
elections. So it's more of perhaps a conversation that I can have with the superintendent, and she can translate that to her school board. But we don't do City of Ashton, City of Big Wells, or City of Carrizo elections.
A couple of years ago, I did go under the advisement of Mr. Pereira to increase the contract fees from the city of Carrizo, the hospital district, and the school. Only the school and the hospital increased it. I never got any response from the city of Carrizo, so Basically, that's gonna be the same thing.
Again, and I'm not going against them, but don't they use their voter ID, your cards to vote in
Yes.
the city and all that? So
Yeah.
it is a contributing factor.
Yes.
Yes, and
yes,
that's
it
why
is.
she's saying that the school district agreed, and so did the
No,
water district, but the city of Carrizo
But I'm
did
talking
not.
about the city of Carrizo, I'm more than sure they ask for the card.
Yes, they do.
So it is a contributing factor as well as big. It might not be a large amount from any of
I
them.
mean, we can
But-
try, like you said,
but
for it
it
won't happen
costs-
this year, but
There's cost on there and to
Mhm.
administer those files and send them to the city because like they say, not just your driver license count, but your
Right.
voter
your
ID
voter card, yeah.
Your voter
So,
card.
but we're providing that. for
Yes.
also.
Yeah, as a matter of
So it
fact,
is
this
a
is the
cost.
year that they all expire, so we're gonna have to send all those out.
Yeah,
this-
and it
within
is a
couple
cost
of
to the
months.
county where the elected administrator can monitor that.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe in the future.
You're right.
Somehow or somewhere it connects with the county.
Yes, you're right.
They do their own elections.
Yeah,
but it
because
costs
in the
county to
city of
print out those-
Asherton, city of Bigelows, when they hold their
Yes.
elections as well,
Yes,
they require the card.
that's just an idea.
Yes, ma'am.
My question was, I know that Ms. McDaniel's office is your office is the one that typically runs the elections, right? Is there anything that y'all guys can do where y'all guys can share that personnel to help y'all guys both out and then maybe consider justify it that way so that it would help? But I just don't know if legally that's allowed since you wouldn't want to bridge, since one handles the voter registration and the other one handles the actual election part. I don't know if one personnel could help, or if it would be something that we probably just didn't want to like touch on.
Well, it's not that, it's just that I think you get into a situation in which, let's say for instance, that we validate having a position that's gonna help Ms. McDaniel and Ms. Sandoval, and then we decide, okay, we're gonna put the position under Ms. Sandoval, but at the same time, I think you get into muddy waters because if Ms. McDaniel wants her to do something and Ms. Sandoval's like, no, because she's under me, under my department. And I'm not saying that would be the case, but during elections, it gets extremely stressful, right, Ms. Mary?
Yes, it does.
And there's a lot of emotions in the air. And I just think for purposes and abundance of caution and on leaning on the side of, preventing any disagreement or a non-working relationship between the two departments, it's just best that we don't have a position that's for both. Like everyone has their own
Because what I was
employees.
thinking more of that, like, was not so much like an employee, but a coordinator for y'all guys. A coordinator that kind of just got like, helped utilize the employees and kind of kept everything on track with both of y'all. But I had to,
That's exactly what the election administrator is. And the whole
well,
purpose.
so that's what it is.
Yes, so an election administrator, what the election administrator does, it completely takes away the part where Ms. Sandoval has to issue out voter ID cards when during election time, when people come and they forgot their voter ID card and they go to her office, they would no longer be at her office. They now go to election administrator office. They would be the ones, instead of Ms. McDaniel who runs the county machine and all that, Ms. McDaniel would have nothing to do with that. It would be just this election administrator individual. And
One person.
it's
One person,
well,
one office.
It's one office. The election administrator is kind of translates into like the elected official. They're not an elected official, but it's the head of the department, head of the office, and then they hire employees to run the elections, kind of like what Ms. Mary and Ms. McDaniel do now. So I don't want to keep you long because I know that there's other individuals, Ms. Mary, but my recommendation to the court is to increase your part-time, and that will justify for any other electeds that may feel that we are being prejudicial or whatnot in regards to adding positions or not. So,
So if you're gonna add the part-time, is it just gonna be like Mr. Odena said, just temporaries for a
no,
couple
Ms.
months?
Mary,
or
it's
for a
going to be
full fiscal
however you see fit. As long as it's within
Yeah,
the.
because,
No,
I mean,
ma'am.
our stuff doesn't end on
I
election night,
understand. You and I know that elections are going to start with filing this November, and
Yes.
primaries go through March of next year, and then they go through the general in next November. So it does go through the fiscal year. So my proposal will be to increase the part-time funding, and you see how you want to do with that. If you want to, if you want to give that person more hours, You can be creative as long as it stays within the parameters of your budget and it doesn't go over.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Thank you, Ms.
All
Mary.
right, thank you.
Mr. Pereira, I'm going to propose on the personnel for part-time, excuse me. It is to increase to 36,240, which is the double. Did you write my notes down, Ms. Mary? On the part-time position, for the tax assessor office, 36,240, sir. The recommendation, the proposed, excuse me, would be 36,240. I give you my other thing, right? No, that's fine. I just didn't know what Okay, commissioners, we do have, with aid to government, we have the CSA Nutrition Center, if you want to go to that page. CSA Nutrition Center. CSA Nutrition. I don't know where it's at. Did you find it? You found it?
You have to look at the top.
Oh, okay. It's a different tab. Okay, I see it. Thank you, Mr. Pereira. You have to look in the top, Commissioner. He put the aids to government on the top tab on top, and then the departments within the county would be on the side. Excuse me? So your tabs on the top are all the aid to government, and your tabs on the side would be the departments within the county of Dimmit, which is your electeds.
So the nutrition center?
Yes, the nutrition center. Mr. Diaz, if you want to come forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Josh.
Morning,
Commissioner
Mr. Diaz.
Talamantes. Commissioner Carmona.
Morning.
The 45 for the vehicle? Okay. Is it on? Can you go to
Morning,
the?
Pereira.
Okay, this one. It's on there. No, go ahead, you can ask, but I was wanting to make sure because Mr. Pereira was saying that, Commissioners, as you can see before you, in regards to the nutrition center, there was no change. There was no changes in regards to the request for the match. The only request was coming in the sense of a vehicle. They are asking for an additional $45,000 to purchase a van. With this van, the nutrition center would be able to assist more clients in attending their facilities and possibly giving them the option to increase the amount of clients that they're able to accept. So that's where you see in the line item, there is a vehicle line item for the amount of $45,000. That is my proposal. They did submit a request through a buy board for a vehicle. I do not have a problem I anticipate that Mr. Pereira, in the discussions that I've had with all of you regarding the anticipated COs that we're trying to get for this year, I personally, as a judge, don't have a problem using my CO to assist the nutrition center in purchasing this vehicle. So it wouldn't necessarily come out of the general fund if this court approves for us to purchase, if this court approves for us to get the COs.
I don't see where it says nutrition transportation.
Go to the next page, Commissioner.
I don't know back one, because this one says agency service.
She's missing, first page. That says, she's missing first page. She's missing her page.
You mean to say purchase vehicle from the CO? What are you
No,
talking about?
do you have
Existing
COs?
From your existing CO?
No, she's saying
No.
the CO she's anticipating to get.
So when I met with you guys at the budget meetings, I had advised you guys that we're anticipating on applying for the last batch of COs for the county. And so what I'm saying is that if this court approves for us to get the COs, I can use whatever money's allocated to me from my COs to help the nutrition center buy the vehicle, if you do not want to get it out of the general fund, is what I'm saying.
So right now, just per se, I'm not saying that, but let's just say something happens and the CO don't go through, so that lets them,
The line item's still there, so then she.
So-
that's my question.
So that's what I'm saying, if you do not want to get it through the general fund, I do still have funding, I'm gonna answer your question, I do have funding in current CO. I do have current CO money, but what I'm saying is that
If it comes through.
I would rather use it from the new CO, but if not, yes, Mr.
I
President.
don't know that you can do that. I think we had last time, we had problems because the county was still, that we had basically transferred over to.
We can hear you, Mr. P.
Yeah, because of the insurance, we basically had to turn it over to them.
That's what we did last time.
Yeah, but we had issues. It was coming from the general fund, but it was staying under our.
Inventory.
Because the
title.
county has purchased a vehicle for them in the past.
Right, but we actually had to give them the money for them to purchase it.
We have
So we
we pay for the transfer.
So, in the alternative, what we can do, if we want to get away from all those nuances, what we can do is I propose for this court to, the court to give an additional $45,000 in the elderly nutrition program, and then they can purchase the vehicle. But at that point, it would come from the general fund.
So you're saying we can't buy it from you?
We can, but he said there was an issue there because then we have to
It's good
transfer.
hear what you're saying.
Speaking mind.
So we can't keep it under a title because it's ours. We would keep it under our title because it's our vehicle. But
For insurance.
they can't have, they had issues because it was under us and the insurance. And so basically what we ended up doing is basically giving them the money last time, changing it over from buying the vehicle to actual cash to buy the vehicle, for them to purchase it.
Okay, so I'm gonna,
We pay for the transfer
I'm gonna ask the insurance, I'll ask you,
It had to be under their, it had to be under their,
could
in
we
their
purchase
title.
it and then give it to them?
No,
No, that's
we
what
cannot do that.
Because
That's
if
illegal.
we purchase it under our name,
Yeah.
so basically that's what happened last time, they had to actually purchase it.
So that's
we
why
gave them
the
money.
easy, so
We did
that,
buy it, but we gave them the money.
That's how they bought the last one?
so that's the easiest way to do it, is for the county to just up the match that we're giving them, like the contribution. Because remember, last year, we gave them an additional 50,000 because they were asking for them to be able to up their clientele. So last year, we gave them a $50,000 increase. So this year, because they have an increase in clients, they're kind of falling behind in picking them up and getting them to the nutrition center because they don't have the resources, which means they don't have the vehicles to go pick them up. They have one vehicle, and that's been hard. I've seen them at Asherton, and they have like jam-packed in there. And so I'm just trying to help the nutrition program. I'm sure all of you guys have been there before, and the joy of these clients. I mean, we've had clients, Ms. Hernandez can tell you, we're not clients, but we've had people, and I've had to call Mr. Diaz because they come asking that they want to be part of the nutrition center, and unfortunately they have a wait list. So, like I said, I'm proposing it to the court on my behalf to increase the match. Now, I did not have a problem paying for it through my COs, but now that I've been educated that we cannot do that, then I would respectfully request this court to accept my proposal and increase the match from 125 to 170.
Judge Matt, the idea also behind the transportation vehicle, we're trying to implement a transportation program within the Dimmit County. We'll be getting a driver and paying for the insurance and for the gas and the maintenance of the vehicle. We have noticed that there's a lot of need for local transportation, non-medical transportation in Dimmit County for people from Asherton, Catarina, Big Wells, you know. I know we have Sword in here, you know, but Sword it's got a lot of clients. But basically what we wanted to do, what we discussed to the judge, but locally we needed transportation in Dimmit County, and on our behalf, we'll be able to apply like we have with Health and Human Service Commission for a permit for reimbursement rates, and we would also set a flat rate on some of the clients that needed transportation, didn't qualify under Health and Human Service Commission, the program. And basically that's what we need to bring in more clients that need transportation to the nutrition center, and some of them need to go to the doctor's visit and things like that, you know. That would help us a lot in providing transportation, like the judge was saying, you know. And I will appreciate all you can do for the center. Right now we're doing okay. We're in the process of doing the budgets for the other funding sources, and everything is coming out okay. The only issue we have right now is the senior employment program through ARP. It's in a freeze situation right now. Hopefully we can get those ARP senior funding slots going. They said that they're near to defreeze the program, but right now we're just doing double work, you know, or self-driving or cooking, things like that. There were 6 people that were employed under the senior employment program. One was a cook, and the other was a cook aide, and then a transportation meal delivery worker, and 2 more janitorial workers. So we're waiting on that and see what happens, you know, and hopefully we can get that program going. But it does help a lot in doing the daily chores of the nutrition center. I was going to give you some information on that. The incident that happened at the nutrition center, they have not fixed it yet on the roof, Mr. Renda.
Yeah, did you give?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, you know, that it still haven't been done.
There was a bullet for the people right now.
Like that sound.
That happened a long time ago, about a year ago. Also, the Fronteras came down to look at that issue that we had with that bullet, the stray bullet that hit the roof, and we made a police report. I don't know what happened, you know, but it was recalled, and there was actually a bullet in there.
Well, it was
Is it still in there?
initially the picture was a hole about the size of my pinky, and then the deputy took something to try to get the bullet
Bring it out.
and make it.
We don't know how it happened, but
So is there anything covering it right now, like when it rains, I mean?
Right now, the guys went over there and put cedar, but it's not repaired the way it used to be repaired.
Oh,
We're-
so like water's not coming through?
no,
It's not there.
we fixed it.
Yeah.
We fixed it.
Temporary fix.
Paredes, Mr. Fronteras told me that's what I need to do. So that's what happened, you know, and,
Because initially we thought it was a leak of a faulty roof. So we called Frontera to go inspect
Yeah.
the work, and they went and checked it, and it turned out that there's
we don't know when it happened, how it happened, but it was kind of scary in a sense because the roof is thick, you know, the grate thing is thick, and I guess the bullet went through. So that's all I had to say, and I appreciate your time and your help and all that.
How's everything else, Mr. Diaz?
We're doing pretty good right now. Yes,
Scooter,
yes, we're doing pretty good. Everything's okay. Those alarms systems are working perfectly. The routes, you know, we're doing pretty good out there. Routes, a lot of grass.
out there.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of referrals from Health and Human Service Commission for meals, also for Superior, AmeriGroup, WellPoint, so everything's coming out pretty good. We're ready to start October, new program year. So thank you very much, Judge, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. You have a good day.
Thank you.
So Commissioners, again, my proposal is going to be the nutrition center program, transportation program.
I had said the elderly nutrition, but I'm going to request that it be proposed to the nutrition program, transportation program, an increase, where's Mr. Pereira? An increase of 45,000, which would translate to 75,000, Mr. Pereira.
So that she's saying that 125 and the line item for 125 is gonna be 175.
No.
You have to add the 45 to the 125.
No. What I'm saying is that I'm not going to add it to the elderly nutrition program. The 125 will remain the same. I'm going to add the 45 to the nutrition transportation program, given that it's for a vehicle. So I'm gonna add it to the line item of the, for 45,000, yes. So 30, yes, so 30,000 plus 45 is 75.
And it still equals to 295.
And it still equals to 295, yes, correct. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. We'll entertain at this time the treasurer's office. We do have Mr. Ortiz here. Good morning, Mr. Ortiz.
Morning, everybody.
Morning. And
It's a red, well, mine's a red tab. I don't know what color yours is. Mr. Ortiz, as you're aware, I did have the meetings with you over here at large, just to get commentary and additional information. The court did advise earlier this morning that given the fact that our valuation numbers did decrease for this next fiscal year, and we anticipate a decrease in revenue for the county of Dimmit. The court, right now as it's proposed, we will not be adding any additional positions to any department out of the abundance of caution to keep the county as financially sound as we can. So at this moment, and I know you per se didn't ask for any additional positions, but just wanted to preface your meeting with us with that we are not proposing any additional positions at this time.
Okay.
Across the board because of the anticipation in losing revenue for Dimmit County.
Right.
We are on page 29, Commissioners. As you can see in Mr. Ortiz's request, the proposed budget for the elected official is 5%, as mentioned to you all earlier, which was a 5% across the board, which is reflected there on Mr. Ortiz's elected official salary. In regards to the personnel, Mr. Ortiz, I don't know yet if the Commissioners Court has set on a number, but we're looking at between $1 and $1.50 raise across the board for employees.
Okay.
Any questions or commentary for Mr. Ortiz? Mr. Ortiz has made it fairly easy for the court. He didn't ask for any additional funding or any additional requests, so I appreciate that, Mr. Ortiz, for making it easier for us, and also for being financially conservative, obviously.
Yes.
And I do want to thank you for always helping me when I have questions in regards to the budget and what your opinion is. I know ultimately I will move forward, but I do want you to know that I do take your opinion. I take it very serious.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Ortiz? No
I want
questions?
to thank you for helping everybody out, at least on my end. Anytime I've had any concerns or questions, I can reach out to you and know that you're going to do your best to get us an answer.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Likewise, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
He requested an increase where? Excuse me? There's an increase request on the lease agreements, but the lease agreement is, that's as per Mr. Pereira, that Mr. Pereira gets lease agreement and data processing numbers from his office.
Yeah, and that's primarily for our printer. Because since everybody comes and uses our printer, we get overage charges for, prints. So that will just be to cover the overages, sorry.
Why did you put or follow pay scale?
I would like to institute a real pay scale for the county. I would like to do it this coming year, but if that's not possible, maybe something to work for next year. But I had provided a copy in y'all's boxes. I don't know if you're able to look at it, but I also have it on my computer if we have time to view it right now, and I can kind of walk y'all through my thought process, basically.
I say we
And we have, just so you guys know, I did advise Mr. Ortiz, he brought that up to my attention when I met with him at his budget meeting. And I think that it's a matter of us putting it through Commissioners Court to see if that's an item that we want to approve, a pay scale that he recommended. And essentially what that would do was it would alleviate any, like if Commissioner would end up, you wanted to pay someone a certain amount because you think that's what they deserve, it kind of would alleviate that because you would have to follow that pay scale.
Also, Judge, I would like, if anything, to be presented later on, due to Commissioner Rubalcaba not being here, she can get the info directly from you. In an agenda request.
And he's saying to put it as an agenda, for us to put it as an agenda request if we're going to be voting on any pay scales.
Right, yeah, yes, it would have to be done that way.
But then
Yes.
for the information for Commissioner Rubalcaba to get it also, if we get it here, then we're gonna be explaining and
I mean,
your
'cause-
sense it's not gonna make
Right,
sense.
I mean, I can always explain it twice whenever she comes back, because I've talked to her about it a little bit before. And then there was a little note that she wanted me to add in, but like you said, she's not here today.
What was that, Commissioner?
I guess what he's saying is basically what he forwarded to us on paper.
Yes, that's what it is, right, Mr. Ortiz? The pay scale?
Yes, it's on paper that I had already given y'all, and then after that, I had gotten approached and looked at, see if I could add some stuff to it to see if it could work out better, and I was able to add a few things. So that's what I also wanted to show y'all. Just real quick, I mean, it's not gonna take like,
To add what, Mr.?
like an additional line for certain positions, like specialized trades, like if the county ever wanted to hire like a plumber, HVAC, electrician, those specialized deals that would, specific that would need a higher pay rate, because we're not gonna find an electrician for $13 an hour.
No,
You know what I mean? We're gonna have to contract that out,
That's a
and that's gonna,
discussion we had.
that's gonna end up costing the county a lot more. So I did some research on salaries for those specialized trades and what we could afford based on what we paid in the past.
I would like to review the pay scale. I know that Commissioner Rogava isn't here, but there's been a lot of times where his office will recommend things and we have to table it because we don't have information. So I think that it would benefit us to get the information right now and then still put it as a line item to hear it again. But that way we will have any questions that we have now, we can ask him again as it's approaching.
Well, it's fine with me, I was just, I was just making a comment, not that I was telling him that I didn't want to
No,
hear
but
it.
I'm just saying that I really want to. I know that
Just
she's
for the
like, but we're
record.
not making a decision.
We can go ahead and,
I just need to borrow that HDL.
Maybe it's a quick phone call.
Yeah.
Or just a second.
just
I mean,
move away.
I can't.
Can you move this thing?
Yeah, it goes up.
That way so they can face, so they can see the message.
Just be careful with it, because that's a
okay,
Javi, if you don't mind just scooting it this way, so that Commissioner Odena has a better view of it.
I can't see the bottom, usually the bottom.
I think it goes up. It's supposed to go up.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a weird angle though?
Show me this one.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's just that we got this one through all this funding that we need for everyone.
It's bigger.
It's bigger.
I see it bigger than it happened.
Well, just in case you didn't. In case you didn't.
Apparently, he's the only one that can't see.
Yeah.
Can you see now?
Let me see, let me test it.
I mean, we can always,
It-
can you
It's
maybe-
your laptop that you've had there for 3 years, never turned on.
This one?
Yeah.
I know, I didn't get it off, I don't need to. I mean, it was here before my time.
No, that's okay, just leave it there. That's fine.
Let's accommodate Commissioner Odena.
I didn't mean to make it so
Here you go.
complicated.
Can you see better?
Yeah. Good?
Can you make it
Yes.
a little bit bigger?
Okay. I just take care of it.
Alright. Okay.
Quick man.
So to start off, you know,
Can you see?
the biggest complaint I always get, and I'm pretty sure y'all get the same complaint, is, you know,
It's
I've
not
been
gonna
here
be-
for so long, why are they making this amount? Or I just started, I'm making this person just started, they're making that, you know, it's not fair, right? I'm pretty sure everybody gets the same complaints. So to kind of stop that from happening, I'm trying to create a real pay scale that shows, you know, how much you can make based off of your experience, right? So, but to get that information to where I can make sure it's fair to the people that have been here, I took all the employees and I put them on a graph, you know, how many years they've been here versus, you know, what they're at. And it's pretty apparent that you can see that it's all over the place, right? If it was equal, everybody would be starting around the same spot. Like, for example, there's people that have been here about a year, they're under 15, and then there's a few that are over 20, right? Same thing. There's people that have been here for 3 years, around 15, and then there's some 20, right? And you see how it's kind of just scattered all over the place.
But in those disparities, it also is a reflection though that some of the people that have been here for a year and getting paid more than somebody else can also be a reflection of certain certifications and whatnot, correct?
No, this is just their base hourly. Like the CDLs, the water license, and all that extra stuff is not included in this. This is just their base. Okay.
So there is some individuals that are getting different. A question for you real quick, Mr. Ortiz. With this recommendation, excuse me, that you're presenting to the court, the individuals that are currently employed would be all grandfathered in. We're not gonna go, because that would be against the law, exactly. Okay, I just wanna make that clear to everybody, because I don't want somebody to think Mr. Ortiz is recommending that this, because you have 9 years and the pay scale says you should be getting paid this, and there's people getting paid more right now, we're not gonna go cut their pay.
Right, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
This is pretty much just to standardize.
For
the people
any
coming
incoming,
in, and also if somebody, let's just say if that 9-year person has been shortchanged, it would at least make them
comparable, yeah.
Exactly.
Is that one employee at 18 years?
Correct.
Yes.
And it's only one employee that we've had for that long?
No, okay, to start off, I did some statistics. So basically, you can't use everybody because it's kind of skewed
Yeah.
the results. So I had to get the standard deviation and the interquartile range to get a majority of the employees. And anybody on the outside, they're called outliers. So I pretty much took them off because it's going to throw everything off. Just in statistics, outliers throw everything off. To make it more standard, you got to remove them. So that's what I did up here. So pretty much anyone over 27 years here, and there is somebody who's been here more than 27 years, they don't count. Wait, I'm sorry, that's pay. Anyone above $27 isn't included, and anyone over 18 years is over this little part. Pretty much. But there's only a few, and I highlighted over here. Like these employees, they're the ones that didn't get included. I want to say there's 5 or 6 that didn't get put in, just because they're considered outliers.
Can you scroll down?
So that's what, using that graph, I was able to plot this. So pretty much what this says is, it's based on experience. If you want to hire, for example, if you want to hire somebody in whatever position, and they have 8 years of applicable experience, they've done the same thing, they're going to come in at $18.50, right? But also, if you want to hire someone who's only been here 4 years, now you just go to 4, and they're going to be at $16.59, right? Or if they have no experience, let's say fresh out of high school, they're going to come in at $14.68. So that's how you know where to place, new employees based on their experience and it being applicable, not just.
How does that work, Mr. Ortiz, if our base pay right now is $13 and you're reflecting their $14.68?
It would.
Do you change the numbers?
It's a dollar raise for.
Well,
So you're gonna change the numbers? Because the base rate is still 13. We haven't increased base pay. Base pay has stayed at 13.
right.
We're giving raises this year, hopefully, but that's for the people that are here already, not for incoming people. Like, we're not increasing the base pay.
Right. Essentially, this would be the new base pay, and just right now, just because the base pay has been 13, there's been people who haven't started at 13.
I agree with you
Just
on that.
because there's money in the budget
Correct.
to do. So this would pretty much reflect like that. If somebody left at a higher rate, well, we can hire somebody new with more experience, and they would still fall within that category.
And you can use this at first, like as a recommendation, and as you kind of get the feel for it, then start trying to like figure out how to implement it into our policy, right? Because I think that it would be difficult right now to like mandate it, just because our budgets would
Well-
kind of like.
That's exactly what I was saying, because this would force the budget I'm gonna propose as a chief budget officer. You're now mandating me to start at 1468 for any vacant positions that they have.
But we can always use it like
But-
just as a recommendation, like a cheat sheet, so to speak, of what's justifiable. Him collecting all that data and information, I'm pretty sure you went to surrounding counties and everywhere around us to kind of get these numbers.
No,
Of like what other people are being
this is
paid?
fully based on what we've done.
He's doing what we've done,
What we've
not
Oh,
others.
okay, okay, not others.
Mr. Ortiz,
To be fair to the people that have already been.
Okay, okay, okay.
I understand the conflict, and it's a very good idea, but we fall on a tax rate.
Mhm.
And not, like, what we're looking at right now, the numbers are not gonna be highly there. So if we go along with this, how's it gonna affect the budget? Are we gonna be, I know we're safe right now, but let's just say mineral stop coming in. And
Because they did.
oil is very unpredictable, and gas.
Right.
It goes dormant the next year. So how are we gonna do to take care of that if we integrate that policy on the pay? I always compare it to private service to government. Private, you can get paid as much as you want. McDonald's pays $16, $20 an hour, but it's a money-making organization.
He's not lying. He told me that my first year I was here.
County is based on tax rates.
Correct.
So if the tax rates numbers don't meet there, how are we gonna integrate this and continue with I'm just theoretically speaking, I'm nothing against anybody,
Right.
but how are we gonna categorize it when the taxes come low? Are we gonna increase the taxpayers now that the minerals are not coming in? Let's just say, for example, are we gonna tax our constituents higher now to meet that? Since that's my concern, and I always preach that because I worked for a private firm when I was EMS. Yeah, I got paid high dollars, but when I came to pay work to the county, that's when I realized, hey, this is not a money-making organization.
Right.
Tax rates fall, tax rates increase, and who's gonna pay for it? The constituent. It's not so much the oil and gas, because if it goes dormant, how are we gonna increase? Are we gonna lay off people? We're gonna cut
We have
positions?
to.
And what we're trying to do is trying to keep everybody employed.
So I think the best thing, Commissioner, because I hear your concerns and I hear your
I don't know how
comments. No. I think that you have extremely valid points, and this is the concern that Mr. Pereira and I were talking about, and why we agreed here as a court about not adding positions, because unfortunately what we're projecting to see based on what the tax appraisal's office is telling us, telling Mr. Pereira and I, based on the numbers that Ms. Sandoval gave us, and the certified numbers, we're projecting for the next 2 to 3 years for Dimmit County to continue to lose revenue in the taxes, as you were saying, because there is no movement. There's not any high activity for the oil field. So I think it is a big cause for worry for us to make sure that in the next 2 to 3 years at least that we are financially sound and that we continue to be financially conservative, because we don't know what those numbers are going to look like. So I think that this is extremely good, and I think that it's a really great idea, Mr. Ortiz. I think that, going back to answer your concerns, I think that this should be not something that we should, at least not right now, approve as policy, but as Commissioner Talamantes was saying, maybe a go-by for us to be better equipped when we're hiring people. Because I think that if we go by these numbers, as you mentioned, it's obviously going to throw off the whole entire budget, one, and two, going back to the comments Mr. Ortiz said, that let's say, for instance, that Ms. Gonzalez, I'm looking at her because she's right there, Ms. Gonzalez, for example, has an employee that she's had for 5 years, but according to this, she's not getting paid what this is, then Ms. Mari's going to be forced to pay her that, and we haven't approved that in the budget, if you see what I'm saying. So then we might have to make budget amendments, and you know what happened with that yesterday, that's not good practice to be making budget amendments throughout the year. So with that being said, I think that I love the idea, Mr. Ortiz, and I think it's great, and I think that we should maybe perhaps integrate it as a go-by for all the elected officials, but maybe not necessarily make it a policy, because I think that we have to really sit down and crunch numbers for every single employee we have now that's not associated with these numbers to equal out the budget. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Because bottom line, we gotta explain to our taxpayers why.
A majority of the employees right now are on this pay scale at the beginning. So it wouldn't really
And that's kind of,
shoot them up that drastically. And I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, but the county can afford whatever they want to afford. I feel like our biggest expenses are payroll. in the
Yes.
county. So I think if we truly want to be fair to all the people that are here and the people coming in, because like I said in the beginning, we've all gotten that complaints, and I feel like if we don't implement something like this, we're gonna keep having those same complaints.
That we've had for 20 years.
I just want to, in reviewing with Mr. Ortiz just presenting, I do want to say this before we do that. I feel that it's important that we establish some sort of pattern that keeps us at least in a fair motion. And I understand what Commissioner Carmona has said, and we're on a tax rate, but to be honest with you, I understand how it works, and we're really, we don't have a structure or something to follow as far as our hiring process, which makes we may not be as fair as we'd like to be, and we may be spending more now because we don't have an established pattern to follow. You know, like we just mentioned, there's people that are being hired higher than $13 an hour. Well, you know, we had this to go by, we have something that everybody would be in agreement to somewhat follow. And unfortunately, the way it is, I know we're all based on our tax bracket, our value of gas and oil, but in reality is, that's where the budget is established. If we need to cut, we need to cut. That's just the bottom line. If we're going to survive as an entity. Every place that has a budget has places to adjust. Everywhere. That's why a budget is a budget. But until we have something structured where we're all understanding that we're supposed to follow this, we're going to have the same business. We're going to have a person that just came in, perhaps be making more than somebody who's been employed for 5 years. And that's where you have trouble keeping, well, the morale is affected in the greater value. You have trouble keeping personnel. And yes, it's easy to say, well, they don't like it, they can go down the road. But it's not that easy when you're trying to provide services that are needed on a day-to-day basis. We're in a small community, a small rural community, and until we, in my opinion, until we have something established where we have a guidance, at least a bracket of where should they start, not necessarily a 13-hour an hour rate, but somewhere in between, depending on experience. It makes more sense than saying early so start at 13. I've said it before, an individual that has 10 years of experience operating equipment, and you're looking for an opportunity to hire him, there's no really way you can start him at 13 versus somebody who has really been in the workforce 3 years and can cut grass and weeds extremely well. There's no comparison.
Well, the way you explained it, you can bring it back, and we can discuss it more further.
Because my thing is that I would like it, and I know we're going to continue the discussion, and y'all guys all kind of gave your input on it. I think that it's good to have in place to hold next elected officials accountable, because there's nothing in place. So Mr. Venda is right. It is important for the morale, because what happens when one department, let's just say revamps, let's use that word, right? And that a new elected official comes in and starts treating all other elected officials to a better standard than, let's just say, Ms. McDaniel's office. And Ms. McDaniel's office are still at the lowest amount because she's been having to make it through all this time. I just think that it's good to have it in place, so that way it not only will help you not underpay employees, but also not overpay employees just based on the elected official in that office.
Well, but it's like I say, it's just, right now it's just for, later on we can make more discussion and say.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that known.
This is just an information also. Plus, I wouldn't like to lose any employees to raise the taxes.
I just think it's important to have for overpaying employees and underpaying employees, is what I wanted to make it clear, that I feel like this would be best for.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz.
Any other questions on Mr. Ortiz?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz.
Thank you.
So we have next in line the Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Castaneda, if you want to come forward. Morning, Sheriff.
Morning. Morning. Morning.
I was gonna send the FBI to go look for you, Sheriff. The only thing I do want to mention to you, on the purchases for capital outlay on the Sheriff's Department for the vehicles, I'm not sure if you were made aware, Selena advised me this morning that, the OLS grant was, approved for this next fiscal year. It was awarded. And with that being said, there was about 4 vehicles included in there for you.
I think she said 3.
Okay, 3 vehicles. So we're gonna remove that item from the general budget.
Can we keep it until we do the remodeling?
This capital outlay was for remodeling.
I know we had put some money for remodeling also.
We're
Not
gonna,
for
we're
100,000
gonna
or-
keep the amount for, I'm not talking about the remodeling, I'm just telling you that we're gonna subtract the amount for the vehicles.
Oh, yes.
Just so you're aware. No, the remodeling has to stay there because we have to be up to compliance with the dispatch, as you're aware. And just so you know, we did approve in Commissioner's Court yesterday to re-advertise.
Okay.
I have a question. I know you said that you didn't want to go over the sheriff's office. What is the starting pay for your deputies?
The starting pay is 45,000. That's with the,
SB 22.
yes, SB 22.
We did, Sheriff, just so you're aware, we are proposing a $1 to $1.50 raise. I'm sure you heard it earlier when you were here, but that would also include that would also be applicable to your deputies. So Commissioners, if you want to go to page 33, which is the county jail. Again, Sheriff, you'll see on the county jail, there will be a increase on the personnel and an increase on your jail administrator.
Yes, sir.
In the amount to reflect $1 to $1.50. I will be submitting, obviously, the final budget proposal as required by law by August 15 to the court, and looking at all the numbers and the advisement of this court, and our auditor will let you know if it's $1 or $1.50, but anticipate a raise between $1 to $1.50.
And the only thing I'm asking on this one, if it's possible to get additional funding, because I do need to replace the jail door locks and the cameras, that's the only thing I'm asking. I mean,
On the additional funding, Sheriff, where are you asking, what are you asking in regards to?
the door locks, I got an estimate to see more or less what we're looking at. It's about 150,000.
Oh, yes. When I sat down with you and Mrs. Montes, we included that as part of, what was that, Mr. Pereira? Where was that included? Remember that the sheriff and Ms. Montes said that they needed to replace all the locks to be in compliance?
That was in the jail, wasn't it?
Yes.
The jail, where the jail?
The jail equipment. The jail equipment.
On the jail equipment, it shows an increase of 50,000, Mr. Pereira. But he's asking for 100,000?
But I got the estimate, it's more or less of 150,000, but it'll cost. I mean, if it's not, you know, of course we have to advertise for bids, and if we don't use it, that money will be returned also, won't be used for it, but I haven't got one for the cameras. We got cameras in there that aren't working and need to be replaced.
Mirta. Pink.
Did you get a quote for the cameras?
No, I didn't get a quote for the cameras yet.
Mr. Pereira, in regards to his request, 150 to redo all those locks, is it possible for us to get that out of COs?
Yeah, we can.
We can do
Yeah,
that?
we can.
I'll go ahead and put it on my tab.
Okay.
I'll get it for you, Sheriff, under my tab.
And if I can at least do the locks right now, I mean, I'll be okay with the cameras maybe until
So
next time.
yeah, the locks will be for the new fiscal year, Sheriff.
Yes.
And that's to keep you in compliance, correct?
That's correct, because some of these doors, sometimes they're not locked anymore, and we got the company that works on them, and they no longer make parts for them. Everything has to be replaced, including the control panel inside the control room.
And I think that was my biggest concern when I met with you in Montes, was the control panel, because if an inmate were to escape and go into,
Yes, one of the doors to the control room is doesn't lock. We use that part to do the front lobby where they go in and out, so that door doesn't lock.
any other questions for the sheriff? No other
I
questions?
just have a question
Yes.
regarding the jail.
He needs money for the cameras. The cameras already been sued twice at jail. And he's had his cameras operational. There's no liability.
We're including that, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, it wasn't clear.
Because the cameras,
But
that's
it's
when they
included,
like,
it's gonna be included with the 50, there's already 50 and there's an additional 150. But Sheriff, also with Ms. Rodriguez, she did advise me that we got some additional fund. I guess she spoke to the governor's office about the cameras. I guess you had talked to her about it?
yes. Because one of those, like I said, the cameras I would love to change is that actually you're gonna be recording the voice. That way
Yes.
it's picking everything up, especially where the females are at, that type
Yes, and
also.
that's something that Ms. Montes discussed too, that the cameras would also include voice audio, because currently the cameras that you do have, it's just, when they do record, it's just,
Yeah, so there's times that we actually go back to get the video and it's jumping, or it makes it look like it's edited or something. It's not, it's just the camera system.
Yes, sir.
They're old. I think in 2014, or when I came in is when they put those cameras.
thank you, Sheriff.
So,
How much are you adding to the camera system?
I'm keeping the 50,000 on there, and then there's 150,000, because we're,
So 200 total.
And
our IT guy, Javi, he got an estimate the other day. They had somebody go look, they're looking around 68,000, but I don't know if they include audio or not. But he did have somebody walk the jail and look at the camera system, and to replace it, was looking around 68,000. But I just need to find out if they do include audio recordings.
I'm gonna say that they did, but yeah, 50 is not gonna be enough. You would need a little bit more.
I'm gonna keep it at 200,000 because I have money for it.
The next question that I have for you, again, it wasn't on the jail, it was on the sheriff's office.
Huh?
I know that we're not approving for line items, but did you ever figure out an extra solution for help with the overnight?
I was gonna approach the city with that, see if maybe they can increase also, because we're also running dispatching for them. So I was gonna see if maybe, since, I don't know, what I'm told is they're looking into maybe hiring additional 1 or 2 marshals, and if they do, this will be more traffic for the dispatchers, so maybe they can try to include an extra position for a dispatch. It would be the nice.
I just want to make sure that we do get it covered, regardless of who's paying for it, because it is needed.
Yes, no, it
for
is.
us. So regardless, even if they don't pay for it, it's something that we need to take into consideration, that that part needs to be there.
Yes.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Well,
if we can go over to JP Precinct 1.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners.
Good morning.
Before the sheriff leaves, I asked him to stay for a minute. I know that we've discussed video magistration, and you said that you were going to look into that. Where are we, or what do we need to do to start that process for video magistration? This was supposed to be done when Chris was here, then it was recommended during COVID. and
When you say Chris, you mean,
Our IT person.
how many years ago was that?
COVID was in 2020.
It was before my time? Thank you.
So
Yes, but I brought it up before.
So I have looked into it. We also wanted to upgrade the commissioner's court.
Sheriff, excuse me real quick, Commissioner. Sheriff, remember that we approved for the sheriff's new system with the phone and the iPads for the inmates? Did we not, doesn't that include, it did include iPad registration?
I'll check with the company.
Yes, Judge, we'll sit down with Sheriff, because this last year, we approved for when the sheriff brought to the court the iPad, it's a whole system that we approve for the sheriff to get. It has the phone calls, the iPads, what else was it, Sheriff?
On the new phone system?
Yes, that has the iPads, the interactive, because in there it had for video magistration.
I'll check on that.
Yeah, I think there's video magistration on that, Judge, and we might be able to get,
You know what the cost of all this, or you have seen? I'll try to see if nothing else, maybe through the commissary funds that we could, it's for the inmates, so.
I agree.
The magistration
I see
system
what
for, JP's office, remember what we're talking about? I thought we were talking about the courtroom judge, the one that you had sent the last night. I got the two cookies. Judge, Bettis wants to know about the iPad magistration, and I wanted you to hear what the judge was saying, so that way you can look into it for her.
But if I'm not mistaken, isn't it law we have to video when they're magistrating, it has to
To have the
be.
cameras on as well.
Yeah, I was telling her.
Well,
she
see,
needs
and that's the
systems
problem.
that's the problem though, is the problem that lies in here is that we have certain, and Judge Bettis can attest to this, and so can you, Sheriff, we have certain JPs that do not even go to the jail to magistrate. So that's where the problem lies in there, Mr. Gonzalez, because how are we gonna put a camera at one of the JP's house, because they don't magistrate in person, you know that.
You can set them up in their offices and then.
They don't magistrate in their offices either, Mr.
Their
Gonzalez.
assistants can assist them, they're required by law, they're gonna have to do it. Regardless of whether they wanna do it or not.
It's a
They do.
judicial duty to magistrate.
They don't magistrate in person, I'm telling you, I had this.
So my question is, now that you brought up cameras, for those of the JPs that do go and magistrate in person, is that a safety issue for us to go in there, for the logs? Because
Right
I
now-
go to the booking and I sit in the booking area and I magistrate there. Is that going to be a concern, or do?
No, right now, no, it's just, we have some locks, but we fix those right now, but if they break down, we're not gonna have parts for them maybe. So if I can fix
So
them
it
up.
is safe for me to go and magistrate in the
Yes.
booking area?
Yes.
And then, okay, that's what I wanted to know. If I go in and I magistrate.
And
I
I've
sit
gotten
in the-
with them that, even when you're magistrating, there be no trustees around while you're magistrating, just whoever the jailer and the inmate, when a magistrate. Yes, I know.
We do have some trouble.
Whatever system we get, we need to make sure that the district judges, I see Judge Alcalde, they can also use it in their courtrooms, because they sometimes magistrate people in their courtrooms.
And even juvenile magistrations. Even juvenile magistrations.
Right, juvenile magistrations, juvenile hearings, detention hearings.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I just wanted to thank the Commissioners Court and the judge for the increase for our employees. I know that I met with y'all and I did ask for a raise for my secretary, and I do appreciate either $1 or $1.50. I'm very appreciative of that, and any raise that I receive as well. I wanted to go down to the administrative stipend. I had asked for a $500 increase. I feel that I do my duties as an administrative judge, and I wanted y'all to, I know the judge agreed to it. I don't know if you feel that that is adequate, or if I should receive more, or leave it at that. I know that I do a lot of research, and I do make those phone calls for the county when requested. My office has brought trainings and will continue to bring trainings to the county. I work really hard with Selena for the mobile board, and I have been in collaboration before with the judge for the courthouse security. I've been requesting courthouse security since, 10 years, I think, since we brought Mr. Gomez to come and do a walkthrough through the courthouse. And I'm very pleased, and I want to thank y'all for the cameras that are being in place, because that was something that was also put in the plan. I know all the elected officials did receive that, and I am very appreciative. That makes our employees feel safe, and thank you for that.
Judge, on the elected officials, the proposal of the court for the elected officials increases is a 5% across the board to include on any of your stipends or administrative or anything. There's a 5% increase that is being proposed.
Mr. Bennett, do we get in contact with John for?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good.
Any other commentary, questions? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. At this time, Commissioners, we will be taking in District Clerk's Office, Ms. Marisela Gonzalez.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning.
Morning.
There was not a lot of changes that I was looking at in my budget. However, there was the training that I would like for y'all to consider an increase on. I want to continue to send my staff to the yearly OLS conference. My travel budget is at $4,000 and I'm asking or requesting a $2,000 increase. Another thing was my dues. My dues are at $150. I do need them increased to $200 to cover the yearly dues for the district clerk.
Give me a second, Ms. Mari. If the Commissioner, as I mentioned, if you can see on page 13, the request that Mrs. Gonzalez submitted to my court and in having a meeting with her, it is what I am proposing to this court. I am proposing the request that Mrs. Gonzalez asked for. So at this time, I'm obviously we're just here to hear commentary, but I am proposing that we increase Mrs. Gonzalez's the dues and the trainings as she requested.
You said page 13?
It's page, yes, you go to the district clerk tab.
You said for the city.
It's on, yeah, it's on the district clerk.
Someone's in the beginning.
So the increases that she asked for in the budget meeting with me is what I'm proposing that we provide to her office. As we mentioned, Ms. Gonzalez, the personnel I'm proposing to the court is the $1 to $1.50 increases on employees, on the elected officials. Again, as mentioned, given the decrease in the tax valuations at this time, the court's proposing the 5% increase on all elected officials across the board. I am very aware, and I did talk to you in regards to your request, and you did request an increase of 18% for your salary. And as I mentioned to you, I wholeheartedly believe and agree that you are worthy of that. However, given on the advisement of the numbers we received at this time, as the chief budgeting officer, I am requesting 5% across the board out of, and I guess, fairness to all the elected officials. But ultimately, if there is needing to be a deviation, the court can take that up.
And Judge, if I may elaborate on that 18%, I know that it sounds a little steep. In black and white, I know it's a little high compared to the 5% that you're proposing. But if I may go a little farther back, when I took office in 2007, the county clerk, the tax collector, myself, and the county treasurer were all making the same salary. We were at $28,000 a year. Thereafter, shortly, a couple of years later, our salaries started to increase. Yes. I have been in office since 2007, and I am, compared to my counterparts, the full-time employees or full-time elected officials, I fall way short. And so, considering my experience, my time with the county, I think
it's a fair request.
I have a question. You mentioned that when you first came into office, you were all getting paid the same, and then
We
like,
were all at 28,000.
so like eventually some started getting more and you stayed stagnant, if you will?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. And so the.
So it wasn't a uniform
It was not.
increase for everybody?
No, and it never has been. And so, going back to the 18% that I'm requesting, if it were to be granted, that would put me at 74,000, and that's still below what the tax collector and the county clerk are making. Like I say, I don't think it's unreasonable. It's something that I really would like for y'all to consider. If it cannot be done 5%, I'm grateful with anything, but I just want to put out there that my years of experience in office, should allow me to be at least comparable to what they're making.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Have a good day, Ms. Gonzalez. Appreciate it.
I feel like that's extremely fair to consider.
We have Mr. Gonzalez, County Attorney's Office.
Thank you, sir.
We're finding for cars and everything else, we should be able to find.
You have that request from the writers.
I wasn't sure, so I brought copies from.
Yeah, Mr. Pereira, Mr. Pereira's office.
Well, I left the meeting not knowing what I was getting. Ms. Pereira had to research the figures, and this morning tells me he may or may not have done it, so I don't know.
Let me see.
So that's on the stipend that's going to be provided by the state
By the
based on my
state.
years of being a county attorney. And I do appreciate the 5% raise and the $1.50 for the employees. But my biggest problem, if you look at the second page of the stipend of my budget request, is that I have 2 employees paid by Senate Bill 22. All right. If Senate Bill 22 is not awarded this year, then I have to tell 2 employees they no longer have a job. And I've already advised them of that. I advised them of that last year. I've got the grant last year, Senate Bill 22, so I was able to keep them. And then what I was also requesting, to be fair to my employees also, is that if there's going to be any pay raise, it'd be based on the second page of the request of what they're earning, not just what was budgeted, because one employee would basically not get a pay raise because she's not being paid out of the county budget. So that's what the second page is. The second handout is from the comptroller's office. The Senate Bill 22, and it's highlighted on the second page, opens up on August 2nd, closes on August 31st. By that time, this budget has already been approved and in place for 1 month. So by October 1st, if I'm not awarded the money, I lose an investigator and I lose another employee. So that money's not in the budget. I'm back to myself and 1 secretary. And like Ms. Gonzalez, there was a couple of years where 2 former county attorneys didn't think I deserved a raise, and they didn't give me one either. So, but it didn't matter. I was here to do a job regardless of what the pay was, and it's real kind of ironic that when I first started off, it was $35,000, and now the stipend from the state, since I've been here so long, is going to be $35,000 in addition to what the county pays me. That's sort of ironic. And that amount still hasn't been confirmed by Mr. Pineda. So in my proposal, it wasn't definite because I didn't have all the numbers provided to me by the auditor's office or by the county judge. So I'm hoping that, it's there. And it's real general. I never asked for much more. When I do have a chance, I do try to bring in trainings for the officers. Brought one in this year. Thanks to the judge, she provided about $200 so I could have refreshments for the officers that did attend. I mostly have DPS troopers that attend, local officers usually don't attend. If they're not on the time clock, they don't want to show up for the seminar. So I can't control that.
So you said without the SB,
It's a law.
it's a law, so how are you saying that without what are you gonna lose your 2 employees? Is it just gonna be you, the attorney, and your investigator,
No,
or clerk?
it'll be Stella.
That's the clerk,
One clerk.
So you
Referring to SB 22, Mr. G, in one of the seminars I asked if it was gonna be done away with, and they told me no, that it was a law and it was there.
As long as it's funded by the legislature, it's
Yeah.
fine, and it has been refunded. I still have to apply and I still have to receive the monies. But here's the problem. They're so far behind in their auditing, they haven't audited the 2024 allotment, they haven't audited, of course, 2025 is not closed yet, they haven't audited that yet. So if there's any discrepancies or the proper information that's not sent by the auditor's office to them, then I lose the funding. So I'm in a quandary there. I don't know what's going to happen because the comptroller's office hasn't done their auditing, and I still have to apply by starting August 2nd. I usually apply the first day it opens up. And I apply for myself. I don't have anybody else applying for me. And I've received it the last 2 years.
Just, I ask a lot of questions when I go to the.
No, I understand, and I follow
And
it.
I'm concerned about what goes on, as well as, yesterday I made a comment, yesterday I asked about FEMA, I asked about all this.
I was about to
You
say
know,
about the FEMA and
I asked a lot of questions, and when I asked about the SB 22, they stated that that was a law and it was there to stay from there on.
So long as it's funded by the legislature.
But, you know, it's there.
That's my problem.
And I don't see that, right now, the way that things are going right now, I don't see it in any, this just be safe, hopefully it'll stay. I don't see it going anywhere but staying as a law as it is.
Yeah,
Now, the thing is, the documentation, you know, you do what you have to.
Right.
But if you fail to do the documentation properly, that's not the county's, it's the person doing those reports.
Haven't
Same
had
as what I do
2
when
years.
I do, yes, same as what I do, and I'm just gonna throw this up a little bit off the wall. Same as when I do my grants. I do everything the way it's supposed to be. Now, if I do something that's not right, then they're gonna throw it away because they know that I have failed on not reporting what it's supposed to be.
And on the reporting side that you're saying, I really don't have much control. I have to get my figures from the treasurer or the auditor's office, and they want them a certain way, but they haven't asked for those figures yet for 24, and of course, 25 is not over yet. Haven't asked for those yet. If that's not applied, then it's not my fault that they cut my grant. I'll still lose employees.
Did you cut the employees or did you refund them? So you proposed that we're gonna pay them?
They're being proposed by SB 22.
Or where is that paid?
State.
The state.
It's-
The state?
It's a bill.
It's a bill, so it gets paid to the state.
So the county's not paying for it, the state's paying for
The
that?
county's not paying
No.
for it.
I have 2 additional employees because of monies from the state, not the county. I've always had just myself and 1 secretary for 26 years. That's it.
And you're proposing, what's your proposal?
Well, my proposal is that, you know, to set money aside just in case the Senate bill, for whatever reason, does not,
Pay it, cover it?
yeah, cover the bill. I can retain the 2 employees.
How much is that amount?
If you look at the second page, that's, it breaks it down what each one receives, you know, from Senate bill. The clerk, 36 is fully from the 36 is fully from Senate Bill 22 for the clerk. For the investigator, that's, you know, 27 plus the benefits coming from Senate Bill grant. There's 33 that's paid by the county.
As Commissioner Carmona
Advised, they just passed, you know, legislation, right now they're in special session, but SB 22 did not get removed from legislation for this next 2 years. So at least for the next 2 years, it's going to be there, albeit if Mr. Gonzalez, they don't submit the proper paperwork, but at least for the next 2 years, there's going to be SB 22.
For the next 2 years?
It's because they just had session and they didn't remove it in session. And that's what Commissioner Alonso was saying as well.
So if I submit the proper paperwork and they reject the grant based on non-compliance, then it's my fault, is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know why you would not be in compliance. I mean, right?
I don't know either, because I haven't done the audit.
I mean,
But at that time, it's too late, I've lost 2 employees.
So are we gonna propose that just in case, because you just said right now too that you would do a budget amendment if he doesn't get it?
correct, so it does not need to be proposed on the budget because if he were to lose 2 employees, we would have to put it before the court to do a budget amendment to pull money from the general fund to add it to, give 2 line items so he can continue to employ those individuals. I just feel like it would, again, going back to what you said, Commissioner, that you asked at the training, I feel like it'd be really, really hard, Mr. Gonzalez, for you to be disqualified from getting SB 22.
I hope not, 'cause I think
I feel like you would have to have done something really egregious or a complete gross negligence for you to not get it.
And it wouldn't be me, it would be in the reporting. If we don't, and I provide
I know, but
you
who does the reporting?
the auditor's office.
So
They
then
gotta
what-
give me the paperwork and
So then what
the
you're saying,
figures.
it would be the auditor's fault if you lose the grant?
It may be, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna require, if they require anything, because they have not done the auditing.
So the state's behind an auditing?
Yes,
I mean, then that's the state.
Yeah.
yeah, but if they come back and they audit 2024, audit 2025 and say you're not in compliance, then I don't get the right
I just highly
ledgers.
doubt that Mr. Pereira's office would be completely negligent in trying to get this grant taken away from you.
Yeah, well, I've already provided the ledger requirements to the court and to Mr. Pereira so that they can, that Mr. Pereira can be prepared if it does come down and I need that. Because I've gone to both offices before and I've gotten 2 sets of different figures and one tells me it's official, the other one tells me it's official. Well, which ones are the official figures, you know? But luckily I haven't been denied.
They've advised us whenever we submit reports, if they find anything, they have been informing us and we have corrected it and resubmitted. So
Yeah.
at this point, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, that's for
Thank you.
the Senate Bill 22 that's applied for the sheriff and the constables. You know, I should be receiving the notices if there's any deficiencies in mine, and I'm not. And if the auditor's receiving my notices, they need to be shared with me.
No, because and actually, they come to the county judge if anything is issued, and
Nobody's informing me.
well, then there probably isn't, because they would.
We haven't, I can tell you, and Ms. Hernandez is here as my executive administrator, I have not received any documentation red flagging your office.
Yeah, the only, the one,
None whatsoever.
if you're receiving it, it's for the grant that you're applying for the sheriff and the constables, not
Mr.
for me.
Pereira just said that it was for you as well, Mr. Gonzalez.
No, you don't apply for my grant.
Then they would come to you.
I know I do not, but he's
If
saying
you're
that the
applying,
notice is.
They would come to you if there's any issues coming up,
And
just
I
like
have-
they do with, because the judge applies, meaning for SB 22 for the judge and the
Bless you.
constable. Bless you.
This,
And we get notified if there's issues, and we have responded to it and corrected it. So I'm assuming that in your case, there's nothing that's come up, because you would have been notified. If they hadn't received a report, they would have notified you that it's overdue.
Was that the only thing that you were requesting?
Well, the only thing I mentioned at the budget hearing is that I do once a year appear on the advisory board of the now South Texas College, it used to be the junior college, for their law enforcement, and that's because I had one of their students as an intern, non-paid intern in my office because nobody would hire her in the county or give her that experience. And
you know, if money could be set aside, if somebody's locally is looking for an opportunity to intern, so I could have a paid intern just for that reason, to help somebody from the community that may be a future deputy in this county, or may finish the criminal justice program. Now they're working on a 4-year program, and then maybe go on to law school and come back as an attorney in Dimmit County. But, you know, right now, all I have to offer anybody that comes in is a non-paid position, and I'm not really, don't have any funds to assist anybody that is willing to go into the legal profession, either as a peace officer or as a future attorney.
I know that you're trying to shoot for like somebody in the field, but have you considered, I don't know if you get or you have access to the co-op students?
I don't have any money in my budget for any co-op students or anything else. I've never
But we
been
get
offered
them
that.
from, and
And
then
it-
you can
and see,
request them for you?
I also got to be careful on who comes in, because I've got a lot of confidential information in my office that I can't just have anybody come in that I cannot fully trust, and they can't disclose the information coming in. So I got to be careful with that.
So you want a 10?
Anything else, gentlemen?
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, at this time, Commissioner, my recommendations to
I think that it's enough for me if you're saying that you'll take care of it if it does come to it, or you'll add a budget
I
amendment.
know, Commissioner, that as these features of law is not going to change in
That's
the
what-
next 2 years. The funding is there, that's why Mr. Pereira was trying to.
Hold on, because I'm talking to you. That's why I was telling you. That I take your word for you to say that it is a law. But as I'm saying, my justification is if you saying that you're gonna take care of that office and make sure that it has the personnel that it needs by doing a budget amendment, if it does, if something happens, or if he doesn't qualify, because regardless, on personal matters, that office still needs to operate.
And it's operated with 2 people.
But that's not, but still, historically speaking, what if the case have increased?
Commissioner, shall I remind you that, and as a matter of fact, that you guys have paperwork?
Why can't you just speak for yourself? Why you always gotta go
I'm
tell me?
telling you that I'm gonna get you the paper, get you guys the paperwork, so y'all can see that there's cases still not being accepted.
And we can take care of that, but we're not gonna do it by
How do you-
strong arming him
How do you?
and saying that we're not gonna pay
How do you,
things.
I know, but how do you justify, and this is exactly what the previous county judge used to do, how do you justify?
I understand that, Judge, but you cannot in that office with 2 people, no matter how rich way
And
you write it.
that is your words.
Yes, no matter how which way you write it, you have to take care of that office because that's your job
And-
as a chief financial officer.
And no
To
one
make
is
sure
not
that
taking
every
care of that
office-
office. No one's not taking care of that
So that's
office.
what I'm telling you. You're telling me, you're like, no, over here, we heard this person, this person. Just tell me, I'm telling you, I'm having a conversation with you.
I know, but
If
we're
you're
having it
saying
all
it's the
here
law,
together.
I know, if you're saying that it's the law, that's fine, that's completely okay, I understand that, and I get that. But what I'm saying that if for some reason he doesn't, or doesn't apply, or doesn't.
The thing is,
You still have to do it, hold on, please.
oh,
You still have to do it, you still have to take care of the office. So that's what I'm telling you, I'm having trust in you as a scapegoat for this county, that if he doesn't get it, or if it doesn't happen, then you're gonna take care of those other 2 line important items to make sure that that office runs.
well, I mean, we'll cross the river when we come, but, the thing is, Commissioner, we well, I'm gonna say it, administrators, we are responsible for our paperwork that we do. If it fails, it's not because the county didn't do its job or anything, it's because the paperwork wasn't done properly. And Mr. Pereira said right now, they'll let you know ahead of time if there's something wrong, and if it needs to be corrected, it's corrected. Now, if they don't accept it the second time, then we know that we're gonna have to cross that river when it comes to chief.
No, and I get that, and I understand that, but within the 6-7 month time period that I've been here, it's just, I have to take people for their word, so that's why I was making it clear to the judge that I will take her on the word as long as she keeps that into consideration.
And that did happen to us where we submitted the paperwork for sheriffs or constables, And they came back and they said, we need additional information, and which we provided to them. So, and then come back, hey, you're short on one thing, whatever, and we corrected it. So we basically submitted the forms, everything by the due date, and it was taken care of. So I don't see.
Well,
And
honestly,
she was
the
notified.
reason that I'm having the
So
concern
I understand why
too-
he's coming up with this.
Hold on, but the
issue.
reason too that I was saying it, because if we're gonna be transparent with everybody here, is because the whole time that he was speaking, you know, I know everybody that was here saw, she was going back and forth and this and that. And saying things that aren't even relevant to it, but personal things.
No, it is
That's what I'm
very
saying.
relevant.
But
It's relevant to a lot of departments. It's relevant to a lot of departments.
Right now, we're just discussing the budget, ma'am.
No, yes.
That's all we're doing, if it's there.
You know why, but you know why I feel so strongly, Mr. Governor, about this process and why I didn't show up to my meeting? Because in my budget hearing, I was lied to, and not only that, I'm still having issues with my inventory.
But you weren't even.
My whole process was not done right. And that's why, hold on, let me speak. Let me speak, because you smile a lot.
You do, because you weren't even a commissioner yet. We were just offering, Mr. Pereira and I were offering you an opportunity to come in.
And then when I went into, well, hold on, whenever I went into my meeting, hold on, because whenever I went into my
For right
meeting,
now.
she lied to me, you
Ma'am.
lied to me the whole time that I
Well,
was in there.
For right now,
Commissioner, we
No.
offered,
No.
we offered you the opportunity last year to come in.
You offered me the opportunity to sit down and lie to me, is what you did. You sat down there and you lied to me. You told me that I wasn't gonna have any money. You told me that Juan spent everything. You remember that Juan stood up here and said?
Yes,
It was
did.
coming from her. She gave me pictures of his truck at the casino. She did a whole bunch of stuff that during my budget meeting during closed doors.
ma'am, but
You
right
remember
now,
doing all
it's
that?
not the time, we can.
No, you did.
Let's,
That's what you
No, I
did.
know.
let's,
I don't understand.
let's get back on the budget and then, we can discuss those issues later on.
Yes, I don't.
I'm saying that
When is
the
later?
oldest commissioner here, I'm not senior, but that we need to get back into the budget.
When
in
is
order.
later?
And I will check with, it's between two people, because we have communication with them, and I will check to them, make sure everything is in order. I don't understand why it's.
Just make sure that the officers are taken care of, Mr. Pereira. I know that you can do that. Make sure that everything runs and operates the way it needs to, because she didn't want to give him any money from the OLS, but then she was offering to buy me a truck with that money. So that's what I'm saying. I know that the way that she operates. She wanted to go put down playground equipment. I saw it all and everything. Oh, it's untrue. When have I ever lied up here? I'm on oath, right? I'm on oath.
Can we get?
Yeah, she did. She offered me a vehicle with the OLS money, and Julissa and Mirta and everybody were in her office.
Commissioner, but that has nothing to do with Mr. Gonzalez. The governor's office didn't give Mr. Gonzalez OLS money. Mr. Pereira can tell you.
Yes, it had nothing to do with Mr. Gonzalez, but it's you that I don't trust, that I'm making sure that everything that I'm expecting from you, I'm making sure that you repeat it, so that way it stays on the record and in the recording and on the minutes.
Okay.
So if for some reason, it's already been said, he doesn't get SB 22.
Thank you.
We're gonna take care of it.
Thank you, that's all I wanted to say.
That's
That
why,
was it.
that's why I think.
I will know this afternoon.
If that
I will
happens,
call
You
them.
know this afternoon?
I know the people, yes.
Oh,
I will call them.
Because as a court, we agree that we have to take care of that all.
Like I said, we're not here to lose any employees. We're not gonna throw anybody out. That was my comment that I made earlier.
And I just want to make sure that it includes every office.
And that's what I'm basing it on, so. Let's go ahead and continue with our budget, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Judge Abascal, 365th, please.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
May I approach with copies,
Please.
handouts? I want to thank everyone for taking the time to conduct this workshop. We don't always have that opportunity, so I'm very grateful. I've handed you a packet that contains the previous 2 years' budgets for my department, just to kind of give you a little history of where we came from in relation to what I'm requesting for this fiscal year. The first item is on elected official. That basically is a supplemental salary that the counties provide to the district judges for their participation on the juvenile board. The district judges are the ones that hear the juvenile cases, adjudications, and dispositions. And so just like county judges and county attorneys get a state supplement, we're state employees, our salary comes from the state, but we get county supplements as part of our duties, and this is in relation to our juvenile board activity. We have not received, district judges have not received a pay raise in over 10 years, and we're 47th in the nation as far as what salaries are provided to district judges across the nation. So the legislature this year did finally give us a pay raise, but in addition to that, they raised the county supplement cap from $18,000 to $25,000. So what we're asking is that the county supplement between the three counties be matched at $8,333 per county to get us to the $25,000. I'm a member of the Legislative Advisory Board for the Texas Association of District Judges. We were very involved.
Just real quick, Judge, just so the commissioners can see on that line item, I did get in communication with all the other two county judges, and that proposal for the $8,333 to match the 25 is being proposed by the court, Judge Pascal, just so you're aware. So the court, the county judge is recommending for Judge Pascal as well as Judge Flores to get that increase for that $25,000 cap, and I did speak with the other county judges. I can't speak on how they're going to do their budget, but I know that I am proposing for Judge Pascal and Judge Flores to get that increase.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And unless there's any questions on that subject, I'll move on then.
Okay.
The other items is the car allowance. On the first page that I handed you, well, if you'll notice, in 22-23 budget year, my car allowance was $17,692. For the 23-24 budget year, it was slashed to $10,000. And then last year, the Commissioners Court very generously raised it back to 15, but our car allowance is still substantially less than what we were getting 3 years ago. So all I'm asking is that we go back to what I was making 3 years ago in car allowance, and then just a slight cost of living increase for the last 3 years. As you may know, with all the OLS activity, I've been making a lot of trips to Dimmit County, a lot more than I had in the past for court activity. And so there's just been a whole lot of travel. I've got about 25 OLS trials that are pending, in addition to my other cases for jury trials, that as soon as we get the use of the courthouse back, we're going to schedule those trials. So I'll be coming to Dimmit County much more frequently this next fiscal year. So I'm just asking that it become in line with what it was 3 years ago, because it was substantially reduced in the past.
And Commissioners, in regards to this item, the court is proposing that it remain at the 15. Again, in having the discussion with the other two county judges, currently Dimmit County does provide $15,000 to Judge Pascal. Maverick County is providing $18,000 in car allowance to Judge Pascal, and Zavala County is providing approximately $12,000. So given the numbers, Maverick County is giving $15,660 to Judge Pascal for car allowance out of Maverick County. Zavala County was at $12,000, right, Mr. Pereira? So it was a total of $42,660 that's currently provided to Judge Pascal in car allowance. Given the fact that our tax values did go down, it's my position that at this time, because of the decrease in revenue, that we keep it the same. Not that we decrease his car allowance, but I think $42,660 annually for car allowance
is sufficient.
Say the number one more time, please.
Let me get it for you. I just took it off. $42,660.
For your county, Missouri.
Correct. And like I said, Maverick County provides 15,660. In the terms of the books, Judge Abascal did request a 50% increase, but that again goes because new books are coming out with the new legislation, so I do agree with Judge Abascal, and my proposal is to allow for him to have an increase in his books, given the fact that we are in a legislative session year, and obviously when we have legislation, the laws do change or update or get amended, so I am proposing to increase his budget request for books. Yes, sir, to the 3,000 that he requested. In terms, no, it's 3,000. 2,000 what was he budgeted last year? Now we're increasing it by 1,000.
What is this paper that's in the front?
What paper?
This one.
You're looking at the 293rd Commissioner.
That's the
the
wrong one?
Yes, he's the 365th judge.
I was saying, because none of that makes sense that you were going to.
No, he's the 365th Judge Abascal, Amado Abascal. 293rd is Judge Flores. Let's see.
Sorry, I had to figure this out.
Okay.
And then also for professional services, Judge Abascal did ask for a 20% increase. Professional services commissioners are for the attorneys that he, court appointment, and what else is it, Judge?
Well, it's attorneys, ad litems, psychiatrists for mental competency evaluations, interpreters.
Correct.
Just anything that we have to hire in order to assist in the cases. So, and again, in the CPS attorneys, we have to appoint attorneys for all the parents. Sometimes you have families that have multiple children with different fathers, and so you have to appoint an attorney for each father. And we have multiple hearings in the course of a year on each CPS case, and they're paid by the hour, and so it all adds up.
So the judge, myself, did propose is proposing to this court that we add that additional funding that Judge Abascal is asking for, and that the request at 60,000 is what I'm proposing. So I am proposing that increase, Judge.
Thank you.
Going down to the next item, and I'm going just on the increases, Judge,
okay,
just so you're aware. Travel, lodging, and meals, Judge Abascal did ask for, and I'm going by percentages, Judge, but that's how we get our printouts, 248% increase, which is, he asked for 8,700. The court, again, based on our numbers and trying to keep financially conservative, I am proposing a 60% increase, which is $4,000. And also that's keeping comparative with the other district judge, which is Judge Flores, and looking at her numbers. And this was somewhat of a conversation I had with Judge Abascal. She's asking for $1,500 for travel and training. So I wanted to meet in the middle with Judge Abascal, and that's why I'm requesting or proposing $4,000 for his travel and training.
If I may address that.
This is travel, lodging, and meals, not travel and training.
For the travel and lodging, Judge Abascal.
If I may address it, the reason that it's gone up substantially is because I've lost my criminal coordinator, my civil coordinator, and now I've added an OLS coordinator in addition to my family and juvenile coordinator. They're required to get a certain number of hours of training annually just to be able to keep those positions. And so I have 4 different coordinators. I think Judge Flores may only have 3. And since I'm going to be hiring hopefully hiring 2 new coordinators. They're going to need to get their training, and so that's the reason for that. And then the other portion is for our travel that we budget for my employees to come to court here in Dimmit County to assist me. That would include their meals and their mileage whenever they bring their personal vehicles. As you all may know, we have not been reimbursed in 2.5 years for those items. My staff has not been reimbursed.
For what items?
For their mileage to come to Dimmit County and for their meals while they're here in Dimmit County.
Do you have it in your budget?
I have it in my, I've had it in my budget.
Have you submitted the POs?
They've been submitted, they've just not been approved. But
Why
for
haven't
2.5
you,
years.
Judge?
Give me 1 second, I'm having an emergency.
Do you know how much the amount is total now that hasn't been approved?
It's at this
Commissioner,
point
let me
several
just
thousand
go
dollars.
back to
2.5 years?
bring you back up to speed, Commissioner. This court voted 2.5 years ago that moving forward, we weren't going to move forward with paying for mileage and meals for Judge Alaska's staff, and we were maxed at $20 a day, just like everybody else is. We had to go to court for that. We went to court on several items, and that's why those haven't been paid, because if they do get paid out of the travel, lodging, and meals, it would exceed the amount that was there. We do not pay, Judge Flores and her staff do not submit mileage or meal reimbursements, as we already give in the aid to government items, and so that's why that ceased.
Okay, well, all due respect, I've not heard that there's been any official action by Commissioner's Court to not reimburse us. I can tell you, I've been an elected official of this county since 1981, and even before I was an elected official, I know that district court staffs were reimbursed for their travel. And I have been reimbursed, my department has been reimbursed throughout until January 1st of 2023, when this administration took over. And when they do submit their travel vouchers, they do cap it at $20 per meal, because that's the county policy. So even those $20 have not been reimbursed. By statute, my court reporter is entitled to reasonable expenses for travel and meals whenever she goes to a county outside of her county of residence. That's even in the order where I set the salary. She has not even been reimbursed, and that's statutorily required. So I don't understand where this is coming from.
Because I had one question for you. I know that you service 3 counties, so when you come down, does the employee collect meal vouchers from each county, or
No.
just one?
Just from the county in which they go into that
No, there's
business.
a business
Yes.
act, so they only get it for one time?
They only get it for that county. So, and we got an email from the county judge's office in 2023 saying as of January 1st, 2023, they were not going to be reimbursed.
So when this judge took over, that was the first time that
That's-
she
that's
gave
when
your
it stopped.
office? And there was no, is there commissioner's court meetings? Do we have a meeting?
We have, go ahead.
There was I recall there was action taken to account.
To cap it, but not to not give it,
Right.
to cap it.
And
I know it's $20.
yes, in my understanding, as I recall, we voted, and that was in the efforts of keeping it fair to not just.
Because they were submitting bills for like $50 and stuff.
Our staff and personnel, so we voted on a cap.
Because remember the last time too, I didn't realize that we paid our employees, the meal manager that I was confused with
And-
up here.
And if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner, I think that cap was done when Judge Frank Ponce was county judge. Because I think.
No, it changed because it used to be less, we increased it. Because it used to be like $15 whenever we came here, it was more.
But it says in Ontario why he hasn't gotten the unit that's supposed to get the cap, why hasn't he received any of that credit back, even if it is just past the 2,000, he still hasn't even gotten the 2,000 in 2.5 years, so what's the answer to that?
Because
Even
I
if
have-
it is
Yeah,
2,000?
I haven't approved the,
Why?
because I haven't approved it, and I am not required to approve reimbursement.
For personal reasons?
No, there's no personal reasons. We had discussed it here
But
in
then
court.
you need an answer why then?
I'm telling you right now, as the chief budget officer, when I get POs, by law, legally, if I don't feel that it's an expenditure that needs to be made by the county, I don't have to approve
So
the
you
POs.
personally decided that you don't want to pay?
No, it's been discussed in Commissioner's Court. We brought it up in Commissioner's Court.
I haven't seen the minutes.
Well, it's been approved by the Commissioner's Court because it was put in my budget, has been paid.
That's the confusion that I'm having, is that if the money's in there, now guys, I've argued, as long as the money's in there, they can utilize it. Even if it is only $2,000 that is in that line item,
Well, and my
he should have been
question-
able to cash out the $2,000. So that's what I'm asking you, what you just said, you don't wanna say it's a personal reason, but it's obviously a personal reason.
Commissioner, I'm just gonna warn you right now, if you're gonna slander or defame my name and saying that something's personal when you have no, I'd be very careful with that. Because I will, if I have to, file a lawsuit against you for slandering, because you don't know if it's personal. And Judge and Commissioner Uranda has always made it very clear to me, Judge, you have the right not to sign a PO if you don't think that it's.
Why can't you speak for yourself? Why do you always include somebody else
Because I'm
whenever
just-
you're speaking? Because now she's shifting the blame to you.
I'm not
And this
shifting
is
the
exactly
blame.
what I'm saying, is that you open up the conversation for more people, and she muddies the waters when she does that. So that's why I tell you, be very careful when you
Because
agree
I
with
take
her.
the advice
because
of all the
for every single
commissioners.
thing-
I take the
And I
advice
will
from the
point that, you know
commissioners.
what, maybe I am doing something right,
Commissioner,
because
you
you've
know what I'm
never sat
gonna
up here
do?
and threatened to.
You know what I'm gonna do?
You never sat up here and threatened anybody. But
No,
hey,
because-
good old commissioner's been here 7 months, threatened me because I'm asking all the right questions. Because wouldn't you agree, Judge Abascal? Why haven't you received the $2,000?
Well, again, I go back to the fact that statutorily, my court
Yes, for
reporter
your
is
court reporter,
entitled.
I can see that, Judge.
But she still has not been reimbursed in 2.5 years.
She still hasn't.
When I look at Judge Flores and her billing, this has nothing to do with personal. This has nothing to do with personal. When you look at Judge Flores, and Ms. Pereira and I've had these discussions, you can play it however you want. When I look at
What do you
Judge
play
Flores.
however I want? I'm asking you the questions. You're the ones that give me the
Well,
answers.
I think what we need to do is, if there's a cap there, let's utilize it instead
When
of.
I look
uh,
at. when
I would
look
agree.
at-
And
I would
I
agree
can
with
understand just because,
When I look at the
on
budget.
this one, I'm gonna
Commissioner,
say,
when I look
when
at
we
the-
go to trainings, ma'am,
I know, but let me just clarify real quick. When I look at the budget and I look at Judge Flores, and I look at Judge Flores's, and I compare it with Judge Abascal, Judge Flores, and I did talk to Judge Abascal about this. I inquired because I wanted to know, why doesn't Judge Flores submit for travel reimbursements? She doesn't submit for meal reimbursements for her staff. It's just.
Judge, that's the same thing. When we went to Washington, I didn't submit all my receipts for parking and everything else and all the Ubers that I did. Why? Because I didn't feel the need to do it.
but
I
I think
mean-
it's just like us, Judge, and I'm gonna use this example. When we go to trainings, I know it's a little bit different in court, but we get paid for our meals. And if the money's there and budgeted and allocated to it, I believe we should honor the reimbursement.
And it shouldn't be whether you decide or you don't decide as a judge.
But I also,
But I don't
I
re-
also wanted this, when I talked to Judge Pascal about it, was that there was an issue and a concern at the time because his staff was asking for mileage and his staff was coming with him in his
No,
vehicle.
Judge, that's not correct.
Judge,
When they ask for mileage, it's when they come in their own personal vehicle. So please, don't suggest that my staff is falsifying
No, at that time,
reimbursements.
I said at that time.
They never charge for mileage unless they brought their own vehicle.
And so when I was doing my research and whatnot, that's why I came to the.
Because I was gonna say, it's about the same thing whenever you jump on another vehicle when we go to trainings
I'm
and
pretty
other
sure
security rides.
if they come in
Do the
their
same
own
thing.
car, they turn in a receipt, and that's just a file.
I approve the voucher to certify that they did come in their own vehicle. But again, it goes back to the fact that none of these since January 1, 2023 have been approved.
They
Not
have
only
some
that,
that have been
not only
approved.
that,
Don't say none of them, Judge,
but
because some
I
have been
entered a mandamus requiring
Well, that's what
that,
I'm asking you.
that they be approved.
Initially they were.
I ordered a mandamus that they be approved. My mandamus was appealed to the Fourth Court of Appeals. The Fourth Court of Appeals said that the county was not entitled to that relief. So even the Fourth Court of Appeals says that my staff is entitled to reimbursement. And I've been very patient for 2.5 years, and they still have not been reimbursed. And it's not fair to these women in my office that they have to come at their own personal expense to come and do their job here in Dimmit County. And the only thing that's being requested is that they be reimbursed their meals and their mileage, like any other employee would be. I'll also add that when I was holding court at the rodeo arena, this commissioner's court passed a resolution to reimburse the district clerk's office from having to go from their office here to the rodeo arena, the 3 miles. But yet my staff isn't reimbursed from coming from one county to this county. So that, to me, seems like an injustice.
Did we pay that? We didn't pay that?
But they passed the resolution. I was present in the room when that was passed.
I have a question for you, Judge Aguascal. Seeing that it's been 2.5 years, so has anything been paid or not? Because she said right now that some has. So what amount?
Okay, the only thing that's been reimbursed is when they go to their conferences, but not one single item has been approved for their coming to court here in Dimmit County.
Judge,
And I even have an email.
So
from
the meal vouchers that have been approved has either been for training or something else,
That's
but
correct.
not for like
But
a
not for
daily?
coming here to Dimmit County.
Okay.
Judge, may I? It's not that the court doesn't approve. We don't see that.
I know you haven't seen.
I'm not trying to correct you, sir, but
I'm not blaming you, I'm not
as a
blaming
court,
you.
we don't see the reimbursements, but the only one that signs for them is when you make a purchase, a request or something. But if it doesn't go past her office,
And
that's the court.
And that's been my problem.
It's not an excuse.
No, I
for me
understand, and
to
I'm not
say
faulting.
that, but as a court, we don't see.
I fully understand. I'm not
And-
faulting the commissioners because I know that it doesn't get to you because the appeals aren't being approved.
Right.
And there's no explanation to me as to.
And it's at the judge's office that the
And-
appeals are being approved, is what
And
he's
don't
trying to
take
say.
it personally that I meant.
No, I'm not faulting you all at all. And that's why I bring it up because I still need to put it in my budget because at some point I would, if that's not in the budget, then we can't even make the request. But I really think that's a fair request.
My next question for you is, do you feel, because I know that there has been certain chatter, and we've discussed it in court before, but do you feel like there has been tension? Is that kind of like what it's stemming from, like not wanting to be around the courtroom to use the upstairs one? Just trying to see if there's any connection to it.
If I can give you a little bit of history,
Mhm.
and that's going to be my ace to other government item.
Judge Aguascal, I'm going to respectfully advise, if we want to have a discussion regarding personal matters or tension, we're going to move along. We can put it on the Commissioners Court agenda. We're here for budget workshops. I don't understand what discussing using the courthouse or not the courthouse on the top has anything to do with the budget.
I feel like, no, if you give me a minute, because I'll explain to you why the question
Hold on.
is.
What was that, Commissioner?
We're disclosing a lot of personnel issues on
Exactly.
this budget.
And for the reason being that I felt so strongly, and I was gonna answer right now to say, the reason that I wanted for this budget workshop to be held in a public setting was because I felt so strong about it, because I felt that it needed to be done for transparency reasons, because I was lied to again in my budget workshop. So that's why I felt like it needed to be done out in the open. I'm taking this as a learning process because I still quite don't understand each department. So that's why I'm taking the opportunity to try to learn as much as I can about each department that's coming up. Because if they took it out of their time to come to Commissioners Court after they were sent an email saying that it wasn't mandatory to come, I was the only commissioner that didn't go to my meeting because I wanted to make a stance because I felt so strongly that it should be done in a transparent setting.
That's why we all signed the paper to make it.
Yes, transparent.
But what we're discussing here is the budget, and we can compare one judge to the other.
Exactly.
Because if the other judge decides that he or she wants to have a lower traveling budget, that's not it doesn't fall on the other judge. If one judge requests a little bit more, then so be it. I mean, they're doing it for a reason, and I'm pretty sure both judges don't get together and discuss their budget, but I feel if one is asking for something and the other one's asking for less, that's on that judge.
I would agree, Commissioner.
For right now, we're looking at the half of what you requested, Judge. And we were explaining about how our numbers are looking for the taxes and all that. This is not a final set, so we might look into it, and if there's a chance, if there's a possibility or something to increase it, we'll look at it, and if we don't come to any agreement, it probably stay the same.
And I appreciate the predicament that you're in. However, I also need to express that
Yes, sir.
this training is mandatory.
But by all means.
And it has to be funded, and so
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't request it if I didn't think I needed it for my department, because as I say, I've got 4 coordinators, and in order for them to retain their certification, they must get these hours in.
Okay, what if we meet
And
This is just
that's
me.
why I increased it, Judge Abascal, to the 4,000. You had requested, or currently, right now, it's at 2,500. So Mr. Pereira and I in discussion agreed that 4,000 would be sufficient.
If you approve his POs.
And 4,000 would be sufficient for the amount that you were requesting.
But you are gonna approve his POs?
Commissioner, I'm gonna ask you to stop being disrespectful. Because what I'm gonna do at this point, I'm gonna call off the budget workshops, Commissioner, and we're not gonna have any.
Because when you speak the truth and you ask
It
the right
has nothing to
question.
do with that. We have to work,
Let's get back to the budget, lady.
we have to work together.
You didn't think that I was gonna come up here?
I don't care
And I was
what
gonna
you
call
do.
you out on
I
all
don't
of it.
care
You
what-
lie and
We're
you
not-
continue to lie.
You
And
can
as long
do
as you stop
whatever you
lying,
do.
as long as you stop lying, nobody can hold you accountable.
You can do whatever you want to do, Commissioner. The purposes of these budget workshops is to get information regarding the money that is being requested. You're going off tangent and talking about personal things and what was done last year, and it's like,
Because that's how you did it last year in the
Commissioner.
privacy of your office.
and because
That's why
I am
That's why
authorized by
everything
law.
got so messed up.
No.
That's how all the disconnect and the discommunication
This
was.
is- What I have advised, Commissioner, is that I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna finish with Judge Abascal, and I'm gonna terminate the budget workshops,
But
because
we
by
still
law,
perform without her.
it doesn't matter, but by law, the budget, and Mr. Pereira can attest to this, by law, the budget proposal is mine. I do not need to have budget workshops in public, because I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you, and I'm not gonna sit here and this is embarrassing. It's a fighting matter. Nobody's yelling but you.
I'm like,
Nobody's
you've done
arguing
this for
but
a
you.
year. You've done this for years.
It's-
You've gone up here and you've sat with everybody and you
And-
argued with everybody and you've manipulated
Yes,
your way
Commissioner.
through everything that you want.
What was that?
We need to,
It's embarrassing. We're in front of our district judge, and this is how we're being conducted. And you know what?
Because you're
Judge?
not approving his meal vouchers. You just said right now that
Ma'am, I
since
just-
he's been in office, that you
We're-
have not approved
Commissioner,
it.
but that is a discussion that needs to be had at a different matter. This has nothing to do with this budget
So
workshop
then why,
right
as soon as you
now.
got here, why as soon as when you got here to this meeting, you said, oh, I met with everybody except for Commissioner Talamantes. You've been throwing silent punches the whole time.
If that's how you
The whole
feel, if you feel
time.
offended, I can't help it.
No, I don't feel offended. I feel like I'm taking a stance because you know what?
Let's-
You
let's
sit
get
up
back
here
to
and you
Judge
talk
Abascal.
about slander.
Judge
You sit here
Abascal,
and you
we'll
talk
go
about
ahead
slander.
and we'll go ahead and finish Judge Abascal, and I apologize, Judge.
For not approving his appeals.
I apologize, Judge, for the conduct here.
I was gonna suggest something, Judge, and it's not much of an increase for, how do you feel with 5,000?
Much better than 4, Commissioner.
And
I
would
still
there be
think it's gonna
something-
be very tight, because again, there's 4 coordinators plus myself
This is just,
that goes to these conferences, and so, in addition to that, then what we would ask for, the meal reimbursements and mileage reimbursements, that's also included in that figure that I posted, but, I mean, I'll accept whatever you
I'm
wanna
just
give.
gonna make the proposal among the commissioners, and the judge, I'm not making a decision that that's gonna be it.
No, I
But what if we just increase it just?
Anything you can increase it to would be helpful, because otherwise it's gonna be very tight.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
The additional, I'm putting it on here, Judge, Commissioner Carmona, the 5,000. On aids to government, Mr. Judge Abascal, excuse me.
Okay, if you'll notice, again, 2022, 2023, under secretary, the county was assisting me with the secretary in the amount of $7,048 plus fringe benefits. My aids to other government was $180,981, but in 23-24, that $7,048 was taken away, including the fringe benefits. And then my aids to the government was slashed to $135,037. So again, for the last 2 years, and that's the same amount this year, for the last 2 years, I've been working at a deficit. I had to let my criminal coordinator go because I lost the funding for that position. And it's just not manageable. I mean, we can't, I had criminal court on Friday. We were there till
Judge, you also
8
get
o'clock.
funding with the OLS for staff, correct? How many staff do you have total right now?
I have 7.5 non-OLS, and then I have.
I'm sorry, how many?
7.5. I say half, one is a part-time. And then I have my court reporter. And then under OLS, which is not county funded, I have a coordinator and a court reporter out of Maverick County and a assistant coordinator out of Zavala County.
So for OLS, you
I
have
have,
total
I
of
have three employees, and they only do OLS. They do not touch anything that's non-OLS.
So in total, you have I'm just asking, in terms of staff, in total it's 11 and a half?
Correct. But again, only 7.5 are the ones that handle my regular caseload.
Judge Abascal, on the aids to government, again, the 5% increase on there was the 5% increase that translated into the $1.50 raise that we're giving across the board for employees, which was included in the aids to other government. So that's where the 141 amount that came through. And again, as I mentioned, I understand that you know, there's different judges, but my job is to look at the totality of the numbers. And I know that Judge Flores advised me that she has total 6 staff members, and she's operating on aid to government, which is the money that we give to your budget in the same amount as you. So we were trying to make that comparable when Mr. Pereira and I were talking, looking at the numbers from Maverick County that Maverick County gives you, and Zavala County. And I was just inquiring, so because I think it's almost like close to over $1 million for your office in terms of the total budget that you're working on. And so in looking at that, to me, to justify giving you an increase that you were requesting of 199, I couldn't justify it. So I told Mr. Pereira, do we do the same that we're giving all our employees, which is the 5%, and that was something that was agreed upon. And so that was my proposal to this court, to increase the 5% as we were for the other judge.
But my request is that I be restored to where I was 3 years ago. I cannot run my department when I'm having to lay off coordinators, because for no explanation, my budget was slashed when other departments, I know, with the exception of maybe 2 departments, everyone else got a raise, and my department got slashed 2 years ago and didn't get a penny more last year against the other government. So that's 2 years that I did not only, first year I was slashed, the next year I didn't get a penny more. And you know.
Why was the amount slashed? Why was the amount cut in half? Was it this judge that cut it in half?
Yes. The prior administration, my base other was 181, nearly 181,000, plus that extra 7,000, and then it got slashed to
And you just
135.
weren't giving any reason as to why, you weren't giving any reason as to why it was slashed?
No, and I had to let go of a coordinator, and then I haven't been able to hire. I had a civil coordinator that retired.
And Judge, just for the record, Judge Abascal, I proposed the budget, but at the end of the day, just so for the record, you know, it's approved by the court as a whole. So before anyone wants to say it's just me, and you know what, I'll take the blame all day, every day, if that's what everybody wants to say, but ultimately, and I'm sure you're aware of this, you've been the judge for quite some time, the Commissioner's Court does the final approval. And so if my proposal is not,
I was trying to be respectful. I was bringing it to you. I'm not even saying it.
It was approved.
I remember being here for the budget last year, and it was approved on protest because you gave it to them a few, like,
I
didn't y'all
understand.
receive it?
I understand, but
before?
it was ultimately approved by
I'm sorry,
this
Commissioner,
court.
I'm trying to get y'all guys in the
It was
loop.
given right at the last minute.
At the last minute, so you approved something that you.
We all approved it except Commissioner Roa.
Exactly.
Because
So
she
I
didn't
just
have time to
wanted,
look at it, so it was approved
Well,
based on
and for
that.
that reason, I'm making a request of this body that I be restored at least to what because I've had to let go an employee, an essential employee, which is a coordinator.
but just for the record, Judge Abascal, for year 1 and year 2, this court as a whole
has voted to approve the budget. Just wanted to let you know.
That's understood.
And so I just wanted to put it on the record, because at the end of the day, I mean, I can propose whatever, and if the court does not want to approve it, they don't have to approve it. They want to approve it, they can. And
Judge, can I ask you a
the
question?
year before that, it was also approved. Last year, there was no increase, and that was approved.
Judge, can I ask you a question?
But just so you know, Judge,
How many years have you been doing the budget workshops in your office?
last year.
Just last
And
year?
the year before, we did it open. And it got cut 2 years ago.
And you did it in open court?
Yes, in open court. When it first got cut, it was in open court with everybody. And last year, it didn't get increased or decreased, it stayed the same. Anything else for Judge Obasca?
We'll get the numbers, Judge.
Thank you, Judge
Thank you, and
Obasca.
I'm available if you all have any questions, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all, have a good day.
Thank you.
Why still haven't gone through my budget? You haven't given me the opportunity to go through mine?
Oops, sorry.
You didn't answer me.
No, I'm not gonna go forward, y'all can discuss it. I'm not gonna go forward, I'm not gonna sit here and move forward with the battery. It's ridiculous and it's embarrassing.
You do it all the time?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
We can go back, we
You
can
were
go
doing it
back.
before I even got here.
Commissioner, I can go back, we can go back, and you're never gonna see, the way that it's being conducted now.
Oh, no, and not this time, but I mean, all I'm doing is giving you the exact same energy that you give us right back.
I don't give you guys any energy. I've never sat up here and disrespected him, disrespected her, or disrespected the previous commissioner. We've always, at some point or another, have disagreed, but I've never, ever, and this young lady comes to every commissioner's court, have I ever conducted a court or budget workshop the way it's conducted today. It's ridiculous.
Well, I just want to hold you accountable because
You can hold me accountable all you want, but
lie
you're
too much.
You can hold me
Way
accountable.
too much. You think about it, if you don't lie, and you would sit here and you would just be truthful
Commissioner,
and
this
not
is not
lie,
even the stuff
you
that
wouldn't even have,
Commissioner,
nothing to worry about.
Commissioner, you should have came to Commissioner's Court when the previous judge is here. Did you not just hear Ms. Madi right now? Did you not just hear Ms. Madi? How she started off at 28,000 and somehow mysteriously throughout the years, she never got raises, but
And as I
other
told you,
officials, so
and
you're
that's why I
gonna
told
sit here, you're gonna sit here and badger me, and you're gonna sit here and slander me like if I'm the only judge in this county when the past 20 years, the county judge before me wouldn't give raises, fair raises. And he can attest to that because he got cut too.
All I'm
So no, I'm not
asking
gonna
you to do
sit
is
here.
hold you
I'm not
accountable
gonna
for you to
sit
do
here.
something about it.
Okay, and you can hold me accountable without being rude and disrespectful. That's what you can do. I've never disrespected you. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Never. I give advice to him all the time. Me and Carmonita don't get along all the time. Me and Valerie don't see eye to eye. Never once has we conducted court the way we conducted to in front of other elected officials. That is embarrassing.
Well, I would say that if you would just do it right and you would
It doesn't matter,
Commissioner, because he just said right here too, that he has
Mr.
to.
Pereira Mr. Pereira just
Speak for
told
yourself,
us.
speak for yourself.
Mr. I don't need to tell, I'm telling you because I have to justify.
For 2 years, you have not approved anything for him. And we're sitting here wondering why he doesn't want to use the courtroom upstairs. You sit here to the problems that we have and you don't stop to think, what can I do to make it better?
No.
What can I do as a judge, as a chief financial officer?
See, there you
What
go.
can I do?
You can turn off that, probably, we're gonna be done and dismissed. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
It's on, Javi?
Yeah.
She never called in?
No, you can turn it off.
You can wait for me?
You can turn it off.
You have to call the court.
I'm calling it, I'm calling the meeting over. That's
Why?
what I'm doing.
Because
Because
I
I'm not gonna continue. I had Mr. Pereira in front of Commissioner Ureda tell me how in the past administration, they would do all this, and then at the 9th hour, they would change it and the commissioners would approve it. And now all of a sudden.
Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Don't do
I'm not
that.
doing
Don't
that.
follow the same pattern. Don't do
I'm
that.
not. But you're gonna sit here and ridicule me, and I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
You can turn it off now, homie.
On the county clerk,
I just said we're gonna go through mine.
No, she's just asking, right?
on the county clerk's,
Okay, I can check with the state comptroller about that. So it is in place next year. They will find, if he didn't submit it, or if it didn't get submitted, they notify the entity of it. If he didn't
sorry?
submit it, he would be
you
bombarded
say
with.
that the
That's between
comptroller
two.
is between two?
Remember what Danny was saying about the reporting? So, obviously, he did report it because otherwise we would be bombarded with emails that he had submitted. And then the state said that they haven't gotten around to looking, opening them. They got submitted, they looked okay, but they're not, they haven't audited. They said they probably won't be got by September 30th.
You said for this next year, we're going to.
Yes, and so they said they're probably going to be, they're going to be very lenient with this past year. So if they find findings, they will notify the entity and give us a chance to correct it. If it's under, they said $5,000, they're just going to give us a warning, said we'll do it next year. But other than that,
So it's looking promising.
unless we bought a Ferrari with the monies that they gave us, then we're okay.
Did you tell them that I got?
Yeah, they're looking at our, right? They're
What?
looking at our.
We were doing real good with that.
Yes, for Ms. McDaniel, the county clerk, she's advised that she's good with everything except that,
If you have questions
on the election expense, right, that's what you're talking about?
yeah, you did what I was requesting because I am looking at like November.
Why did it go 20,000?
Because, like this previous fiscal year, we just had the November
Hold
election.
on, is it not? Okay.
This current fiscal year, we've only had that one election in November, and that was with the school district, and so it only cost like 10,000. But this coming fiscal year, we're gonna have the November, amendment election. We're going to have the March primary election. And I think we're looking at having, Republican Party on that as well. And then in case we have a runoff like we did 4 years ago, that's gonna extend the expenses. We're looking to have, like Ms. Mary said, they're gonna send out new notices and stuff. That might, increase also our request for ballots by mail because people will have them in mind. Our mailing, obviously postage has gone up, so we're expecting to mail out more, considering we're gonna have 2 to 3 elections. We just see those, expenses looking to increase, and I was basing that budget based on what happened 4 years ago for the same, similar type of a situation having the 3 elections. So that's within what was spent for a similar time period.
And I noticed that the personnel,
On the records management,
no,
He's on county clerk.
on county clerk,
still on contract.
Never mind, I think I got it. I was looking at the 102, but it's a 7-month expense.
Oh, okay.
And that's why, like, why'd you go that high?
Oh, okay. If
You need acquisitions, right?
Well, on the records management.
But no, on your
Not
county
on the
clerk.
regular county clerk. On the records management, I had asked for a part-time, a temporary part-time person, just to help us, scan in more files and have that digitized. I looked at the cost of getting an outside company to come in and take our records and do all of that. And we could do it cheaper and keep everything in-house if we were doing it with a person here, rather than sending it out. It was gonna cost like
Temporary
$100.
part-time?
Temporary part-time, that way we wouldn't have to do the extra
Fringe benefits.
and all of that.
And
If, they worked out well and we were making progress and stuff, then maybe at a later time I'll come back to ask for that to be a full-time or otherwise. But I just wanted
It'll
to.
probably be for the next budget or
down
something.
the,
because-
way down the road, but I just wanted to see how far we could get with the part-timer, to see if that would really help, because I think if they were just dedicated to doing that rather than being up front and serving customers, they'd be able to do it faster. The ladies are currently, on downtime or slower times, they're inputting, but if this person, that's all they were doing, it might
Do
be
you
difficult.
have a line item for parking?
No,
On the record management,
not on the county clerk.
Not in the county clerk.
not on the contract, it would be under record management.
Well, I see you
That's
got,
where you would need the
That's
parking.
where I would need,
And you have a line item on there?
I believe so,
okay,
because there's money in records management, and so it wouldn't come out of the general fund.
okay, we're two different.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, she's talking.
I'm talking right
We're
now,
talking about the
county
county clerks.
Okay.
clerk. Right now, that's why I'm being thrown out.
We'll stay on the county clerk.
Yes,
Oh,
that's what
okay,
we're.
I'm sorry, I had moved on. Because that's where,
Yes. Other questions or comments,
everything else on the county clerk, I apologize.
Commissioner?
Okay.
And where's records? I know, but it's not today.
It's the back.
Yes, I got it. Oh, page 50, Commissioner Odena. Yes, that's the record management that she's talking about.
No, the numbers.
50.
We paid.
I thought they would be together just because they're both.
Mr. Rogers did numbers.
This one has a temporary part-time.
Temporary part-time,
Yeah.
yes. So I would have that line item,
It's just,
I would just be bumping it to be. And I had spoken with Mr. Ortiz to make sure that there was recommended money.
So the records management, for clarification, that doesn't come from the general fund, commissioners. That's a separate account, so that's why she's requesting for the temporary part-time for the records management. She's requesting the 13,520, and that comes out of the records management. That's what she's asking.
the extra money.
Yeah, it's a fee that we collect.
We collect.
That's what it is.
Yes.
Let's do commissioner.
So that's, any other questions from Ms. McDaniel?
No, ma'am.
So we will go on to Commissioner Talamantes, which is Road and Bridge.
First, I wanted to start off with the salary.
Commissioners, Road and Bridge 3.
Yes, Judge, but I wanted to start off with the county judge on my salary. I'm below every other commissioner still, even with the 5% raise.
Sorry.
I'm below all the other commissioners, even giving me the 5% raise, I'm still gonna be below every other commissioner.
Commissioner, normally for this budget, we bring you up.
Yeah, but see, because me and Mr. P were talking about it, and he said that right now that it would stand to only give me the 58.4, not the 61.3 like everybody else,
Why is that?
because it's by percentage.
Right.
But we normally
On mine it shows 61.3.
61.
Proposed 58.4, 5A. I just wanted to.
It's only you, Jim?
Yes, Commissioner, it's under my budget.
Yes, that was the first one.
Mine shows 61.3.
So, you're all in 61? 61. No.
I'll go at your case now, Judge. What next?
Road and Bridge 3. On the personnel, it shows, it will be the reflection of the $1, $2.50 raise.
Now, the only thing that I had a question for on this one was if you go to the part-time, I still don't understand, and I have been struggling with it a little bit. There's a commodity clerk in there, there's a line item for one, but there's no money in there.
They clarified that, they clarified that for me right now. But the deal is that right now they're using everybody, they're full-time people from every department that are doing it, and you don't have, there used to be one, but it's no longer a position that was funded.
Because right now, how we do it for commodities is, Alonso's, the secretary that me and Alonso and Valerie share, does Carrizo with the help of the, Commissioner Rubalcaba's employees. So them two do commodities over there. I did have a commodity clerk. She was always the commodity clerk, but she was listed under part-time. And so I kind of just gave her the responsibility of two of them. But since there's no money in that commodity clerk, I don't have anybody to help her when she's doing commodities, like the same way that they have the two people in Carrizo. I only have one person unless I pull one of my full-time guys off of working the roads to come and help that day for the commodity. So I only wanted money in there to only pay for the few hours that's needed.
Because what happens right now is she's categorized under part-time, so you basically
She
have.
needs help though.
Commissioner,
But that's,
if you look at it, kind of like census-wise, Carrizo is the biggest, and I pull my employees along with Commissioner Urienda to distribute the commodities with the secretary that I pull out. But census-wise, I look at it as if any would need any, it would be the Carrizo asking for a part-time commodity.
I wouldn't mind sharing her because commodity is done different days in Carrizo and in Bigwell. So I wouldn't mind sharing that employee to come and help out in Carrizo as well. But I know that you're saying that the census-wise, I haven't been able to catch up because of my miles of road. I need the guys to work the roads because I'm really far behind on a lot of them. So I don't have the luxury right now to use the employees. But if we were to get money put in there, I would be more than willing to include for Carrizo as well. I do know that the guys have to help, but again, yes, you are 100% right. In Carrizo, there's more participation in commodities than there is in Bigwell's, but the workload is still like unloading it, getting it organized, and then like packaging it still takes some time that I could utilize the guys out in the field.
So, Mr.
That's the same thing.
How many
So
employees do you
raising
have?
businesses and commodities.
Yes, that was the one that Mr. Carmona had, but she was never paid under the commodities clerk. She was under part-time. And so when I came in, when I did the first budget hearing with you, remember?
I think it was because Commissioner, and I don't know, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Commissioner Juan would use his men, is that what you're saying? He would use his own men for
We
commodities?
tried to cut down on costs by using personnel like in different ways. Judge,
How many employees do you have on Road and Bridge?
I have a total of, I'm gonna have to write them down because they didn't give me the list.
10.
Oh, no, down here. There's 13 line items.
In
And
Road
I
and
have,
Bridge?
yes, and I have 3 vacant.
13.
But remember, I'm doing road and bridge out of this line item. I'm doing road and bridge and my parks.
Okay.
Because it's still, the other parks is still tied up with the judges.
Okay.
So usually like when on a road crew, I have 4 guys on a road crew, 1 for a blade. And that's what I'm really struggling to catch up on, is mainly my roads. So I'll put 4 guys on a road crew, 1 for a blade, 1 for the truck, 1 CDL, 1 water truck, and 1 roller. So,
I just want to,
mhm.
I just want to say, I think,
And then Flo's the secretary.
just so you'll know, I have 4 guys on Road Bridge.
4 guys on your road and bridge?
Yes, ma'am. And just to make it clear, we take care of commodities, well, we partner up with Commissioner Carmona. Partially some of his staff, partially some of my staff.
4 and 4.
For work?
Yeah, 4 and 4, and we distribute commodities as part of our obligations as elected officials, county commissioners. The parks, we have, we don't have the number of parks that you have by no means, but we have La Quinta, the Chamber of Commerce, we have different areas. They still have to go out and cut grass, water, trim. But, and I'll just say this, I know I've talked to Mr. Pereira, and one of the things that we need to keep in mind in being efficient as elected officials is, if historically speaking, we've always had the roads, acreage, parks, responsibilities, so to speak, that we've had as patterned out within the past 15 years or 20 years or even more.
But the commodities clerk's line item is there, that's what I don't understand. And I'm not asking for anything additional, the line item is there. There's just no money in there. I understand what you're getting at and what you're saying, but the line item has always been there because he's always utilizing. And yes, Juan was really good at utilizing people, so that way he could cut costs down and keep costs down, and that's the same pattern that I have done, I think I've gotten in. But the line item is there. If it was never needed, then why is the line item there?
Well, there was, but it was cut 2, 3 years ago. That's where it got 0. So it converted to the part-time. that was
It's
there.
okay, if you don't want to give it to me, it's fine. I'm just saying that it would have been helpful for me to have money in that line item to be able to help to keep the guys out, because Judge was right, there is 10 of them, excluding the secretary and everybody else that's on there that doesn't work into the field. So there's 10 of them for over about 100 miles of road. So you're taking half the crew when I'm working on a road, basically. Because you gotta include the supervisor with the 4 guys, so it's really 5 guys. Because you can't tie down the supervisor.
Commissioner, you have 13 people, and I'm just gonna.
But it's 10, Commissioner, because the other ones are the clerk, so
Oh,
Judge, right, yes.
They're not employed, they're not
Yes, sir.
actual outward employees.
Yes,
Okay.
sir, so it is 10.
So it's 10, okay.
And if I was gonna ask, it wasn't gonna be much, it was literally gonna be just for the mornings of commodity distribution, which is, what about?
Gracie Bettis would no longer do commodities?
She's gonna still run the commodities and do the commodities, but she does my secretary work, my clerk work at the thing, and she also
So you don't use Flo as your secretary?
I use Flo as my secretary for all like the PO system and stuff like that, but for the most part, all the information gets channeled through Gracie. But Flo's still gonna stay there. The reason that Flo is in Carrizo is Flo, yes, is my employee, but to benefit the other commissioners, because they utilize her too, I keep her here for their benefit. But it makes it harder for me. I need somebody in Bigos, and that was the only thing that I had requested the last budget workshop that you invited me to. All it would do if you put money in that commodities clerk line item would eliminate the guys staying behind to help her for the 8, 9, 10, what,
I
like 8.
think that what the commissioners
4
are saying
hours.
that they use, what the commissioners are saying, I think, is that they use their own guys, so
But they have
can't-
less miles of road than I
can't
do.
justify.
They have way less miles of road than I do. Way less.
And I understand the situation with the mouse. We're gonna.
I just have so much work to do, Commissioner.
No, I
It's not so
understand.
much,
Right
it's
now
not so
that
much,
it's been
yeah.
raining- Right now it's been raining, I agree.
I
think
cannot-
all 3 of the commissioners that are actually sitting out here are enduring the same issues, which comes with rain. The roads that are not at fault, they're gonna get torn up by the truck. However, it's just part of our maintenance routines, but we've all lived here in South Texas for the majority of our lives, and we know that for the most part, it doesn't, we're not in Florida, it doesn't rain as much as we would wish that it would. So once we get caught up with the roads, Usually it's just a brush up, other than that. But, and I'm speaking on terms of being efficient, because I understand it could be a position, but then along with it comes fringe benefits, comes everything else that in reality for what you're requesting for the commodities, it's 1 day out of the month, basically.
Maybe two.
It's 2 days, it's 1 day to prep and 1 day to deliver.
Or
So
maybe
you're-
3 because.
Yeah, you're talking maybe
Delivery.
like 8 hours most.
Commissioner,
10 hours
if you
most
were
of the month.
If you were to fill your positions, you have 3 vacant positions.
And I actually just
If-
lost, Judge.
If you were to fill your vacant positions, that would put you at the 13, would that help you so that you don't have to, you can just pull more people? Because I understand what Commissioner Carmona is saying, that the sense is that
I
suppose he's saying
will
like it's smaller.
I will make do, and that's what I'm saying, I don't need one all day. In Carrizo, you're running from about 9 o'clock all the way until 3, right, Commissioner? The whole time, that line never
It's
stops.
8 to-
My line stops and slows down around 11, and that's it. So I don't need anybody after lunch. I just need somebody to help prep and while they're there. I just lost employees, those weren't always vacant. I did try to fill the roster. I was also very cautious before filling the roster when I first arrived. Last month was the first time that I had a full roster of all employees. So to be fair and honest with you, Judge, I cannot tell you how my office would operate because I don't have the data to back it up to say I could or I couldn't. It would be helpful for me. Like I'm telling you, I only need about 8 hours and that line item, I don't need much. If we want to add a little bit more hours, you can even have her come and help Mr. Carmona over here in Carrizo. We can share her the same way that we share the clerk. But it's just somebody to help basically bag, because for my guys too, and I know you're saying these are guys over here, I have a lot of miles of roads to catch up on. I know that it's a lot of work to work on the roads, but catching up on the roads has been my hardest dilemma right now, because nothing moved for 8 months prior to me getting here. So I'm having a hard time right now catching up. But again, if y'all guys don't want to, that's fine. I will make do. I just think that it would benefit both precincts, or both areas, Carrizo and precinct over here in Carrizo 3 and 6, basically, to have somebody just for a few hours, even if it's a morning rush. But I can still
Even-
continue to use the guys, absolutely.
Even though I have less miles and I work on them, and yes, we try to get them done with this rain and all the things that's happening.
Commissioner,
Uh,
12 years of work for you, like you have your roads.
No,
Yeah.
no, but wait, I'm gonna explain how I use my crews. My crew is always, doesn't stick to the roads or anything, because wherever they're needed, being the courthouse, being repaired somewhere, being at the auditors, putting desks together, putting, equipment together, I pull them out of there. Just as an example, we had an incident at the DPS office. I didn't contract carpenter. I didn't contract a plumber. I pulled them out. They took care of the problem. So I don't just and I know it's different, but I delay my work on the roads to take care and be efficient with the county.
And I just don't have that luxury right now.
The way you're talking, that's the way
That's the way I utilize them. And then we get back to wherever we need it. We might work on one road for 1 day and be in town for 3 or 4 days. And I stay behind. But efficiency wise, that's why I work like that, because instead of doing the expense with having a part-timer for this and that, I rather just use my crews and have everything done at once. And it saves the county in the long run. And I'm an efficient person. I'm very tight on money. I make sure that I follow all protocol, as well as anybody. But that's one thing I do, and I'll forward the pictures to anybody that's in there, like the judge or Pereira, this is what we did, so they can see that why were we in town?
I do the same thing, Commissioner. If there was one thing that one taught me before I did was to utilize the people. And I do it, and I have it here where every single day, I mark down who's going where. So whether you're a CDL driver or whatever you are, I do the same. I utilize everybody. I even utilize for my public facilities and my road and bridge. That's how much I keep my costs down. If public facilities is there and the park's right behind it, you're gonna cut down on fuel and on time getting. So I do that same thing. It's just how I was explaining to you, Commissioner. You
Yes.
have that luxury because you've already been in office for some time and things are kind of already set to your motion and to your thing. I'm still stuck playing catch up. And that's the only thing. Think about your first few months in. I'm still stuck playing catch up because I told Commissioner Orlando this today. You can come with me in my roads. I have some really bad roads and I'm getting complaints and calls, not just to me, but to other commissioners as well, because I need another blade. I have the personnel, but I don't have the equipment to do it.
The roads weren't being done.
Not necessarily, Judge, the thing is, we need to understand that
She
the
said
road,
she's having a
well,
catch up.
because
I will take you down every road and I'll take you down my rural
because
stories.
as a county,
I have
we
not been able
received
to.
more rain in the past 3 weeks than we probably received all year last year.
But before, Commissioner, like, I had roads that were already in really bad condition before the rain that came in. The rain is just making it worse for everything that I have worked on.
She said that she's catching up on 8 months straight.
One thing,
For
Commissioner,
however months that nothing operated, I cannot speak to because I do not know how many, but I can tell you from what I've learned from my employees is that it was about 8 months that no work was done on any road. The blade hadn't moved, nothing hadn't moved. So if y'all guys take into consideration 8 months of not one road being bladed, I have some holes that you go down there and all the people are calling and complaining because they hit those things real ugly and they have no choice.
I went through that when I first started.
But y'all guys can most definitely come and see.
When I first started as a commissioner, I went through that.
And I mean, I'm trying to
did the
deal
work.
with it, yeah.
And I still, I have a mechanic degree, like I was telling the judge. The other day, I work on my own equipment. I repair what I can. And again, but that's just me. Using my skills, I work on whatever I can to be efficient. Now the commodity is, I mean, that's something that, I don't know, we might have to really think about it because, like I say,
So I think at this time.
But Commissioner, before I forget, one thing I do want to say, if we could consider, at times, it's happened before, I know, we've done it before, Commissioner Carmona and I, it's happened before where when you get into a position where you have so much going on and you're having trouble, you bring it up and you say, hey, because see, we do have maintainers. We have maintainers.
I've asked every single commissioner, you know that.
And they belong to the county. So if you ever need help,
Why are you laughing?
if you ever need help, come in. If you ever do need help, I want you to understand and know.
Yes, you did, yes.
Ask me.
Yes. But y'all guys know as well that, remember, that's what I'm saying, is that I called and asked for a blade because I needed a second
Yes.
blade. So y'all guys know that I've been trying to ask for help
Oh,
too.
I can help you whenever you need to.
And Uranda just said that today, that he can lend me not just the
I
blade,
can-
but personnel, which will help.
That's what I was saying.
Yes.
We can offer you live material. We can offer
If
you.
we could work together, there's really nothing we can.
And that's fine, but I
At least you catch up.
just so the judge knows, I have called every single commissioner on this matter and asked for help. One commissioner wasn't able to lend me a blade at the time. Another commissioner needs his blade. I tried to trade and barter. I tried to do what I can. Nobody has another one to give me. I'm at the point where I do need another one, but I
There was two
exhausted
maintainers, wasn't
every
there?
revenue before coming to that decision. To say like, okay, well, I'm probably gonna need to get another one. Today was the first day that Orlando offered me personnel with the blade, which will help me.
But if
and
you don't ask, we don't know.
No, well, that's what I'm saying, we have had this conversation.
Because
No.
Manuel advised
She
me,
asked if I had a motivator. She didn't say if I could have something.
Manuel advised me yesterday that they put brand new blades on the case and that it was ready to go. So I told him as soon as I heard from you.
I mean, if you need my maintainer operator, commissioner,
Yes, I appreciate that.
it'll be there. If you need material hauled, I got you belly up.
We still have the one that's on 277?
Then I just brought it into
Too
the.
very expensive.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, Judge, just to be clear, I have asked every commissioner for help, but I hadn't asked any of them to lend me personnel. Today was the first day that Uranda offered personnel to help me. Now that I know that Commissioner Carmona is also offering the same, it is gonna help me, and I'm gonna be able to get a lot more done, and I do plan to help, take them up on that offer. And I appreciate you all both for doing that for me. But, like I'm saying, if you don't wanna add money into there, that's fine. It was just a request that I had. If it's coming in short, and you're gonna say, you can help me out in a minute, I'll respect it, and we'll go from there.
So, at this time, Commissioner, we'll, leave it as is, on the commodities, and then just, see if we can pull from your other staff, and, I guess see if we can try to, fill your vacancies that you're talking about, your vacancies. Anything else about that, Commissioner?
Everything else stay the same. I didn't request anything more.
Yes, thank you.
Just on that, we had a tow truck bring our motor grade.
I was just
When
curious.
she's ready, then.
Well, no, because I was just curious if you had.
No, no.
I don't know which one that one, where, I don't remember seeing it. Oh, the 50, you increased the office supplies, thank you.
Yes, so that's done with the road and bridge, your Parks and Recs Commissioner, with Joaquin, is that the one, which one is that one, Mr. Perry?
Where is it listed under Judge?
Oh, agree. Can you ask the young ladies if they can turn the AC bigger? Or like, not lower, raise it up a little.
Higher temperature.
Yeah, about 80 degrees.
No. On the Parks, Parks and Rec?
I don't have a degree.
No, Commissioner Talamantes, we're on Parks and Rec.
Let me see what he said that. Oh. What is it, 68? When it's 70?
Yes, please, for 70.
We're waiting for Parks and Recs, what is it under?
Parks and Rec.
It's not here. All right, Judge, did you see it, or?
It's orange.
Parks and Rec, road and bridge?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Parks and Rec.
Judge, you want to get into line items from the other one?
That's what I'm gonna, I was just looking at Mr. Pereira's this. On the Parks and Recs,
Because this is also what I was waiting for the commodities. Because like I've never counted these employees that I'm gonna get into, that's why I'm not.
okay, so on the Parks and Recs, Commissioner Talamantes is requesting to have, his own department, for her own department, for her Parks and Recs. I know that in the past, Commissioner Vaughn would pull his men as well for his Parks and Recs. Commissioner Talamantes is asking, on her request that she submitted for her to have her own personnel, for Parks and Recs, and she's asking for her own, fuel, the maintenance and repair vehicle, she's asking for maintenance and repair vehicle, the maintenance and fuel and oil and equipment, under the Parks and Rec department, which is separate than what it is right currently. I guess Mr. Pereira had put it all together, the Parks and Rec with the sports complex, so we're separating the Parks and Rec, Parks and Rec to Road and Bridge 3, and the sports complex is a separate page, it's a separate department. And I think right now, Mr. Pereira have put Salgado Park, because I found out here in the last week or so that when he separated the parks, he had put Joaquin Salgado, there's a vacancy for Joaquin Salgado, and he put it in that Parks and Recs. I was not aware of that, so that's why we put it back on here. Because you're asking for how many positions, Commissioner, for Parks and Rec?
I was asking for the positions that were taken. I didn't necessarily want an entire line item for it, but if you want to keep it separate, that's fine with me. What I wanted was I wanted my employee back for Salgado,
Yes.
and then the other 2 line items employees that you took for that field. So it should have been 3 line items employees. But when I did get the thing, how many line item employees were in the sports complex? I'm trying to find the paperwork that you handed us last Commissioner's Court when we addressed it 2 Commissioner's Court ago, right? That's when we found out about the Salgado line items, because it was a Salgado line item, and then whatever was originally taken from Alanis.
In Alanis, for the Alanis, my distinct understanding, on the Alanis, on the Alanis, it was, 1 position for Alanis, and I didn't know about, like I said, the
Juan
Salgado.
always told me that there was 2 positions for Alanis, and then the Salgado one was all that we found.
Okay, yes, the Salgado one we found, which we put it
So it
back,
should have been 3 and 4.
and I don't know about.
Alanis was already there, Alanis was already in your road and bridge.
You put the Alanis line items back?
Yeah, there were
In the
in your,
road and bridge.
Can you get a copy of this one? This is the one that you gave me, so from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 employees in the sports complex. 1 was Salgado,
right, so that was the,
Commissioner,
and then
the other ones were
the
already
other
there.
2, and there was other 2 when,
Commissioner Alonso says that this
Well-
position is just that you need 1 for Parks and Rec.
So that was put back in, that's the one that's there.
Which is the
Yes,
one
sir.
that one.
Right
so
there.
you're gonna leave her with 8 employees for the sports complex?
No,
Sports complex is separate. We'll
Because that's what we're
No,
separating.
they-
Judge. I'm not trying to be complicated.
No, but
This is
we're
what
gonna deal with the sport complex in a minute. But
But this is what we're dividing. Remember when we
Yeah.
were before? This is what we're dividing.
And so let's go back to that.
I need a copy of this because because this is why I'm addressing Salgado, because it was 2 line items from Alanis and then 1 from Salgado.
If I may, I'm gonna say something, and I know I'm gonna upset some people, but so be it, that's what we're here for. We do not need a department to run our parks. Historically speaking, as commissioners, even before I got involved, our responsibility was to take care of the parks within.
I think that you're getting Commissioner
no.
Uranda, that
Let me
I want it
finish.
separated. I don't want it
I
separated.
understand.
But let me make it
I'm
clear
gonna
to
go
you.
back to.
I don't want it separated.
Okay. First of all, and I'll say, when I made the motion to transfer Alanis Field, I did it for efficiency more than anything. To be efficient, because in the past, Commissioner Juan, that's as far as I can go, because I wasn't involved before that. He would take care of that park with his road and bridge people. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And she took the line item employees from those people.
And I talked to the judge about the sporting complex, and I talked to Mr. Pereira, and I'll make it known, I told him, it's it's huge, the number of people we're talking about, but at this point, we don't really know what we're gonna need. Luckily, it still hasn't opened the door. And I know this has been said before, just because the money there doesn't mean, that's why it's, going back to when Mr. Ortiz, wherever he's at, that's why that whenever he presented to us, it's important that we have something to follow. Because if the money's there, realistically, you can disperse of it as long as it's within your budget.
Have I ever done anything to show that that is my derogative?
No,
Or how I
I'm not
operate?
saying you have, Commissioner, and that's not get misunderstood here. I'm not saying in any shape or form that you've done anything like that. What I'm saying is, we as commissioners, our job priorities to be efficient.
And I try to do my best that I can.
And I feel that if historically speaking, it was something that was able to be accomplished, I don't see why it cannot be accomplished now. Out in Eastville, for example, we have seasons. It's not open Monday through Friday. We have seasons that it's open and you have to go in there, clean up, prep it, and get it ready for the next thing. But for the most part, you go over there right now, there's nobody out there.
Can I ask you a question, Commissioner?
Sure.
Are my parks up to date right now? Are they good? Have you gone by my parks?
Are you talking in general?
Any of my parks?
Yeah, they look good.
That's Road and Bridge.
They look.
I've been doing that. I've
And
been
that's
doing
good.
that.
So that you're proving that you can do it.
I can do it, but she took, when you transferred Alanis, she took 3 line items, so she left me 3 people short. I do not want a separate account, and Mr. Pereira, please correct me if I'm wrong, because at this point, it's been a whole bunch of she said, he should. But what was told for me is that from my road and bridge, don't confuse it, because this Park and Recs was created last budget with the judge and before me. This one was created before, and my road and bridge, 3 line items were removed when I took office. So I came in 3 line items shorter than what Commissioner Odena did.
It was just one.
I've asked a million
about
times.
positions or line items like fuel positions?
No, line items like people.
Employees,
It's just
employees.
people.
Salgado was accidentally kept.
So right now there's nobody hired for my parks and my recs. Road and Bridge handles it all. There was never a separate account, and right now I'll let you finish, Mr. Pereira, I'm so sorry. There was a separate account, but those employees were pulled from my Road and Bridge. So whenever I came in 3 employees short, which to my understanding, and I have been asking questions. All I wanted when I took Alanis back, and I said this to you, Judge, was what you took. That was it.
2 employees.
Okay.
And yes, it was 2 employees, but then we got the thing, and it was, so that's where I'm getting the 3 from.
Okay, there are 2, if you look at it, there are 2 parks full-time,
Mhm.
plus the Salgado.
Because there was 4 parks before.
No, there's only, that's all that's all that was ever there. You kept those 2 that are parks, and in Salgado, that we're putting in that one, that's the 3rd position, parks.
So how many positions is it, Mr. Pink? Is
3
it
parks.
3 positions?
2 full-time and 1 Salgado, it was labeled Salgado park.
So then it's 3 line item employees. So you stay with 5, 6, I mean.
That hasn't even opened, so we don't even.
But we're not being efficient, guys. If that's the case, let me have an Alanis and I'll run it with my 4 guys.
But the thing is, Commissioner, is that I'm
Because I'm
still,
looking like a dummy, because that's why I said in court, we're doing it for
So
efficiency.
you were saying not to add the.
Yeah.
but you're not adding, Commissioner, you're giving back.
Okay.
You're not adding, because right now, I'm short-staffed from what one had. I don't have as much as one had right now. I'm still short from what he was operating, what he was doing with all his personnel. I'm short 3 people.
But how come we don't know, how come, and I know we
You're
have.
you're not short. You're not
I'm short from what he had to what I have.
No, he's not, he had those 2. The only reason that Salgado was moved to self-help was by accident. When they moved the whole thing, 2 in precinct 3 are parks, and they're labeled as parks.
Okay.
Yes.
Because and I can get into detail with it, if you want me to tell you too. Public facilities handle Salgado when I can't get my road and bridge out there because it cuts down on fuel and personnel that they're there, and they don't need to be there all the time. The trees, you have been covering the trees for me, so I haven't had to do that for the most part. I have a crew that does my parks that goes and visits them Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Other than that, I have them cutting grass, I have them on the roads. I also have 3 colonos of areas that I also take care of. So I'm using every person, just because you're a CDL driver, you don't just drive. You cut grass, you weed eater, and you do everything.
That's us, Commissioner. That's
No,
why I don't understand, why can't we get stuff done? And I hate to say this, but Commissioner Carmona's on the same, we have the same amount of people, and I understand the road situation, but like you just mentioned, with our 4 guys, they're either on the road, they're cutting grass, and we're not just doing ours, like you just mentioned, we help you to water the trees. That's one guy. We cut the jailhouse behind the jailhouse, even though it's not our responsibility, but we do it because we know it needs to be done. And if we have the tractor with a bad wing, get it done, get it over with, and you eliminate that deal of the job. We need to think and act efficient because we keep thinking about, well, I have part, you have to utilize your guys to the peak of their ability. And that's because I want to say it, it's just management. It's all it is management. It's prioritizing and managing your personnel, equipment, and material. That's all it is. You have to prioritize. You can't always attack everything. You're never going to, so what do? You prioritize. What's more important on the list for this day? And you go with it. We start hiring people. I've seen it. You overstaff. Now you have people that are sitting there, and then the rest of them are watching and say, hey, how come those guys are just sitting there not doing anything? And we start hearing about it here. It's happened in the past.
Well, that's why the pay scale too, but yes,
You're right. That's why the pay scale is there. It makes sense, but
again, Commissioner, if you don't move those 3 line item employees, are you proposing that they stay in the sports complex?
When we get to the sports complex.
Okay.
when we get to the sports complex, we're gonna make the.
So you're giving me 3 more.
No, you have 2 already. One was accidentally taken out, we put it back in. That's what that is. And what we can do is we can move that to the road and bridge and eliminate parks.
And I've said this to Mr. Pereira.
So
Whatever
when
budget
you're
Mr.
saying that you already have the other 2, if you already have those 2, the Alanis, you have those 2 back. It was just the Salgado that hadn't been moved because we found out about that. So in all reality, you're just gonna get 1 more back. That's what he's saying, because the other 2 have already been moved back to you.
Yeah, they're already in there, but so we can move that to road and.
Just show them it's me.
When I showed you, did you look at road and bridge?
So here in Parks and Recs,
No.
hold on, because I need to see what's in
That
here.
would be back to you.
See, so then why is Salgado over here and not the other 2 employees?
Road and bridge.
And I do agree, Commissioner, if you need an extra amount for fuel, for leader strength, for
These 2
tools,
I know.
See, that's why, how do I have 2 hired employees in there? How are they there if I haven't had it moved into there? How did I hire them? You haven't moved it.
Those are in there.
Nothing
Yes,
was
they are.
moved in, no, nothing was moved in Commissioner's Court routinely.
No, I know. Okay. Those have always been there in road and bridge. You hired those people, well, those are, you're under you, under road and bridge. They're designated as parks. From before what? The only one we took, accidentally took, was to, when we did the sports complex, we accidentally kept it in the sports complex. So that's what this price is. It's about.
you should have never moved it, but you created a.
I didn't move, Salgado was the only thing I got moved out.
It is not working.
Salgado was, but that's, we can move it to road and bridge and that, eliminate the parks. Is what the way was saying. You would get enough, you would get your employee back, Salgado.
That's what got me for.
Yes.
So we're gonna move the Salgado Park employee back to her road and bridge.
We do that and then eliminate the parks.
Correct.
Just what we was saying.
Yes.
And then you get whatever amount you need.
Yeah, well, you just move all the funding right here that she has for the Salgado, move it back to her road and bridge, because that's what it was done, what you needed to do. And then you have the public facilities commissioner, or what is it that we have? The public facilities. The public facilities commissioner.
I'm on it.
So you got that, Mr. Pereira?
Yes. Which one?
You're gonna move back,
Yes.
her Joaquin Salgado employee back to her,
Yes.
to her road and bridge. And then on the public facilities for the Border Patrol Commissioner, Montes. Around public facilities for Border Patrol. On the public facilities, for Border Patrol for Commissioner Talamantes, I think she's requested everything to be the same with the exception, Commissioner, you put for added personnel on your request, will you add, or you?
For added personnel for the uniforms, because remember I told you I had just finished the roster, but I already lost that one.
You're gonna ask for added personnel, or?
For them to increase the amount of, to add in for the other people that I had finally hired for that department. So more money was gonna get pulled out from the uniforms, because there's never been a full roster in the public facilities.
So your public facilities?
I don't need a number. I don't need that increase.
On the public facilities?
No, everything can stay the same. See, I was like, I didn't ask for anything. Thank you, Commissioner. You're welcome.
We have the Valley Well Cemetery.
Everything stays the same as well.
Everything's staying the same on the Valley Wells.
None of the money's gonna be taken out. It just keeps, building correct.
That's
Yes,
for the
yes, ma'am.
getting the general check.
Yes, ma'am.
Just making sure.
Any other department that you have?
IT.
IT, yes, thank you. IT. From the IT department. On the IT department, Commissioner, I was trying to comprehend, on your request you submitted, for personnel, you're asking, and I was trying to understand what you added, you wanted to add a full-time and a part-time? Because you put add temp, part-time, full-time,
Full-time,
part-time, and then in parentheses you put two, so I was trying to gather whether you're asking for a full-time position and a part-time position, or what are you asking for?
Full-time, part-time, not temp. Not temporary part-time, full-time, part-time.
I know, but you saw how you wrote it?
So I didn't go through, it's a full-time, part-time,
So you're asking for a full-time position and
part-time.
a part-time
No.
position?
Because what we got on the IT department, yeah. What we got on the IT department,
We can find
I
it.
can give you, it's page 20,
Look on top.
page 28. Page 28. Yes, you, 28, Commissioner. What I'm asking Commissioner Montes is, on her request, she had requested, on her notation, she had requested to add a full-time, part-time, in parentheses, it says to add temporary part-time, underneath says full-time, part-time, so I was trying to understand,
I
what the
just want-
request, and you're saying that you're asking for a full-time and a part-time?
no, ma'am. I'm asking for a part-time employee, but a permanent, not a temp. And I'm asking for one temp during the summer, so I can continue to do what I did this summer, which was employ a college student that's in the field.
So you put full-time on here, but you don't want to, like, what is?
Full-time is like permanent,
Okay.
because there's temporary part-time. I didn't want a temporary part-time. I wanted like a permanent part-time.
Commissioner, there's some money on the, judge's budget for those summer part-time students.
Yes, I don't mind if she gives it, if you can pass it to me just for the summer.
Well, it's in there. When I hired mine, It's still within her department. It doesn't get transferred to my budget.
That is completely fine, I have no problem with that.
So you can have somebody part-time for the
Just
summer.
one part-time
Yeah,
person.
for the summer.
Yes, for the summer, yes, for the
So she's
summer.
asking for an
Another
additional
part-time,
part-time.
full-time.
Yeah, so I wanted two,
Full-time, part-time.
I wanted
No,
two
She's
employees.
asking for an additional permanent part-time.
Okay.
It's not a full-time.
And a temporary part-time.
I know what you meant to say is that you wanted a permanent part-time, but when you said full-time, part-time, you mean like a permanent part-time, right?
And then one in the summer, a temporary part-time. Two employees for IT department.
Essentially,
Yes. And the only reason being that
Hold on,
this,
Commissioner, let me write it down, okay, because I'm getting confused. You're asking for
one part-time employee.
one part-time employee,
Permanent.
so you're asking for a line item for part-time. And then you're asking for an additional part-time.
For the temporary. Like a season.
So that would be under,
So
But you don't need that because you said that you could give it to me.
it comes out of my budget.
That's
So
fine.
you just, they don't have to just come and make a request in my office and I turn in the paperwork to the hospital.
But it doesn't have to be a high school kid, it can be a college
yeah,
student.
it can be
It can
anybody.
be anybody.
As long as-
What we like to do typically to save the county money is we like to use the Middle Rio Grande, services that they provide during the summer because they pay for the services, so it doesn't come out of the county budget. So that's what we like to do. But in the alternative, if they don't qualify for the Middle Rio Grande services, then I have a line item on my budget for part-time where I would, for summer programs, I utilize that to give out to students, typically students or college students.
So then I would just, since you have that program, then I would just need a part-time employee for the IT department. And the reason being that
So you're asking for a part-time line item
Yes.
to be added.
Yes.
So,
Well, the line item is added from yesterday's report.
so,
So then you just need to put money in.
okay, so let me ask you a question, Commissioner. So right now you have the full-time, and the full-time, and then you're asking for the third one, which is for part-time, which shows on this, department thing that Mr. Pereira gave us. So you're not asking for a fourth part-timer,
No, so,
so you're asking for the three positions,
yes, no.
which in
I didn't get the papers what she proposed.
what commission?
I'm just trying to we have two full-time right now in IT, right?
And she wants a part-time.
I'm just gonna, say, I'm not gonna say what I'm here for, but I just have a problem with adding positions, adding more positions. And I don't have a problem when you have to add positions if you're, and I don't know why I keep going back to how it used to be, and it was working, and nothing has really drastically changed.
It wasn't working, Commissioner, not in the IT department.
We had one individual working for the county, and he would take care of 60% of the problems, even over the phone. And I know there was some elected officials that had an issue with it because he would do it over the phone, but that's how he was set up. But that was one individual. And if I go back and recall, we weren't, not that we're having issues right now, but we weren't having issues back then until that individual left, and then we started bringing in new people that perhaps didn't have the experience. And that's where we, as Commissioner's Court said, well, maybe we ought to get an assistant to help because he doesn't have the experience or whatever it may be. Just like all of us, within time you gain experience.
So that's with Chris Foster that you hired an assistant?
That's, no,
Or
I didn't have,
Did it?
he ran the whole county by himself,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Okay, so I would encourage y'all guys to definitely go to an IT conference with me. And Washington was the first time that I heard about all the expansion that's gonna happen in the IT role. And a lot of the times what they said was that you need to start looking at your IT department the same way that you're looking at your sheriff's office and your fire department, because it needs to have the same type of protection. There's a lot that we're about to advance in the IT department just to stay relevant, not even to surpass anybody, just to stay relevant.
And I agree with you, Commissioner, but I would.
And I'm not
I would
asking
recommend
for-
that you invest the money in their training, not more personnel.
And I'm gonna do it, but I still need one more person as a part-time commissioner, so that way I can have somebody in that office at all times. Because right now I can't send both of them, so one of them had to miss a training, and I only got to send one because I cannot leave the department complete, because everybody knows, everybody calls IT, and it's even in certain situations where IT is called and I show up.
Commissioner, nothing, you have, these young men are great young men, and they're, I'm just gonna say, it, they're readily available and willing to help. But I have to ask, for example, you just said you can't have somebody in the office. They've both been sitting here all morning. When one of them could be, and I'm not picking on them, I'm just saying it the way it is. One
But
of them
they're
could
not
be.
both here, Commissioner.
No, but they, right now,
Yes, they're all
I walked out with a
Yes.
gentleman that just walked up right now, but all morning, they've both been here, and which is great, because if we need them, they're here, but
Because elected officials are here, sir. Nobody's calling them. But for the most, but for the most, but for the most part, but for the most part, I do try to make sure that only one of them stays here, and that happens. But they are servicing people here in the courthouse. I mean, you can look at their hours too, if you want to see how much. I've gotten on them at this point that I tell them, you have to clock in all your hours, because there's sometimes that they're here an hour past, and they're not even clocked in.
well, we're missing something somewhere, Commissioner, because
It's growing.
And
That's what it
actually-
is. With every other department, I wholeheartedly agree with you. You want me to make do with every department? Out of respect, I will figure it out. I promise you, because I've been doing it and I can figure it out.
But-
This is the only department that cannot go skating by. And if it does, we're gonna be in a lot of
I'd be
trouble
willing
this
to
year.
Commissioner, on them staying, they don't have to stay at work without the clock on they can stay on the clock until they finish what they're doing.
I know, I got enough of him already.
And
I got
they
enough.
don't, just because it says you have an 8 to 5 job, it doesn't mean you get out at 5 and continue working for free. No, you continue, and I call it free because
Yeah.
it's giving to the.
I corrected it.
But they need to stay there. If it says till 8 o'clock at night, they need to clock out at 8 o'clock at night.
And
That's
I
how
know,
they
I've
get
got,
the comp time or overtime, whatever.
I've gotten
It
after
comes
him.
down to,
I have gotten after him, Commissioner.
and they're not here to provide a free service to the county.
Yes, sir. And I have, but like I'm telling you, with any other department, you want me to make do, I will make do, but this is one department that y'all guys seriously need to start looking at and fund to the best. And if you can't this time around, I encourage you to attend as many trainings as you can with me, because and also too, Commissioner, that's why I've been trying to look into the courthouse cameras, so that way they wouldn't have to sit here. Because if we could upgrade the Commissioner's Court videos, they can do it from their office. They don't have to be here to do it.
that's how it's gonna be said.
Yes, and that's exactly how I want it. So it's not, they're not even gonna have to sit here no more for that. So I'm trying to cut costs down in other ways. That's why I'm not asking for another full-time employee. I'm only asking for a part-time employee.
I would, a part-time, I would probably lean more towards a temporary part-time where you're not hung up with the fringe benefits and utilized as needed.
I'm willing to compromise, Commissioner, if that's what you feel. I'm willing to
But you
compromise.
have a line item,
Yes, well, the line item is there for part-time since yesterday.
is there?
Well, yesterday when we did the budget amendment for this fiscal year,
Oh, yeah,
it's for
well,
this, for this fiscal year.
so, okay.
So if it's there,
So all you have to do is just fund it with money. It's already there.
Okay.
well, it's got money, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't have
Okay.
any money, but she had to, remember that
I moved.
she used money from
And there-
her full-timers.
And that would allow you to utilize a person when you see it, when you go.
That's why I kept seeing part-time, it's like, why are you trying to add another one?
No, it's just
That was
one
the
more.
crazy.
We,
Okay.
yesterday we approved for the
Okay.
budget amendment, but It was for this fiscal year, so she's trying to add it for the future,
Okay.
for the next.
I wasn't here yesterday, so I wasn't part of.
What would be the amount?
Whatever the base is.
The amount that, the amount for the fringe commissioner,
No, without the,
no, for part-time with the.
no, without, it wouldn't be a
13,520. That's 20 hours.
13,520.
so that's without the fringe.
That's what I said.
As a part-time, you don't qualify.
How many?
Well, the only thing that you have to pay is social
We do
security.
have to pay social
I understand,
security.
but like.
13,520. 13,520.
So we'll, on the part-time position, Mr. Pereira, it's 13,520.
But now, in this position, is it gonna be as needed or?
It's gonna, once it's on their commission,
I think it's however she wants,
Okay.
how she wants to do it.
discretion.
Once,
But
Yeah,
13
yeah.
seems kind of low.
Well, yeah.
it's just a part-time
Yeah.
position, Commissioner, and then
Okay.
it's, yes.
Sounds good to me.
13,520 for the part-time. Any more, Commissioner? That's all you're saying?
Yeah, everything else stayed the same, that was the only thing. I can't remember if there's another department, but I know that I wasn't asking, I just wanted everything the same. I wasn't asking for much.
I don't think that's what you're saying. We're gonna move on to, we have, the district attorney here, Mr. Senna.
Yes.
How are you, Mr. Senna?
Mr. Senna, excuse me, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Give me 1 second, Mr. Senna, so we can
Sure.
pull up your. I feel blinded.
It's intergovernmental, and in the top it
What?
says just intergovernmental,
Okay.
and in the
I
top is
see,
just.
thank you. It's in the top, commissioners. I know, I was like, y'all looking for it as well.
Like the crossword puzzle?
Connect the dots.
It's, yeah. So we have, Mr. Senna here. I also got to meet with Mr. Senna a couple of weeks ago. Mr. Senna currently is, at 210,000 in what we give aid to government, which is the district attorney's office. He's asking for an increase of $10,000 for a total request of $220,000.
That is correct. And we have not asked for an increase in years. This is the first time in a few years that we've asked for a raise, and it's only for $10,000.
Where did the increase go to?
Pardon?
He's asking he's
Where
asking
did-
what the increase is for.
What is?
The increase is for, we haven't asked for an increase in
No, I
years.
understand.
It's basically for material, supplies, gas, maintenance, everything's gone up in price, but we haven't increased our allocation for Dimmit County. So basically, it's to cover operating supplies, like printers and the ink cartridges, the other materials that we need to run the office, gas to come down to Dimmit County. And this year, as you know, once they fix the elevator, just as God's already told us that we're gonna have one jury trial a week, that he's got about 19 OLS cases and about several others that are not OLS. So we'll be spending about 5 months here in Dimmit County trying one jury trial per week according to Judicial Scott, once the elevator has been fixed. So we're asking for an increase that's reasonable based on the fact that we haven't received an increase in a few years. And the cost of running an office is just getting really high.
Well, I understand, but you don't have it itemized. So that's the question we have.
No,
I see that you put operating supplies and travel. I have written that down, but you hadn't itemized it as where the money was going. That's the only question I had.
Okay. So I'm requesting an increase to 220,000, which is 10,000 more from the last few years.
Mr. Seven?
I'm good, Judge. Just waiting on one commissioner.
He says, a dollar put it in my budget.
You want something? No. That's a bad idea. But remember, it's healthy. All right.
Any questions of Mr. Seven?
Okay, he trusts our guys to have it. Was there anything that changed?
He's asking for a $10,000 increase.
What page?
41.
The top hat.
I don't see a change.
There's somebody in that one.
Lunch.
We're all like that. I got the honey bun.
That was on your request you made?
Okay.
10,000 increase.
I don't know enough about his department to have an opinion. Y'all do?
Did you have any questions for him?
I will try to learn as much as I can about it. I just don't feel comfortable enough to have an opinion based on your calculations if I don't know exactly what it is to run your office.
Sure. We're asking, we haven't asked for an increase in several years. It's always been at 210,000. And the cost of running an office has really gone up over the years. And we haven't had money to catch up, so we're always falling behind in supplies, equipment, gas, and things of that nature. Now, as you may know, once they fix the elevator, just as Scott's already told us, that we're gonna be trying at least one case a week, a jury trial in Dimmit County. And he said there was 19 OLS cases and several cases that were not OLS, so we're gonna be trying, if everything goes according to plan, once the elevator is fixed, we're gonna incur more expenses for Dimmit County because we're gonna be trying a case for the next 5 months here in Dimmit County, if plan that Judicial has goes through and trying one case per week.
And
So
how many cases have you tried in the past year?
in the past year, I don't think we've tried any because we've pled out the ones in the 293rd and the 365th, Judicial Scott's stopped having jury trials.
Because of the courthouse?
The elevator, yes. But he says once they fix it, then he has 19 OLS cases that we're gonna go to trial by jury. And also he said there are several cases that are non-OLS, non-BPU, that are also gonna go to trial.
And we have one per week for the next 5 months, correct?
Well, if it goes according to plan, if it goes as Judge Scott wants it to go, it's gonna be about 22, 23 jury trials per week, if what he says goes through. That's divided, about 5 months, right? 4 weeks, about 5 months. We're gonna be here in Dimmit County every week.
Mr. Senna, you said, you haven't gotten an increase, was your budget decreased or?
It was decreased when the other judge was here, but then when the current judge came in, it was respected. So it actually went down.
So it went down and went up, and now you're asking for it to go up again?
10,000, yes.
Was that the only increase that you asked for?
I don't see anything. You have other questions, Commissioner?
Any other questions? May I be excused?
Thank you, Mr. Senna.
My pleasure being here. I wasn't sure what time, so.
It's okay.
Thank you, we appreciate you making the time to come down. We do.
I wanted to pay my respects, I don't want to be disrespectful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
No, there's always a pleasure to see you again. Sure. I had enjoyed this. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Senna. We have a Constable Precinct 1. For Constable Precinct 1, as it is attached on the request, Constable Lopez requested Constable Lopez requested for an increase from what he's currently budgeted at, to increase to 50,000. Currently, he's at the 45,000 amount with the SB 22. Constable, as that applies to you, when I met with you, we're looking at a 3 to 5% increase amongst the elected officials across the board for salary. At this time, the court is proposing that 5% increase for the elected officials, which would increase your amount and would also continue to include your SB 22. Mr. Pereira has it at the bottom, Commissioners, if you can see where it says Constable Precinct 1 SB 22, that would be the amount as he requested. If you have any other questions, there's no other increase in his request other than for fuel and oil. He did ask for a additional $1,000 for fuel and oil.
So, question, Commissioner and Judge, if SB 22 just decides to clear out within the next 2 years, will you guys be able to honor the rest of it the next budget hearing?
So, like I said, that was a discussion we had earlier, and as I mentioned earlier, if, God forbid, that SB 22 goes out, Mr. Pereira advised us a little while ago that he did speak to the comptroller's office, and it is still for approval for the next 2 years. Obviously, legislation goes into session every 2 years. So this year, it stayed in place, so at least for the next 2 years, SB 22 will be in place so long as the documentation that's needed stays in compliance. You should be able to continuously receive it for the next 2 years. If at that point in 2 years it doesn't, then we can go about doing either a budget amendment at that time, or obviously during that fiscal year, 2 years from now, looking at whether or not the county, it's feasible to continue to have it, if SB 22 is not there.
So I asked him it was gonna be that, on the training agreement. So, and depending on the numbers that we get certified here, they will look at it. That's why we just went with the 5%, because the numbers were kind of low this year.
But again, the sentiments that have been here, I don't think any of us are trying to cut, but we are just trying to make sure that we continue to stay efficient, that we're financially sound, that we're financially conservative, because, if for whatever reason, the valuations keep going down, or something happens with the economy, we would hate at some point that the numbers go down drastically where we would have to cut positions, and that's what we're not trying to do. So, just to, again, answer your question, the SB 22, as far as Mr. Pereira is advising this court, and as far as they're advising him, for the next 2 years, SB 22 is still going to be in place, so long as you submit the proper documentation to his office, because I know he mentioned that he handles the documentation submittal for the sheriffs and the constables. So as long as all of that is in compliance, there's no reason why I could foresee that they take it away from you guys. And it's just, at that point, it'll be a matter of accountability. If the proper documentation is not submitted, then at that point, we have to, reassess. Any other comments, questions?
Can I?
Go ahead.
Constable, kind of referring back to what the judge is saying, that's why it's so important that at this point we look at the people that have committed to these elected official positions and our employees, and take care of who we have now financially. Because like you mentioned right now, that for some reason SB 22 was to disappear, we need to focus on who we have now versus bringing more people. For example, now we have to not just focus on your position, but on other personnel that
Other employees
right.
from other agencies.
So if we can kind of pay attention to our numbers now, it assures us that, going back to your question, if that was to happen, it put us in a better position to be able to cover the difference versus the extra expenditure. Instead of having one constable, now we have a constable and 2 deputies, for example. It's harder to take care of numbers that way than to keep it under control with what we have. And we appreciate everything that you do as our constable. Thank you.
Any questions, Constable?
Good. Thank you, Commissioner Judge.
Yes, take care.
Depending how the Cowboys do.
We're gonna get ours back this year.
We're good on that one, Mr. Pereira. We're gonna move on to, JP Precinct 4, which is, Judge Martinez. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Commissioners. Can I pass this information?
Yes.
Comparison papers.
Thank you, Judge. Yes.
This information was provided at my request from the county clerk.
Again, Commissioners, in this particular, department, we do have, the elected official, Judge Martinez. His request, for salary increase is, $65,000. He is currently budgeted at the $47,250. He is asking, for the increase of 38% for his salary. That's Road and Bridge.
No?
Yes, that's Road and Bridge. No, he's, Judge, as I mentioned to you, previously, that the proposal was going to be for 5% for elected officials. You have brought to the court additional information, and you're asking the court for additional, Judge, or?
Pay on, request the same amount.
I'm asking for any kind of increase that the court can provide for me and my clerk too. My clerk is making right now $14.50. If you look at the citations too, she does double the amount of what everybody else does, and I'm asking for a $16 an hour raise. She's making $14.50 right now too.
How long has she been with you, Judge?
She's been with me 5 years.
5 years?
Yes, sir.
As part-time or full-time?
She was a part-time, but she's been with, now it's a full-time, but not, she used to be a part-time for, prior to this, 4 years.
How long has she been full-time?
She just started April 22nd. And I don't know if we're gonna continue doing, putting the information of citations to our system, or the county sheriff is gonna have some kind of different system that's gonna make it easier for our clerks. Because we do get a lot of citations there, plus CDL hearings, civil cases too, and everything.
Judge Martinez doesn't have the same system as the JP Center?
Yes, but they're talking about the ticket writer.
Ticket
Nobody has it right now.
Oh.
The sheriff is actually looking into it.
Questions of Judge Martinez? On the personnel, Judge, the proposal to the court is a $1 to $1.50 raise. Judge,
Okay,
so there would be an increase, for you, for that full-timer that you're asking about. I don't know if you were asking for something else or additional, but.
well, sure, there's a part-timer in there too, right?
Yes, there is a line item for you for a part-time position. And you requested the amount, and the court's, or the proposal is to give you the 8,526, as proposed for the part-time.
Okay.
Martinez?
No, I was, just brought it up to, if you would really consider, well, we do right, and with all your respect and everything, whatever decisions you take, I appreciate your time on this.
And like I mentioned, Judge, just to reiterate to you, right now the proposal is that 5% for elected official.
Okay, no, that's fine. I mean, I just brought it up to the court, see what they decide what they want to do. But thank you again. No other questions? Anybody has any questions?
No.
I had just noticed that every single JP submitted that amount.
The what?
That request, the same request that you submitted, every JP requested that amount.
Oh, okay, no, because we got on the same thing. Where everybody said, you call, I'm gonna do 65, or if she does 65, or hey, I'm gonna do 65 too. But I'm happy with anything that's close to it. That would be nice, super nice. Because I do a lot of contact with my people. Most of my, the money that's being collected, I talk to one-on-one with the people.
No, it just caught my attention. I wanted to see if there was another reasoning as to why y'all guys all agreed like on that situation, that it had to be that money, but it's okay.
No, it was just talk we had between, I believe, Precinct 3, Precinct 2, JPs, and me. You're gonna ask for that, well, I'm gonna ask for that too. I'm honest, I'm an honest person.
No, yes, it's nice to hold the united front.
Okay. Any other things? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Odena, we'll go to precinct, Golden Ridge, precinct 1.
Looking at just the pieces on that.
No, it's Golden Ridge. Commissioner.
Oh, y'all guys,
I'm not the one that got mad at you. He's the one that brought it up. That's
But
what I'm asking.
wait, who are you talking
She's saying that,
I said
that
she
they got
has 2
mad.
employees in here too. I said, why 2 employees? But I was asking her out of respect on the down low, why 2 employees? And she announced it to everybody.
But I didn't get mad, I just.
Oh, I'm just pointing it out because if we're gonna point it out, I'm gonna do the same thing.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
So that's why I
So
just
we-
asked Judge why 2
I got my
employees.
2 employees here arrested to be met for everything.
Yeah, we were good. Then now we have to repeat.
We're on Golden Ridge 1. Commissioner, on the personnel, as you're aware, the recommendation of the personnel is the $2.50. Same for elected officials, Commissioner, for your elected official was a 5% recommendation. On your part-time, you asked for the same amount. Operating supplies, you asked for 31,000, Commissioner. And I'm just going on where the increases are. Fuel and oil, you asked for 1,000 additional. On maintenance repair vehicle, you asked for 10,000 increase. On the maintenance repair building, you asked for a $4,000 increase. And maintenance repair equipment, you're asking for a $10,000 increase. Parks equipment, 5,000, and then the telephone communication, 7,000.
That's correct, Judge. The increases as requested on this budget are basically increases that have come within time. As everyone knows here, fuel has exceeded in price from where it was even a year ago. Oil, same thing. Maintenance, repairs to vehicles and equipment, the parts are getting outrageous, especially on the diesels. With these so-called tariffs that are being placed and have already taken effect in different areas, we are not to expect anything else but increase in prices, tires, parts, equipment. So, as you just stated, the increases in requests are basically to cover and prepare for the increases that we're probably all expecting to endure in the county. And of course, the 5% that we talked about and pretty much agreed on, except for Commissioner Rocal, which isn't here, but that's the personnel pay increase. And also to cover, just like I mentioned, but as things are going up, the price of groceries and fuel for our personnel is going up as well, and I think they need to be compensated as much as possible.
Any questions of Commissioner Odena? Judicial, any comments from
What you see, what they did, Canada and Mexico bypass the US.
Yes. Just want to say that.
You guys are good.
No, the oranges are expensive.
I like when you're Mulan.
What, man?
I was talking to the church.
What was that?
I don't know, she said something you could explain.
Did you go get a snack, Mr. Pereira?
No, I went to get water.
Oh.
Mr. Pereira, there was no questions for road and bridge, so that's the proposed on road and bridge 1.
Okay.
So this is all that you increased in his department? These are all the percentages that you increased for him? 19, 3, 40, 67, 100, 50, 100?
Those are the proposed,
Percentage increase or request?
yes,
So that's what you proposed, because that's your part, right?
yes, so he
Okay.
requested those amounts.
And that's
those
what you
are-
gave him?
Those are the amounts I proposed, yes.
So, question, not to the commissioner, but like, we'll know what the salary is gonna be. for-
We can, if your recommendation is $1 or $1.50, I can have Mr. Pereira put that now. I mean, he'll put the numbers, but
Not that, because we changed it, it's not that easy like we used to. I used to be able to just click a number, put in the number,
Yeah, but
and
you'll
it
have to go
automatically
one
change
at a time.
everything. We had to do it individually because it was,
Because
we
you
did that,
did
we did the request and then the individual request and then the judge's request and percentages and everything. But we can do it this afternoon and have it for you tomorrow.
$1.50, my recommendation.
Well,
See, so don't say $1.50 because.
If we're not gonna add personnel.
She says $1.
I say $1. It's always been $1 for historically speaking, so many years, just do $1.
Yeah, basically what we were talking about is $1, and that's a $2,000 raise per person.
If that's the way it's always been
It's
done,
been
you're trying to.
$1.50.
It's a $2,000 raise per person?
If it's $1. And like I said, I still haven't put
But they will use.
you saw the numbers that came in. I think we're okay, as far as putting everything together, but I still haven't gotten final figures.
The only reason I would lean more towards $1.50, Mr. Perez, is going back to what we've been, or what I've been saying during the duration of the meeting is, if we're not gonna add positions, so we're not gonna decrease the work, let me finish. We're not gonna decrease the workload because we're not gonna add positions, but then we should go ahead and allocate a little extra funding to the people that are committed to the county already as employees.
And, yeah, and I can do the $1.50, it's just when I put it all together, if I have an
He's
issue.
saying right now he won't be able to do it.
Yeah,
He's
no,
gonna go in there one
But
at a
last
time.
year we did $1.50, so we can do another $1.50 this year.
Well, last year, if you remember, the values were a lot.
I understand, but-
Yeah.
Don't give me the option of $1.50.
If you can't do it.
If you can do it.
So are you telling us $1 or can we do $1.50?
I don't know if we can do $1.50, because we had talked about the 5%, and that's why we had put in the 5%. If you're doing $1, it's a little, in some instances, it's a little higher, it's like 6%.
Yeah, but the 5% wouldn't be,
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying, $1 is not that big of a difference. Now you get it to $1.50, then you're jumping up a little. And I can try it out and plug it in, and if we have an issue with funding, if we have an issue with the funding, then I can bring it back to Commissioner's Court, and then you all can discuss it.
Yeah,
That'd be fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or do both and compare it.
Yes, we can do that.
Just give me a second. Commissioner Talamantes' position is $1. You guys are saying $1.50, so we have to.
we're gonna have to vote on it.
I can do,
Both ways and show.
I can do it both ways and then show it, and then that's why you all can approve it and discuss it. And if I have a problem with funding it, then y'all can decide which way to go. Because remember,
We can cut your salary and
Yeah.
and make up for it.
unfortunately, it won't fund everybody. But if you look at it.
No, but do it both ways, that way we
Okay,
can look at it
Compare.
and then,
It's because he's saying, punching the numbers because of the valuations that we
Right.
did. So if we didn't know we would be able to afford $1.50 based on.
But I can try, I can look
don't
at it,
sell me an apple and squeeze lemon juice out of it.
I can try to make lemonade.
So
I can try to make lemonade.
Don't. Estudió papa y salió camote.
what was that? I didn't hear you. Other questions for Commissioner Odena?
No.
You sure? What next?
Oh, 50% increase.
So that's, you got that one already, right, Mr. Pereira?
Yes, ma'am.
So then you have utilities, Commissioner Odena?
Oh.
The utilities.
That's where all your employees are. Over here trying to have the court saying you ain't have 4 people.
They have a part two.
I know. We do parts too, remember?
Where is utilities?
The page 52.
Oh, I found it.
I'll tell you what, your guys are a lot better paid than mine.
Probably because,
Everybody's employees are more paid way more than mine.
well, you need to keep in consideration and keep in mind how long they've been working
A long time, I kept everybody that one had.
Not everybody.
Everybody. You have one.
Well, and just to clarify for you, Commissioner, I pretty much,
I'm good, Commissioner. I'm good, Commissioner.
adopted this,
I'm good.
this, department. I didn't establish it, it was already pre-established. before.
I'm good. I'm good.
So on the personnel again, Commissioner Odena, the $1 to $1.50, Mr. Pereira's gonna give us those numbers.
Okay.
Let's see. On your operating supplies, you asked for an additional 5,000. On office supplies, you asked for an additional 1,500. On your fuel and oil, you're asking for additional 10,000. On your maintenance, repair, and equipment, you're asking for an additional 5,000. On your maintenance repair, you're asking for an additional 5,000. On your telephone and communications, you're asking for an additional 10,000. For your, what was that?
I said, and I thought I was being green. I didn't ask for anything. And I still got everything caught again.
On training, you asked for $1,000 more. On your utilities, you asked for for 24,000 more. Yeah, that's it.
What's the utilities for?
Commissioner, when you were arguing for us to be penny pinching, you should have taken your own advice.
I did, Commissioner. Everything she just mentioned.
But the 60,
Justifyingly speaking is for a fact that things.
I love your work and I think you do good work. I feel that you're justified to get it.
things
She
are-
gave it to you, so.
Things are going up, Commissioner. I mean, if you really look at it, let's look at it, because that's where we're here, but
I'm just saying, because I've seen some of your employees just park their Brandage too and just sitting there.
they're
They don't do
monitoring,
anything.
they're monitoring the weather, Commissioner.
That's what
If
it
it's gonna
is.
rain, they won't use as much water. Pereira, why are you laughing? But you know what?
It's okay, Commissioner, because either way, she gave it to you. She
No, no,
gave
no.
you everything.
But if you do see that.
Everything you requested, you got.
Wait, but if you do see that, Commissioner, I would appreciate if you let me know, because Commissioner Juan, because he would.
I don't have time to micromanage everybody's department. so.
But if it's something that's,
I have called you actually once, remember?
right, when he was running a permit through the neighborhood.
Right through my, in front of my house. in
And
front
I
of my
looked
office.
into it and found out that he was doing an inspection for a permit.
In the city of Midwest, inside the city of Midwest.
Well, you have to come to the Big Boss, Commissioner.
Not
You
that
don't have-
road. But it's okay, Commissioner, I've been cutting, you do a good job.
I tried, Commissioner.
You do. And I like that the judge gives you everything you ask for.
my question is
Wait, Commissioner.
on,
Utilities?
you budgeted for 36,000 and you asked for 60.
Where?
On
the
utilities, that's what he's
the
asking about,
utilities?
utilities.
Is that for the,
But you only used 34 so far. I know you got probably gonna go over, but you were budgeted last year 36.
36,000.
But if you look at last year's expenditure, it was 55,000.
So,
Well, see, that's what I asked about the courthouse. But when I get to it, I'll let you know.
So are you going on the back, Commissioner Carmona? So what Mr. Pereira and I did, was that we looked at when we try to do the budget, we try to look at the expenditure revenue analysis, and on that one, we gave him 36,000. He had requested 36 last year, we gave him 36, but thus far in utilities, he's already, exceeded the 36, he's already at 40,000. He's had to do budget adjustments to ask for more money, so, we still have 2 more months of utilities for him, so that's why, to answer your question, Commissioner Talaman, is why we budgeted. Mr. Pereira and I both, agreed with his request to increase it to 60,000, given the fact that currently his utilities have already exceeded by 16,000, what he requested last year.
So that answers the question for the utility clerk, but what about the road and bridge? Why didn't he get all those increases there and none of us got anything?
Did you request them?
I was requesting just the employees, and all
No,
that
no,
got
no.
shut down.
No, but we have to look at
Yes.
apples to apples. Like, I would understand, Commissioner, if you would have requested an increase in oil or gas or fuel, whatever, and you didn't get it, but then I got it. It's not just about, but apples to apples, if you requested something that I requested and I got it, I agree with you, it's something not right. And that's why we're here to discuss it at a professional level. And I would vote, if you're needing more on an item that we know is going up in price, hey, that's why we vote on it.
My employees. It's
You-
okay, Commissioner, like I said, you're doing a great job.
Or you're talking, you want more employees. That's different.
I got screwed in this budget workshop, and y'all know that I did. I walked away with less than everybody else was. It was, and I will 100% give it to you. I thought I was making a stance with other people that said that we were gonna do it like this for transparency reasons. That wasn't the issue, and it clearly shows in what was approved and what wasn't. Personal matters again. It becomes personal.
Other questions for Commissioner Odena?
No.
So we will move on. So we're good to go on the utilities, Mr. Pereira? We'll move on to the golf course. Again, Commissioner Odena, on the personnel, the proposed amounts, and as Mr. Pereira advised us, he will give us those numbers to see if it's allowable to do $1 or $1.50. That's on your personnel service. On your
Mr. P, can you look at? The volume on there.
on your
Or you can use the IT employee too to help you scroll things. You can utilize this go that way.
on your it's 46. On your operating supplies, you asked for an increase in the 5,000. And then in concession items, you were asking for an increase of the 19,055. contract services, you're asking for an increase of 15,000. On professional services, you're asking for, that stayed the same. Professional services stayed the same. Telephone communications, you asked for 500. Utilities, you asked for an increase of 4,000. Fuel and oil, you're asking for $2,500, 2,500 increase. Maintenance and repair for building, you're asking for 1,000. Maintenance and repair equipment, you've stayed the same. Golf course uniforms, you're asking for 500. And that's what I have so far.
So all these percentages on the side is what you increased them by? 116%, 100%,
That
43%?
is his request.
But that's what your proposal, right? Because this is your.
Well, actually, there's a discrepancy on the proposal because on the contract services.
Oh, but this one makes money, right? Yeah, because it's the. golf course.
Utilities and this one both make sense. So what you see as far as expenditure, in a roundabout way, it comes back to the general fund for clarification. And it provides for the community.
You're good, Commissioner, I got you.
Thank you.
Questions, Mr. Carmona?
And if I may,
Oh, Commissioner, what I was gonna say on the contract services, the discrepancy was to keep it at the 35. It shows a proposed of 50, but it should say 35.
is that the one you and I talked about?
Yeah, Mr. Perez,
Yeah.
on the contract services, it should say to keep it at 35, not 50.
We should be, we'll make it work at 30, what is it?
35.
35? We are gonna propose, I got the list of the items and everything that we have at the golf course that you have to pay for it, and it seems that we're between 30 to 40% cheaper than the surrounding golf courses. So we're gonna look at those numbers and try to propose to increase a percentage just to keep it fair for the people that utilize it. And going back to what I was saying, the sodas, if you go to Pico's, you pay $2.50 for a Gatorade. They're selling them at $2, so we're losing 50 cents and never selling that. So we're just trying to stay consistent and
Other questions for Commissioner Luna? Other questions for the golf course? No other changes? Mr. Pereira? Other than the 35?
I lost money.
You, what?
I lost money today.
I lost 2 employees, that's okay.
We're at the rodeo arena. The rodeo arena. Same thing, Commissioner, on the personnel, the $1 to $1.50.
What page is that on?
37.
That Mr. Pena, you're at 32.
On operating supplies, on supplies, you're asking for $5,000 increase. On maintenance repair for vehicle, you're asking for $700 increase. Maintenance repair building, you're asking for $9,000 $1,000 increase. Professional services, you're asking for $1,000 increase. Telephone communications, you're asking for $6,500 increase. On utilities, you're asking for a $10,000 increase. And fuel and oil, you're asking for a $500 increase.
Commissioner, why are the increases if the arena has been running smoothly for so long?
Why is it what?
Why are the increases if it's been running smoothly for so long?
Why are the increases?
The 100%, 56%, 56%, 67%, 87%, 25%. That's all that she gave you on this one?
It has been running smoothly, Commissioner, but as I stated earlier, we're going up in prices. The roof is gonna need roughly a little over $9,000 repairs. Somebody's gotta pay for it, so it's for the arena, so.
We got the COs, remember?
That COs is not for that.
You have a lot of COs, remember?
That's, the COs don't cover that. There's only certain things you can use the CO for. I mean, what is, huh?
I know, Commissioner, but I think that's a sidebar comment. This has nothing to do with.
You make a whole bunch of sidebar comments, so.
I know, but I think what you're alluding to is.
Is that he got everything, I asked for two
Commissioner,
I asked for two
nobody,
things.
I did not say anything against, let me make it very clear, and let's rewind on the audio. I did not go against you
You
getting,
didn't have to.
I didn't, because
You
you
didn't
had
have
two
to.
others,
You didn't have
I
to.
get outvoted. If we were to vote today, you had two gentlemen that went against you getting additional, so why are you throwing it back on me?
It's your budget.
No, wait.
It is my budget, and I'm
Wait,
proposing, but it's because she's saying that I'm giving you
No,
everything that you want.
No, here's the difference,
That's a
Commissioner.
sidebar comment for you to say that.
Just like what you said earlier, all the
Commissioner.
sidebar comments you made earlier.
I know, but Commissioner, you're saying that you should be Commissioner unless you can get everything you want. I'm not giving him everything he wants. I'm going based off, and I'm gonna make it very clear to this court. I don't sit there, I've never sat and done this budget by myself. I've always had Mr. Pereira or Mr. Ortiz or both assist me in doing this budget, and I go off their recommendation on what they think is best. And looking at Commissioner Uranda's expenses and his expenditure report compared to what he's requesting, I have to give him comparative to what he's asking because he's exceeded in some line items. So we give him more now so that throughout the year, we're not having to do budget amendments or budget adjustments because he's going over in his amounts. It's not because it's Commissioner Uranda and I want to give him whatever he wants. I think that's an improper statement. It has nothing to do with it's him or it's you. You didn't ask for any increases, and I appreciate you and I respect the fact on the record that you stay financially conservative for this county. Because every time since I came into office that I try to make a budget cut somewhere, somebody wants to say, it's personal, it's personal. No, because I think we need to make budget
I was
cuts.
financial conservative. and
Yes,
I
thank you
came
very
and I didn't
much.
spend much.
Thank you
and
very
I
much.
was shocked so much for anything, the little bit that I was asking.
Commissioner, I'm not the one that fought you over it. I'm not, wait, hold on, Commissioner, because I want to make it clear. I'm not the one that fought you to take away positions or to not give you, excuse me, to not give you positions. These two gentlemen who have been, it is my proposed, and I can propose it by August 15th. I can turn in a proposed budget.
So you're proposing that I get what we have.
And if I propose on the budget for you to get what you're asking, your two additional employees, but the two commissioners and maybe Commissioner Rucava, I can't speak for her, they still approve for you not to get them, then you don't get them. But it's not because I like Commissioner Uranda more than I like you or vice versa. It has nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. These numbers, and he asked for 0 positions. And I think that's where we're mixing the two. He asked for 0 additional positions. Commissioner Carmona asked for 0 additional positions. They asked for 0, they're not asking for positions. They're asking for increases in other services and charges. And I look at the numbers with Mr. Pereira and sometimes with Mr. Ortiz, and we look at it. And if I were to give him $4,000, let's say for maintenance on a vehicle, but as of today, he already exceeded at $10,000, it makes no sense to, or it's even feasible for us to give him $4,000 again if he's at $10,000 today. So what I do is, if he's requesting $10,000 and I see that it's justifiable based on his expenditure report, I asked Mr. Pereira, do you think I should give him the proposed 10,000 or not? Mr. Pereira says, yes. So then I put 10,000 on here, which is what he requested. It doesn't have to be approved. If come August, actually not even, September 8th is when we approve the final budget. If August the 8th, we come to court and we think that we should have given Commissioner Urenda 0, then we give him 0. But I'll tell you right now, you're gonna be in the foreseeable future having 100 of budget adjustments and agenda because he's already exceeded what he spent. He's exceeded what he has spent. So you not getting personnel is not on me, Commissioner. You had Commissioner Carmona and Commissioner Urenda very clear this morning tell you, based on their experience, Commissioner, I can't win with you, Commissioner. There's no winning here. I'm telling you that these two gentlemen, this morning, based on their experience and based on their work interactions with the previous Commissioner, Juan Carmona, they didn't think it was justifiable to give you positions for what you're wanting, which is commodities or whatever it is that you want. They are saying that you don't need it. So, if we were to vote today, we are overvoted.
It's okay, Judge.
So,
I'll make it. It's
I'm
okay.
just saying,
It's okay.
I understand that, but I just want to make it clear because I don't want some kind of rumor to start that I'm giving him preferential treatment. It has nothing to do with him. Half the time we don't even get along or can't see eye to eye. It's not about giving him. It's about maintaining professionalism and maintaining working relationships to move our county forward. And we're never gonna move this county forward if we're constantly bickering and fighting and making it seem like everything's personal, because it's not. It is not. And I swear, God as my witness, since I came in, you just heard Mr. Sedna, that the previous county judge cut him for no reason, the salary. Just cut it, just because it happens, and it has nothing to do with personal. You look at the numbers. And I'm sorry if you feel that I'm on this mission to cut you or
I just don't think
anybody
it
else.
took the appropriate amount of time to look at mine because I chose to do it here.
Commissioner, I'll be 100% honest. I got yours last Thursday because apparently it wasn't being turned in. Everybody else turned in theirs on time. I got yours from Mr. Pereira last Thursday. So I have a day and a half to review your items.
Last Thursday, Ms. Pretty, what did I turn mine in?
Well, I'm telling you what I got. I got it last Thursday.
Did I not come to your office and turn it in 2 days late, but I turned it into you?
Yeah, but it goes to them.
It goes to
Okay,
them.
and that's fine, but I still turned it in.
Yeah.
And I believe that you did turn it in. But I'm advising you that when I received your documentation was about 2 days ago.
Well, then you didn't have an accurate amount of time to ask me any questions or do anything. Because you
Commissioner,
didn't ask me anything when you were here.
Commissioner, you advised me that you wanted to have all discussions in open
And you
meeting.
didn't ask me any questions here. That's what I was saying. I wish to be a Commissioner or another because you asked me a lot of questions and you didn't ask me any.
I haven't even asked him any
You asked them a
question.
whole lot right now.
I haven't asked him
You
anything.
reviewed his entire thing, but you didn't do mine.
Yes, I reviewed his because he came to the meeting and I reviewed his.
So then am I being punished for not coming to my meeting?
You're not being punished for anything.
Okay.
You can perceive it any which way
You
you
know what,
want.
Judge, it is almost like 4 and I don't want to eat up too many of everybody's time. Like I said, it's okay, don't worry about it. I'll pray on it, I'll pray for you, I'll pray for all of us. We can keep going.
Commissioner, anything else?
No, I just,
Why do you give me the opportunity to talk to create more hostile environment?
Because
no, I'm not, we're not,
I thought we said we were done.
We are done with this, but he had a comment he wanted to make, so I'm gonna give that opportunity.
Okay.
you know, I think as elected officials, we're requested to propose what we feel and believe numbers that we know are first and foremost justifiable. And I mean, the maintenance on the equipment, I've got it on all my budget because we do have equipment, it belongs to the county and it needs to be maintained. If we don't maintain it, it'll break, and next thing you know, I'm having to put a request to buy $180,000 haul truck from my COs, when some of these things can be prevented. We've been in office, some of us have been doing this long enough to understand those aspects and those requirements of funding necessary to perform these tasks. So this isn't anything personal, first and foremost. This is not my money. It belongs to the county, it belongs to the precinct, whatever department it's at. If when it's there in case it's needed, but it's different when there's an allocated amount, and I may use 20,000, but if I don't use it, it goes right back to the general fund. Is that correct, Mr. Pereira?
Yes, sir.
Versus,
Who spent the most money out of all the commissioners this past year?
You have?
In the court, I went over, and on the courthouse. Or also the courthouses and everything, because
Precinct 4.
we got hit
Remember,
hard.
because the thing is, again, Judge,
Oh,
I have
battery?
the most equipment.
precinct 4?
Precinct 4.
I have the most miles, I have the most equipment.
Well, I might be the
This is what I was
second.
asking, and I'm saying, hey, regardless of everything, you told me a million
Hmm?
times that I spent on what I.
In the courthouse, I spent most.
No,
I
we're-
have
we're
a lot.
precinct.
And just because I can't put into numbers like everybody else yet, doesn't mean that I don't have the same needs. I need help.
Anything else from the arena conference? We're good on that, Mr. Pereira. What other thing do you have, Commissioner?
That's it.
No other comments?
Can we go to the golf course?
Maybe, yeah. Did we done yours?
We have Constable Precinct 4, 5, and 7 here. We'll go ahead and have them come forward. That is page 21, Mr. Pereira.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Let me find you, Constable.
Page 21, please.
Where can we see the constables from?
21. Mr. Pereira's pulling it up there. It's right there.
Because my thing is not listed in pages like yours.
No, there's a page number at the bottom. There's not,
Because I have 15 right here, look, and then you turn it, and I have 16.
right,
Go to
because
page 21.
Your Constable 1.
She's gonna follow them. I'll follow it.
I'll be nervous.
Constable 4.
20, it's page 20.
see, that's what she's.
I know, but all the numbers in the front aren't, right, they're not listed.
So on Constable Precinct 4, Constable Rosas, Constable, as mentioned, for the individuals elected to have been here today, the proposed for all elected officials across the board is a 5% increase.
Okay.
For salaries, for purposes of salaries, it's a 5% increase. That will also include the continual SB 22. Mr. Pereira has assured us today that he has spoken to the comptroller's office, and at least for the next 2 years, that's still in play. So, as I mentioned to the previous constable that was before the court, so long as you provide all the information that's needed to keep in compliance with the records management of it for Mr. Pereira and his office, there should not be a need or a issue with you not continuing to get SB 22.
Correct.
As I mentioned to the previous constable that was here, at that point, if there is an issue with non-compliance, it will be a matter of accountability if you didn't turn your information that Mr. Pereira needs. But other than that, there is going to be, at least for the next 2 years, a continual funding for SB 22. In addition, like I said, the proposed is the 5% for elected officials across the board. On your request for maintenance and repair, you're asking for a $450 increase on your fuel and oil. You're asking for a $1,000 increase on uniforms. You're asking for a $500 increase. Training and education seminars, 200. Software and user provided by Mr. Pereira's office. And then you're asking for equipment in the amount of $89,000.
Correct.
What's the capital outlay equipment for?
So, I see that the personnel is proposed at 0.
Where is that at?
As per our discussion, Judge, Thursday's meeting.
I see. I'm sorry, I forgot to say that. I apologize, Constable, I'm glad you said it, I oversaw that. So Constable Rosas had requested for an additional position, for an additional deputy to be under his department. You will see Constable a 0 on there, simply because the court has thus far been of the opinion we're not adding any positions to the budget this year. And so that's why you see that 0 on the proposed. However, you are here today and you can advise the court your position. But I did want to advise you of what the opinion has been thus far today in regards to adding additional positions.
Personnel? Okay. Yeah, like I said, since I came into office in January, precinct 4, 5, and 7 is one of the biggest precincts out of the constable's office in Dimmit County. Like I said, I'm coming here standing for my constituents. I want to stand and deliver for them. I know that Asherton's over 1,000 population. I know Catarina's a little over 100, around 100, and Creed's at over about 750. Plus, that could increase. So, with that being said, from Webb County to where my precinct is, precinct 4, 5, and 7, at Sonic, it's roughly 29.7 miles. This position, I can say comfortably that we're not going to lose any, financial revenues. I want to be able to pick somebody that's going to benefit us, right, as a county as a whole. I see it as a business in some type of way, but at the same time, like I said, we need more personnel, we need more boots on the floor. It's not, I know my reports, my citations, I pay off my salary very well with my citations, and I'll continue to do that every year, every month, every year. It won't change for me. But like I said,
and I do want to commend you, Constable, because Judge Martinez provided to the court citation numbers. And I know you came into office in January, but the numbers obviously speak for themselves.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
And so I just wanted to commend you for that, because I know that you're giving out citations.
yes. Yeah.
But I just wanted to tell you that.
And not just that, helping out the sheriff's office, helping out the beta court with JP4 at least once a month. I know we have them coming up August the 12th. We average once a month. Civil process court. Other than that, I serve 3 or 4 papers a month. It's not too much there, but like I said, it's being an asset to the county, the sheriff's office, trying to help them what they need, especially with calls in Catarina. The other day I was out there with DPS, they needed assistance, I responded, kept the sheriff's office here in Carrizo, kept them local. Anything that I can do to help them, but obviously we need to expand law enforcement, right? And I'm speaking for my office, and I think more boots on the floor, being proactive, I'm more old school, windows down, cruising, talking to people, waving, and seeing how everything's going, because I talk to them every day, I was out in Asherton last night on Huizache and Zaragoza, this man approached me. He even said, was like, I appreciate you coming. Like, this has never been done, you know, patrolling. And I mean, he just gave me that, you know, and that felt good. And it does feel good, you know, and I want to keep expanding and keep growing, you know. And like I said, with this position, it will help us out. You know.
Do you have a deputy constable right now?
I have a reserve deputy, and he's been coming out. He's averaging about 10 citations a month. I don't have a paid full time.
You don't have a pay person?
No, ma'am.
Because based on our paperwork, it says that he does.
Where's that?
Deputy constable, and she added it in her.
Right here, Constable, you wanna look at it? We have it right here. Deputy Constable 45.
Yeah, that's what's proposed. But I don't have it. That's what we're meeting on Thursday.
Because it is fair, if it goes, if precinct has one, then it's fair, because they're the same, we should be.
It's an actual, it was an actual salary from 24-25. Right here.
Whenever I got my copy from Mr. Steve's office.
Right here, it's actual salary, 24-25, 45,000.
No, but it's,
No, it's on there.
I know, but
I think we should be confused. And so you think that.
See what I'm saying?
no, but he doesn't have it.
That was never.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying, but when I request my, it's not on there. Like that one?
This one, Mr. Pereira just did it for next year. That's
No,
why
this, actually, this is not part of the budget. This is.
I know, that's what I'm
this
saying,
from
this is
audit,
for,
From our audit.
yes,
Oh,
that's what it
What we
is.
do. And so, we might put it in there, but they.
It's because if you read up here, it says fiscal year ending September 2026. So he's putting that as
So
a
he has
PR.
He doesn't.
Well,
See, in that paper is showing what.
No, no.
that is misleading.
No, these were our actual audit figures. And so basically, when they show what they actually got paid, it shows zero. Because we don't, but it's not, because we don't, and that's why the other ones were different, because this is from the audit, from our audit.
I understand, but for me, it says,
I know, but it's not. If you look at the budget, there's nothing.
This is last year's budget.
That's the budget that was approved. So his office, I guess, inadvertently put that number, but the budget we approved last year.
Well, not even last year, but what happened is that it's there from previous years, and they don't take it off, but they don't put anything in there. So we don't modify it because it's a position that was previously there. Just like the commodities that was there previously, there's no salary, so nothing gets put in there.
well, why don't you remove that?
I will, because
Because
you know, we just took this out, we just did this at the last minute because we wanted you all to have numbers and names to it.
So since the line item's already there and the money's already there, can he just make it on this budget where he can access that money?
No, there's
No,
not,
in addition.
there's not a line item on there.
I'm confused, Judge.
Yes, let me explain it to Mr. Pereira, that's confusing everybody. So, the budget that was approved last year for October 1, 2024 to 2025, there was not a line item approved for a additional deputy constable. It was not approved. It's right here. This is of the official documentation. And that's why Constable Ramos, excuse me, Rosas is saying that, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
What Constable Rosas is saying is that that's why he's requesting one, because when he received the documentation, it shows that there is no line item for a deputy constable. This document that you're looking on here, Mr. Pereira's office attached it as a proposal, and that's why you see at the top, it says budget ending September 2026, which is next year's budget. That's what that is. So technically, it's not a mistake, it's just that they already pre-added it for next year. However, on the front page of this that we're looking at, it doesn't show that because it wasn't, a line item that was included.
That's my question. How can I have two line items of employees and how many employees in there? On the one that we're talking about.
No, I'm looking at the data like,
Okay, so going back, to Mr. Constable Rosas, questions for me? For commentary?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Constable, and it's just a question, since you have a reserve, is there any way you could take on like another reserve to assist with this? Or, and the reason I'm asking is because we did, it was a statement earlier when we started this workshop, basically, that we were gonna try at all possible to limit to add any more positions to what we already have. I believe we've gone up about 20 something positions in the past year or 3 years. But either way, we're in an effort to stay efficient as a county and looking at other venues of how to address a situation like yours. Is that a possibility that we get some more reserve?
I think in this sense, it's more of a, because he already has a deputy, he has a deputy constable reserve. I think more, correct me if I'm wrong, Constable, it's more of a situation for him that he wants him to get paid, correct?
Correct.
It's a paid position. Because you can always get reserves because they need somebody to hold their license.
Correct.
And he can get that. He's just wanting it to be a paid position.
Correct. So like the way the reserves,
It's not a matter of it's not a matter of him being short on staff. It's not a matter of him needing more people to help him give more tickets or to uphold law and order. This is more of his request so that that person can get paid. You understand what I'm saying? Because him and I'm not gonna mention no names, we won't get into personnel, but
No.
so his deputy reserve and him have done an astounding job. They do their job, that's what I'm saying. But yes, and they're getting work done. He's just asking this court to pay that position.
Oh, pay.
Yes, it's not that he's asking this court, I need more people, correct?
So you're gonna keep a reserve and then add a paid position, or you're gonna keep
Well-
a reserve and hire somebody, right? Because right now you said that you wanted to find somebody that you thought.
so rephrasing that, Judge, the reserves, I can't guarantee obviously if you'll come on board full time, right? It's up to him, but it's an open position, right? And obviously, if it's not him or somebody else, it's gonna come back to the hiring process of who I hire. That's gonna be an asset to.
And the reason I ask Constable, and that's for along with that position comes the expenditure of vehicle, lighting, equipment.
Correct.
That's what the 89,000 is
Right.
for.
And as you know, just your vehicle, when it came up into discussion, getting the monies for it, we got to a point where I believe Commissioner Rubalcaba and myself split the cost to get you what you need.
Correct.
So with that in mind, and that's why, I'm glad you came so we could have this discussion. It's a situation where, aside from the pay of the employee, which I'm sure, as long as he performs his duties and jobs, it can be compensated, but at this point, and what basically, what we're keeping in mind at this point is the values of our tax rate. And we're trying to do it, or at least that's the way I'm looking at it and I'm interpreting it. We're trying to do everything we can as a court to make sure that no department falls into a situation where, you know what, we're gonna have to get rid of this position, we're gonna have to get rid of this, or cut back on.
Correct.
whatever.
No, and like I said, I respect that. I just feel like as a deputy, compared to adding any other position, besides any deputy, reserve,
Right.
constable, you can make revenue from that.
Sure.
Right? Traffic citations, city ordinance, however way to go about it. And like I said, it's to me, I guess in law enforcement side of things, we need more boots on the floor. You know, you know, regardless, I mean, I'm not gonna say regardless of money, I'll take that back, but like I said, it's just something that you wanna draw people into Dimmit County, right? You wanna keep your employees, you know, you gotta pay them to keep them, you gotta spend money to make money. You know, I mean, as a businessman, you know, operating things, it's kind of the same thing, I'm seeing it, but it's just, right now is the start of it, right? I know my constituents, they want this, they need this, we need this, you know, and like I said, going back to it, it's even if I had to get a used unit, you know, buy a used one, I mean, I'm all for it. But if we can, you know, get this position, because we need it.
I would tend to agree with you, Commissioner. And what's something that I was going to point out is that another constable that's located outside of the city limits, that's pretty far, also has that same position. So it would make them equal in that sense, because I know that in that other precincts, I think that they share and kind of go back and forth when it comes to the vehicles. I do know that as constables, they don't get anything from like the sheriff's office. So like the reserves, and correct me if I'm wrong, reserves aren't mandated to go out. So basically you can call for help, and if the reserve isn't able to help you, there's nothing to make them. But if you have an employee, they're mandated to report to you and to help.
As a Constable Precinct 1, I'm not looking for a position for a deputy constable. This man, in my opinion, really needs one, just because he's, what, 8-9 miles out of the
outside,
limits?
yes. And I was about to say, go ahead.
And if you guys do agree, safety is #1 priority.
Correct.
And the last thing we need is another constable getting beat up on the side of the road, just like Constable Precinct 3. Also, take this into consideration. Traffic accidents, 83 South. Let's just say his deputy constable, you know, happens to be working. He shows up. He's there faster, and he can be able to get air life, you know, quicker, get ambulance, get status, and that's, Commissioner Carmona understands how that works. Just take it into consideration for Constable Manuel Rosas.
There's not, and obviously since the whole time that I've been here, I would feel strongly that he does need this, only because I do live outside the city limits, and I can tell you that when my constable isn't available, it takes 20-30 minutes, and that's all the time to have somebody, the deputies go from Carrizo over there. So if it can help better protect the Catarina area and the Asherton area, and have somebody that's on standby when he's not, I feel like that's 100% justifiable, and it shouldn't take into consideration the fee that you're going to pay them, because again, they're working the hours, and they're doing the things that most people don't, and putting their life on the line. And I don't think that there's an amount that you can put on that. So I do agree that the position should be given to him based on his location or where he's at, and the demand for the extra units in the Ashton area.
Also, Commissioners, don't mind me, I have experience working with the Sheriff's Office, and I can't speak for the Sheriff, he's not here. I'm not the Sheriff, I'm a Constable. I have worked at nights, on Sunday nights, I've worked Saturday nights, I've worked Monday nights. I've been on patrol for 12 years. Also, I know what it's like to respond at 100 miles an hour to go into I'm using code words, domestic violence or, yeah. You know, it's dangerous, especially if there's some type of weather, you know. We can have boots on the ground in Asherton, even in Carrizo Hill where his precinct's at. Maybe to stop a fight, domestic violence, or any type of assault would really, really help. But then again, I'm just...
Sorry, Constable, but even with being proactive, right? The whole point of law enforcement being proactive, being the deterrent in our communities. You know, people see you, like I said, yesterday, the guy, he praised me. And it sank in my heart, because the guy was like, I've never seen this in so many years. Like, you're out with your scene lights, you're patrolling, you know, you're being active. He's like, I appreciate it, right? And I'll tell you right now, for my raise, I care less for my raise. I care more about my employee, right? Getting in the position. That's what I care about. You know, and like I said, it's being proactive, being a deterrent, and assisting the sheriff's office in any way we can, including the courts, obviously, because we're constables. But like I said, just being an asset to our community.
Mr. Pete, was that line item there previously? Not last year, but like previous? No. Oh, it's just based on proposed, right?
They all just have
Yeah,
one.
it
It's only,
It's
it was
only
only
been a
that.
constable from, I
It was-
understand you from Mr. Pereira. Constable Precinct 3 didn't have it and got taken away.
Yes,
In the
no.
previous administration, Constable Precinct 3 didn't have a reserve deputy either. It got taken away in the previous administration and it got put to the sheriff's office. And then we brought it back to Constable Precinct 3 because he needed it. So that's what we did. So we included that Constable Precinct 3. But to answer your question, no, the constables have not had a paid deputy constable position in previous administration or the current, other than Constable Precinct 3 Valderas. So, anything else?
I just think that it's extremely justifiable to give him that employee. I have no other questions.
I see the same thing. Law enforcement is. Can we add it on there?
I think that we can do in abundance of fairness, right? We can add or propose, I can propose a position, but we can try to perhaps maybe figure out, Mr. Pereira, on creative ways to get him or the individual or whoever it is in terms of vehicle. I think at this time, budget-wise and based on the numbers that Mr. Pereira has provided me through the valuation, I just don't foresee that we can make a justifiable expense for vehicle through this current budget. But I think that we can justify for your safety and for purposes of the numbers that are there, which I discussed that with you for the position. I just can't at this time propose for that vehicle.
Maybe one of us will be cutting out to COs.
And I think, yes, I think that we
We can figure it out.
we can
We
figure
can get
that
you that.
out
If
from
approved,
the
we
either,
can figure it out.
yeah, from,
Because I was also gonna say too, I know
Okay.
that one thing that the constables have been vocal about is having an extra unit on standby for when their units are being serviced, because all constables right now are struggling with units, and I'm not trying to take away from the fact that you need one constable, but I do know that all constables, that's a need that they need. So taking that into consideration, that it's not just one extra vehicle, it would be two.
Correct, yeah. And that's why I said, I was looking at.
Commissioner and I will split
The unit,
the unit
Okay,
out of our COs.
I appreciate that. Like I said, I was even looking at used ones, you know, as long as that's some type of
Let's
warranty.
go with you.
so,
I agree,
I don't have
but
no money they can
just to
do.
get,
We'll take,
okay,
we'll take the bull by the horns.
thank you, Constable.
I appreciate it.
She's
Thank you.
sponsored by.
high country or premium?
Nah,
That's one thing
I think that's true.
That's one thing I will say about Constable Rosa's meeting with him, was that he was also very financially conservative, and I want to respect you for that, because
Correct. I mean, like I said, whatever happened today, it's not gonna change who I am. I'm still gonna be the same tickets, you know, still be the same person, right? We could agree to disagree, disagree to agree. But at the end of the day,
We just, I just want to say this, we appreciate everything y'all do, by all means. And whenever, if I say something, please don't take me wrong, at least because I speak for myself, but, you know, it's our job to look at different ways to be conservative, and being that we can do at times, like we just talked about, we've done it for Constable Precinct 1, and we'll do it for anybody.
correct.
Within our county, that we can assist and help in any shape or form, you know, because that's really what builds us. If we can work together, we can get anything accomplished.
Yes, sir.
So, I appreciate everything y'all do as constables.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We're here for whatever we can help.
And like I said, I want to draw more reserves in. Obviously, they don't get paid. I require 8 hours a month for my reserves, so I only have 1 right now, but I know the sheriff's office requires 16. There's a lot that they're like, I don't want to do that. There's a lot of guys that don't want to do it anymore. Yeah, so, you know, and it's just me, I'm about, come out, come help out, you know, with our community and whatever the sheriff's office needs, right?
We'll take care.
thank you,
Go
Constable.
ahead.
Thank you, appreciate it.
We're gonna recess for about 5 minutes.
Less.
We're gonna recess for 20 minutes.
Road and Bridge 2, Commissioner, same spiel,
Yes.
5%, 5% across the board for elected officials. For personnel, the dollar, where's Mr. Pereira?
$1.50.
Julissa, can you find Mr. Pereira, please? Dollar to $1.50. On the operating supplies going down, as you can see, we're on Road and Bridge 2. As you can see, Commissioner Carmona didn't request for any increases.
The only increase that, oh, sorry.
The only increase there is, was the $5,000 for maintenance repair buildings. There was an increase in that one for $5,000.
And that's to repair that old, it won't take it all, but, that's to repair that old storage room we have from K.O. Gibbs.
Yes, you did advise me of that, Commissioner. And that,
So that's the road bridge or?
yes, Road and Bridge 2. We put it on there for the proposal for the $5,000.
What's that, the courthouse?
No,
No, we're doing Road and
Road
Bridge.
and Bridge, because he's using that building, so he's just gonna restore it.
And how much were we looking at?
5,000.
Is this the one we discussed with you on?
Yes, you did.
Right, we did. But I thought,
That was it.
There's just a discrepancy on the percentage. Any questions, comments for Road and Bridge 2? We'll move on to courthouse grounds. Again, the personnel, we will get the numbers as recommended by Mr. Pereira. The $1.50 will suffice, page 31.
Only one. Yes.
There was an increase on the maintenance and repair equipment of an additional $5,000. And that is the increase for courthouse maintenance.
And then the expenditure on the maintenance and repair of buildings, remember we went back to 20,000? Because I had requested 60 since I had gone.
Where are you at, Commissioner?
On the second one from the other services charges for the fuel and oil, the maintenance and repair building.
Yes.
I had requested 60, but we went back to 20 because hopefully we can get those ACs done. And that's what took the majority of the hit with train services, so they're kind of expensive. So. But we went back to 20.
Any other questions for Commissioner Carmona in regards to courthouse maintenance? We have, what other one, Commissioner?
That's all I have.
That's all you have?
And the fire stayed.
Oh, yes.
Fire stayed the same.
Fire stayed the same. Mr. Pereira, that stays the same. On the fire.
Yes, David had said so.
Yes, that's what Mr. Flores submitted.
Because he had submitted those 20,000 on capital outlay, but that was gonna be for the operating supplies.
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
So all these.
The 20,000.
Reference
And capital outlay, yeah, that is a 24.
25%, 20%, 20%, 50%.
Oh, okay, thank you for bringing it up, Commissioner. Sorry, I do have to bring it up, Commissioner Carmona. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, Commissioner. There was increase in the maintenance and repair building request of an additional $5,000. In maintenance repair equipment, there's an additional request of $2,000. For utilities, there's an increased request of $1,000.
That's where we're paying the water bills.
Hold on, Commissioner.
Oh,
I think
She's
mine's
trying-
different. My bills are different, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think.
Compare to yours to see if that's okay.
No, they're increasing.
Oh, they're looking at,
Yes, she's talking about the increases that they're
oh,
requesting.
okay.
Because you said right now that it stayed the same.
No, I apologize. They did
Okay.
not stay the same. It is a $5,000 increase that you're asking, the fire is asking for maintenance repair building. An increase of $2,000 for maintenance repair equipment. You're asking for a $1,000 increase for utilities. You're asking for $2,000 for training and education. You're asking for $3,000 for maintenance repair vehicle. And you're asking for $20,000 for equipment.
Yeah, but that one, we put it on the 20,000 bit went into the operating supply. And I apologize for saying no changes, but David did this one.
So on the operating supplies, there is an increase of $13,500 for operating supplies. There is an increase for 13, so. Questions?
So the 20,000, you said that it's gonna go from what to where?
So on the 20,000 that he was requesting, he's requesting it for operating supplies.
And that's because some of the gear, firefighting gear is getting to be expired.
Here's the schedule for basically, the tax and the budget. So we have for Mary.
Yeah.
There might not be a need to have the September 8th public hearing, but for the taxes, there is a public hearing for the budget, but the public hearing for the taxes, we'll see once you all adopt the tax rate, or propose the tax rate, then we can determine whether we'll be there.
Any questions for the fire?
No.
No question.
Questions, Commissioner? No questions? So we're, check on the fire crew. No? On the page 7, I guess it's page 7, we're ready, the first page for the county judge. First page, page 7. On the elected official, with the elected official is the 5%. I do want to state to the court that I have no problem foregoing my personal increase of 5%, to reflect no increase for the elected official base of that 5%. But we did, Mr. Pereira's office did put 5% across the board for all elected officials. As you can see, to include all four commissioners and bringing up Commissioner Talamantes to be comparable with all the commissioners. On the juvenile board, I did not ask for an increase. I requested 16, so that should say 16, Mr. Pereira. I'm not asking for an increase. I'm asking for it to stay the same. On the state supplement, that's the state supplement amount is what is provided by the state of Texas. That number right there did increase. However, that is a number that is provided to the auditor's office by the state of Texas. That's not a number that varies by the commissioner's court. That's just a state number that the state supplements the county judge. So that number is the number that was given by law. Going down to, like I said, commissioners 1, 2, and 3, and 4, I am proposing that they all be the same. On car allowance, I did not ask for an increase. Cell phone, I did not ask for an increase. I kept it the same. I'm not asking for an increase either. The personnel, like I said, it's the $1 to $1.50 that the court has been made aware of. The maintenance jail, the same thing, $1 to $1.50. Part-time should remain the same, and that's where most of the funding that we get that I use that line item for summer part-time positions or work study throughout the year. On the operating supplies, I kept it the same. I didn't ask for anything. Office supplies, I kept it the same. The dues stayed the same. On advertising, I requested a 50% decrease, so from 2,000, I'm requesting it to be lowered down to 1,000. Again, looking at my expenditure and conversations with Mr. Pereira, I felt that it was just financially best for us to decrease it instead of keeping it the same or increasing it. For professional services, we did increase it by 5,000. For that, commissioners, we are asking for that increase. This is the line item that pays the court-appointed attorneys. If we need to have an interpreter, if we need to have a psych exam, this is where that money comes from.
Kind of like what the district judge has.
Exactly what the Judge Abascal was saying, but obviously mine's on a lower scale. So I am asking for a 5,000 increase. I do want to advise the court that we've been having a really hard time getting court-appointed attorneys. Ms. McDaniel can attest to that it's been really hard because we pay really low in comparison to other counties for court-appointed attorneys. So I'm hoping that with this increase, I would be able to give the court-appointed attorneys additional funding so that we can have those services here for the indigent defense clients that don't or cannot afford attorney by law, that we're allowed to give them an attorney. The data processing stayed the same. Training and telephone stayed the same. Training and education seminars, I did ask for a $5,000 increase, and that was a reflection of the expenditure. I do want to point out that this year we did attend more trainings than usual. We also were able to attend trainings that we have not been, or had not been in the past. I know as a whole board, we attended the fire one, Commissioner emergency management one, so there has been some trainings that have gone up, so I'm asking for an additional 5,000. Fuel and oil, I decreased that, down to 10. It was 15 before, but I'm asking for a decrease to 10, and that's, mainly again, looking at my expenditure and looking at the totality of all the numbers. I felt, that the financially conservative thing to do was to ask for less money because I'm not spending that much money on fuel and oil. How many what? How many, like, vehicles? I have one vehicle, which is the one that, warehouses? That's on the courthouse, and actually, I'm gonna have the one. This one is more for the code enforcement. So, again, like I said, I try to stay financially conservative, and I did take away 5,000. Maintenance and repair, I did ask for 2,000, and that again is for the repairs of our code enforcer, just in case he does need it, but it's really mainly been, for purposes of, oil changes and whatnot. On the capital equipment, there is a line item there that I requested, it's 7,100. I don't foresee using that entire amount, but we are trying to get additional printers for when we have county court, because myself as the county judge and sometimes the clerk's office, we have to print out stuff here and we don't have the mobile printers to be able to bring here, so that is what includes the 7,100, but as I mentioned, that was budgeted last year, 7,100, so I'm not asking for an increase or a change, I'm just asking to have it there for purposes of securement if I do need it for next year. But I don't think I will, but I just want to make sure we have it. Any questions?
Commissioner Urban, didn't you say that you wanted to separate the training?
The what?
The training? Because this includes all of us, right?
Yes, and the way we've had it, the way that it's here, it's the way it's always been.
So we're gonna keep it combined, because I thought that you said that you were
It's
gonna.
45,000 for training, and that's where we all go to training from.
But you said that you weren't gonna tell her to separate it, because you felt that it needed to be separated per commissioner and their own line item.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, that's what I'm asking you, is that
Yeah,
like the still the route that they're on, or is
remember-
it gonna still stay here?
Well, I remember talking about that, and that was because when we did the budget, with the budget adjustment, or to allocate more money to the training, it was brought up about how come we were spending so much money on training. And that's where I felt like if we,
But I think, just to answer your question, for transparency, if Mr. Pereira and I looked at almost every single expenditure report, and just across the board, to make it very clear, the entire county as a whole, training and education expenditure has skyrocketed. It's not just,
Because I thought that's what he was saying, his reasoning, that he said that it was your office, so that he said that we should split it up.
well, I'm glad you're saying that, because that's.
Oh, honesty is all you get from honesty, when I'm up here, I speak the truth.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, but the numbers don't lie, and the training and education seminars, by far have gone up astronomically, across the board, and that's something that Mr. Pereira and I have talked about. I think the commissioners here can agree, and I have had other employees, advise me that in the past, in the previous administration, if they have 1 or 2 trainings, that was a lot.
I don't mind it staying there, Judge, by all means, because I mean, it's not far off from what we had last year. My only concern is because I know that Commissioner Miranda had felt very strongly about it, and he said that it was going to be broken up for the next year, and I'm still seeing the numbers on here, that's why I was asking him, was that still the case, or are we going to leave it in her?
This is the first time I've heard of it, so.
But this is what the workshop is for, this is why I said public setting.
So this is the first time that I've heard that you're saying that he had a problem with it. So because I had never heard of it, we left it the way that it was. I did meet with Commissioner Carmona and Commissioner Rubalcaba, and that was not brought to my or Mr. Pereira's attention. And I will, for full transparency, tell this court that when we met with Mr. Pereira, And it wasn't just one-on-one with me and the commissioners. Mr. Pereira met with me, and it was never brought to my attention that the training wanted to be separated by
Yeah,
anybody.
to control it a little bit, it was the reasoning for it.
Okay, well, thank you for advising me, but I would just put it on here based on the way that it's always been. Okay, she wants to answer.
I'll say what I said was that going back to being conservative as a county, I felt that if we have monies allocated, if we know how many hours we need as commissioners, we should allocate that much for those trainings. We all know in this room that there's trainings that are accessible through the internet, where you can sit there and take the same training versus driving.
Oh, yeah.
3 hours.
Because you said that
I
would be
did say
approved,
that,
not
and that's why I'm
unlisted
repeating it. This goes for everybody. I'm not gonna say, no, it goes for everybody.
I wish you would have told me, Commissioner,
Oh.
that you had an issue with having trainings online.
But it's not personal, remember?
What training? I'm just saying in entirety.
Well,
I've
she
had
said
the
that,
discussion, I've had the
you
discussion.
said that. you-
I'll clarify, I'm sorry, Judge, I'll clarify.
You said
The
that.
last time that we're talking about the things, you said that it could be because that your budget spending was getting out of hand, and how Mika was on the agenda, which I didn't come, so I don't know what happened. But how you were on the agenda, he suggested that you could do your trainings online because they're available online. So that's the statement that was made. So I'm just asking him if that's still the direction he wants to go in, because I did consider like it would be good for each commissioner to have their own budget, but again, I'm not gonna sit up here and swing, because I'm pretty sure you know what it feels like, Judge, to sit up here and swing based on what everybody seems to agree on, but you stand up here and nobody agrees with you when you're up here. And I know you know exactly how that feels. So I'm just making it be known, are we gonna separate it, or are we gonna keep it together? Because you wanted to control the
We can
specific.
separate it, but I'm just one vote.
Oh, no, I said it right now, Commissioner. I completely agreed with you when you said it, that I said, you know what, we could look at
That would
it.
hold you accountable for what you're
Hey.
spending, and hold me accountable for what I'm spending.
I 100% agree.
And the
To
reason
have
this
an
conversation.
issue with
No.
Mr.
It
Hernandez,
ha-
Mr. Hernandez does nothing but help
No,
everybody.
it has an issue.
You do, Mita, you do. You answered my call this morning at 6:30, you do help me.
Is that,
It sounds
Look.
like she does.
Yesterday passed.
I don't mind, Judge.
No, I know, thank you, and you're correct, it does sound like it's personal, if you're saying that.
And
Miss
yesterday
Hernandez,
passed.
I know, but Ms. Hernandez does nothing to anybody, and
if anybody wants to make you feel like it's personal, so be it. You're in control of your own feelings, and that's what feelings are for.
that's
So-
what I said this morning.
Okay, so,
If they agreed with you.
can I finish my explanation?
Yes, sir.
It all started because I've had people approach me and literally attack me as to why are we spending so much money on training? ¿Por qué van tantos trainings ustedes? So, in defense of the court, I tell them, I go to the trainings that I need to get my hours. And if I don't need to go to training, I don't go to training. I haven't, but you can't make everybody understand that. Everybody sees their, like the JPs have their trainings, the judge has her trainings, we have our trainings. Nobody really understands
So
what.
that's what I'm saying, how can the commentary be made that we're excessively spending on training when every single different department, every single different elected has different trainings that they have to do to be in compliance, and I'll be the first one to tell you, Commissioner, or commissioners, I have to have certain hours, more hours than the commissioners have. And so, for purposes of saying that the county judge's office is there's excessive spending for training because it's under my department. My department, just to make it clear, for training, education, and seminars is for everybody. It's not just the county judges, this includes the commissioners.
This was, in this training that we went, was recently a new training that came up.
Exactly.
That I came across for
I feel like the
for
training is extremely like necessary. By all
Like,
means.
Well, I know, that's what I'm saying, so.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
You're
On
saying
the-
it's necessary, so I'm not sure.
On this one that we went, that it just popped automatic, which I didn't even was aware about it. It just happened to come up on my email, and I pushed it on to whoever wanted to go, because we learned a lot of things.
You did.
That we learned a lot, we did a lot of things, we learned a lot of things that were going on. And actually, it's not only for the elected official, or not the fire, it's not only for the fire chief. It's not only, but it came in for the fire, it's not only for the fire chief, EMCs, it was for everybody abroad that wants to attend and see what goes on. It's a lot of paper pushing and stuff like that. And they go through, I mean, there were class, it's kind of like the conferences we go to, but in one day. In one day. You select what you
I did,
want.
I learned on the fire.
Going back, Commissioner, to your comment, and I want to reiterate, we've had other elected officials from other departments, going back to your comment about that Ms. Hernandez can take training online, for her not to.
I didn't say that, it was recommended to me. I just repeated it.
Okay,
I
well,
hardly complain.
well, just to clarify, we've had elected
For the record.
officials, thank you, Commissioner. We've had elected officials here in the past, and I think during your time here as commissioner, that have advised that they would rather go in person than over the internet
I
because
100% agree.
because it's not the same. And we've had other elected officials come before and say, the previous administration used to say, oh, you can do it online. But doing it online is not the same as in person, or send one person, come back, bring the other one. And so my proposal was to keep it as is, where it's always been. And I asked for the increase of 5 just because of the numbers and because I know that there is, for instance, Commissioner Talamantes.
I agree, all the trainings that I went to, I would say I learned.
Okay, but I just want to tell you, like, for instance, in your case, you went this year to the IT training. Last year, Commissioner Juan did not go. So does that make you like you're overspending because you went? No, it's just you chose, as the head of that department, you felt the need to go.
Because I skipped one and then I went to one. But I will agree, because definitely for me as well, I can't learn sometimes on a computer setting. It does help to interact. And I think that the part that we're missing that's most beneficial with these trainings is being able to interact and socialize with other peers of the same. But what I was just saying was that I was under the impression, because I was told that it was going to be separated, so that I'm seeing it full here. That's why I just had that question. But even as far as the fire training commissioner that we went to, one of the most informational things that I took from that one was the laddering of the brush, which helped me understand why it's so important to make sure that any road that's adjacent with a highway, you know, why the ladders. So any training that I've been to, I can wholeheartedly tell you that I've learned and I picked up something being newly elected.
Even in Washington, D.C.
Even in Washington, D.C., yes, ma'am, because I was the first one up here to say that I went to that trip. So, but I was just asking because they said that it was supposed to be separated, I'm seeing it all together, and for transparency reasons, I wanted to ask the question. You're welcome.
Any other questions?
No.
Mr. Pereira, we're good to go on the, we just have one more and then we'll be done. I know, we just have one more. We have till 5 o'clock, so somebody can walk in at 5.
Well, y'all can take it. Which one?
Let's go real quick to the sports complex.
Oh.
This ain't Burger King, can't have it your way.
Again?
He said, this is not Burger King, you can't have it your way.
Where are we going?
Sports complex number 44. On the sports complex, again, I didn't ask for any changes. I'm trying to, other than the personnel, but I won't know, like I said, on personnel, how many we are going to need.
How many do we have?
No, I know, that's what I'm trying to look at. Monday?
But how many do we have?
Let me see, I can tell you right now.
Oh, it's in back here.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
So there is the, what we allotted for last year. You have the park ranger, the maintenance supervisor, then you have 1, 2, 3, full-time position, 1, 2 additional park positions. and, the overtime, if needed. So you have,
70 employees.
so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yes, sir. And to be quite frank with you, Commissioner, Carmona, in terms of the park full-time, they were listed that way. What I'm envisioning for that park is more of not necessarily, I would tell you right now for sure, like the park ranger, and that's just a name that was advised to put on there, and the maintenance supervisor, and at least one full-time position. Those would definitely, I think, be the full-time, being that one full-time position would be allocated for purposes of the, ¿cómo se dice? To set up, like if people needed to use the park.
You have a coordinator.
Like a coordinator. It would be a coordinator that's specifically for the sports complex. That's what the intention was last year when this position was approved. The other the other full-time positions, those are positions that are dictated here as full-time. However, the envision for the park is to utilize those fundings for part-time positions. And so it's more for like the after school. You'll have maybe 1 or 2 that would be there throughout the day because there might be some events that are going on throughout the day. But the vision here was to have kind of mimic what the city of Eagle Pass does, and that they hire positions to run like the concession stands, to run, to pick up the trash. And they mainly hire, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Pereira, it's high school, college students, and also, not regular people, but they kind of target high school, to give high school students and college students an opportunity. So I don't foresee the positions to be full-time positions. They were just allocated that way to keep the monies there. I can totally have Mr. Pereira change those to part-time positions for purposes of taking away from like the fringe. But I would request in my proposal for this court at least the 3 full-time positions that are at the top, which is the park ranger, maintenance supervisor, and a park full-time, which would also translate into somebody that would be coordinating that particular park.
Do you really think that you need all these line item employees to run that park?
That's why I'm telling you, we can change on the park / full-time, those could be changed to just part-time, exactly, like one line item for part-time, to be able to run, because there's going to be 3 different concession stands, Commissioner Talamantes. So there'll be 3 different ones. And like I said, the intentions of this sports complex department was to mimic what the city of Eagle Pass does with their sports complex. And, excuse me, looking at how they operate, that's why this was on here.
The park ranger,
Yes.
is that something that we can utilize maybe the constable's or sheriff's office?
I have discussed that before, and it's something that might not be 100% feasible. I did talk to the sheriff at one point, and it kind of varies, and it does. I appreciate what he does now, but I'll give you the example of our courthouse security right now. When I'm short-staffed, and when I have a courthouse security gone, Ms. Hernandez will call the sheriff's office to get somebody to cover, and they cannot always cover. So that's why we needed somebody to be there.
Because as far as, so now that you're saying that, as far as the park ranger and the maintenance supervisor, those 2 positions, I understand that you would need it. I wouldn't really think that you would need a coordinator,
Yes.
but I would think that you would need a manager on site.
Well, the coordinator, Commissioner, would be kind of coordinator / park manager /
So you would utilize, okay.
all encompassing, that's gonna handle that part. would be
Because
the
we still
IC.
Let's just say 3 positions in one.
Yes, because we still have the coordinator with our Dimmit County coordinator.
She's the events coordinator, but I wanna reiterate where it gets into muddy waters, and I don't wanna be micromanaging or arguing, oh, she's commissioner, and that's person, and you can't be telling her what to do. Do you see what I'm saying? So
We gotta get rid of all the personal.
to save the argument, to save the personal, We had discussed this last year and decided that it would be appropriate for us to have a full-time coordinator, as Commissioner Carmona said right now, that's all encompassing, that would pretty much be like wearing 3 hats in one. And as you can see, it's not a very high-paying position either, so it might be kind of hard to fill that position, given that they're gonna be wearing 3 hats at once, but I'm not asking for any increases.
Maybe you can combine the park ranger. But I mean, that's just finding the right person.
The park
That's,
ranger is
yeah.
more of a security T-code thing.
So I understand that.
So that's why,
I can justify the first 2 ones. And I would think that you would need 4 employees aside from your park ranger and your coordinator manager/manager. I don't think that you need 2 part-times.
I just think.
you're talking about the additional part
Mhm.
full-time.
I think that you can take off one additional park full-time that you said that you're gonna turn into part-time, and I think that you'll still be fine.
May I just,
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna be honest with you, looking at these numbers, total personnel cost. I don't know, I guess this is with a 5% increase, where I guess we're gonna
No,
give.
there's no increase. I didn't ask for any increase
Okay,
at
and,
all. All I asked is for
correct
it to
me,
be.
correct me if I'm wrong, you're looking at one at 63, the park ranger is 63,081.
Okay, but let's make it clear. When you say 63, that includes fringe benefits.
That's why I'm asking, because
No,
this
it's at 41, or 43, excuse me.
43, 170.
43, and
Actual
then the others
salaries.
at 30,000.
Yes.
Okay, so this is my concern, Judge, and going back to what we discussed earlier, that's pretty high starting paying jobs for a park, a brand new park, for new personnel that's fixing to become a new county employee, and when you start comparing them, starting at 30,000 to people going exactly to what
Well, on the
Mr.
park ranger, I just want to tell you, that's going to be a T-code license.
It's an officer.
Okay,
It's an
no,
officer.
okay, well, exclude him,
Mhm.
but even him, how much is a starting paying job for a deputy right now?
45,
Okay,
45,
and for the park ranger, it's gonna be?
43,
Okay, so,
43.
but see, just, and I'm not picking on anybody here, but you have a park ranger that's gonna be in a park, and he's gonna start pretty much at the same as somebody who's out on patrol, patrolling the streets. To me, Judge, and I'm just being really honest with you, I don't know who established these pay scales, but they're pretty high for starting. That's just my opinion.
Because 14 should be 30.
Commissioner, and just real quick, and this is not personal. If you can recall, last year, when we sat down, Mr. Pereira and Oscar and I, these were numbers that I sat down and you were there because I needed consultants in regards to
Oh,
what I needed.
remember. That's why you said that he said park ranger, that's where you got it
Yes.
from.
I don't know,
These were-
I don't know where park ranger came
That's
from.
So these were
I'm sorry.
numbers, I'm not trying to fight or argue, I just want to refresh your.
I'm just
recollection.
remembering is what I am. I'm just remembering
I just want
the
to
conversation.
Refresh your recollection,
Okay.
Commissioner. These were positions that we had discussed. Like I said, I'm not asking for anything different, I'm just asking for it to mirror what we did last year. I understand your concern and I respect it. I just wanted to advise this court that it's been extremely hard. I know what you mean, and Commissioner Carmona can tell you this, it's been so hard for me to even get somebody to hire for courthouse security that's TCO. And Ms. McDaniel, I know you're nodding your head because you know what I'm talking about. It's so hard, Commissioner, to get officers that have a TCO license to come and work for this county for anything less than 45,000. And what I'm trying to say to you is that, like here at the courthouse security, when I first became the county judge, I had sit-down conversations with Ms. Sandoval, with Mr. Garcia. I continue to have one with Ms. Claudia. I continue to have one with Commissioner Carmona. There's always the complaint or the concern that someone's gonna come in here and shoot and kill and stuff, but I cannot for the life of me get anybody to come work for 43,000. And I understand what you're saying. They're not out there running the streets
Maybe they don't like the supervisor.
It's not that, nobody wants to work, we've had many people actually submit applications, is that correct,
Good.
Julie?
Okay, let's exclude the park ranger. Let's put,
So I'm just telling you
well, what about
because
all the other ones like 40,000?
there's nobody for 40,000,
I mean,
Commissioner? There's nobody for
30,000.
30, and those were
30,000.
salaries that were approved last year
But-
that are just being transferred,
But
I'm not
it
asking.
takes different numbers. See, we've been focusing this whole
Okay,
meeting
let me just
on
explain.
our revenue from gas
Yes,
and all,
okay,
right?
let me just explain.
I do feel, before you go into explain, Judge, just so I'm not gonna stay quiet in this situation, I do wanna give you my opinion. I feel that $246,000 is a lot for that park to operate yearly, especially when we're trying to cut down cost. I understand you wanting to be over-prepared, because I wouldn't wanna open something up to the community and be under-prepared. I can get that, and I
Because I
can,
know how it feels to be very hard to ask for help around here.
but I still do think that
Without getting a backhand comment for help.
I'm trying to finish the day off strong.
I don't have to.
I just think that it's a lot of money.
No, I agree, and that's why, let me just reiterate, that's why I said, I have no problem cutting out the positions. I think the intentions here were, like I said, at least 3 full-time positions and the rest.
Can we use hold on, can we use the mineral grant,
For the summers, but not throughout the year.
If I may say
the
something,
co-op?
just going back on the security. Most of these young peace officers and all that, they want to be where the action is. They don't want to sit in job. I've asked personally to
I've
some of
asked
them,
you for help to help me.
and I've
find
asked,
See, we answered.
and they're like, no, I don't want to be behind the desk, screening. Excuse me, language, some of them say old people or whatever. They want to be where,
I said, see, I'm not the only one that asked for help.
not that I'm saying,
somebody.
pero. Hmm? No, but just going back to that, Judge, I wanted to reiterate that because not everybody wants to.
That makes it more difficult.
Let's look at it this way.
That's what I'm saying, it's very hard for me to be
And-
able to hire, and then I have elected officials that are upset, they're like, Judge, we need security, because it's not safe. And we implement, and I'll say, since we're on the record, we implement, security, because that's what's requested. We implement, metal detector, because that's requested. But then we don't follow that policy of that, so it's just very difficult, because I'm trying to hear the concerns and the request of department heads and electeds, but I can only do so much. And like I said, again, I will say it over and over, I agree that if you feel that this is excessive, I just want to make it clear to this commissioner's court, for the record, these were, and I will remind you, Commissioner, that we were there when we were discussing this, these were just for ballpark figures in case we needed them.
And,
And I will say, I will request,
You did them with you though, is what she said.
yes, and I will request the 3 full-time positions to include the park ranger, the maintenance supervisor, park full-time, and then the remainder, we can take all those other full-times off, and you can just put one line item that says part-time. And give me enough funding there that if I need 6 to 8 part-timers, I have sufficient there, because when you think about it, you want to have at least 2 individuals per concession stand. That is 3 concession stands at 6 part-timers. So there may be instances where if it gets really busy, and I can tell you during the summer times with volleyball,
But that's not all year, right?
all year is volleyball now, all year is baseball, softball. You can ask any of the organizations here, travel ball has just skyrocketed, and it's an all year, all around, year around. And it is pretty much part-time, Commissioner, because if you can, I don't know if you recall or not, but like during the fall, you're looking at soccer and you're looking at football. In the spring, you're looking at basketball, volleyball, and baseball. In the summer, you're looking at volleyball, baseball, So I think and I hope that this facility is gonna be used all the time. And with that being said, is why Mr. Pereira, myself, and you, if you recall, thought that these numbers would, numbers that we would have.
I think you're safer just put them in as part-time positions, that way.
I agree, and I have no problem.
Because that would allow you to bring him as needed.
No, I have
Versus
no
a
problem,
full-time
and it also
position,
helps the
they're gonna
county
be
with-
asking to be there 8 to 5 Monday to Friday, and there's nothing going on. It can kind of hurt you more than help you because
And I have no problem, Commissioner, I have no problem whatsoever. Like I said, for us to have those 3 full-time, and then just give me one line item for part-time, and it takes away fringe benefits as well, I have no problem.
And then the park ranger, if anything else, he can patrol at night,
Exactly.
the park. Because
And I really find that, I'm gonna find that even at 43, it might be really hard to get somebody, but I'm gonna try. That's all I can say, because right now, my courthouse security, he knows right now, courthouse security is at 43, I think, and I can't find anybody to come. Because like he said, everybody, if you're a brand new graduating deputy, you wanna be out of the streets where the fun is at.
we had a retired deputy there, and he didn't like it.
No, miss, he can tell you, we have,
Without
without mentioning
mentioning
names,
names.
without mentioning names.
He'd rather go back on the street
That
than,
retired deputy was here. He was probably by far one of the best deputies in terms of he kept us protected. He was always first floor, second floor, third. I mean, I loved him because he really took his job serious as courthouse security. And you know why he left? He wanted more money. And I could not give him more money.
I think that's the same situation I'm dealing with right now on Lord Bridge.
I can't give him more money.
I don't have any line items that can pay more. I have all these people that come in and I can keep them happy, but there's not enough money there.
So what I'm gonna do is, again, Mr. Pereira, I'm gonna propose with the blessing of the commissioners here, that we keep park ranger, maintenance supervisor, one part full-time, and then you can delete the other 4 and make me one line item for part-time. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I would respectfully request 60,000 for that part-time, which is half of what
that's
was
what I
there.
figured out.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That's
I figured out 60.
compromise.
Thank you.
That's compromise.
Thank you.
See, you went to the math.
compromise.
Yes, thank you. And all I have left is the courthouse security, just give me like 2 minutes.
I gotta go.
Okay, I'll write it down.
Yeah,
If you don't mind,
because I
commissioners,
can
just
also
give me
write
2 minutes.
Truck out.
Security.
So, what did you say? Two full-time positions?
3 full-time,
Including the,
yes, it's 3 full-time positions and then a part-time line item.
And then it's 60,000
Yes,
for part-time.
including the park ranger.
yes, Commissioner.
What are they looking for?
On courthouse security, real
Yeah.
quick. Courthouse security.
Okay?
Courthouse security, I'm just asking for all 3 courthouse securities to be at the SB 22 rate, which is a 45,000. They all 3 are TCO licensed. And other than that, I'm not asking for anything else other than the training. We are mandated now for courthouse security purposes, they are gonna have to take training. There was never a budget for courthouse security for training, but we are mandated by law, which the new bills have passed, that they have to take certain TCO training for courthouse security because of the incidents in Uvalde County.
Just a minute.
And then I'm asking for 5,000 in equipment because I do need to purchase those handheld screening monitors, and I also need to get them additional equipment, and I know it's gonna cost a lot, but I'm gonna wait to see if I can get that out of a CO, because I'm waiting on this special session to see, they're asking that courthouse security be required to wear bulletproof vests. So that's what the 5,000 will be included. I think that it might be more, but I will do what I can with that amount.
Judge, what's the maintenance and repair building security?
Maintenance, but repair, security, that is, I have never used that, Commissioner Odena. You can go look at my expenditure report. I think that that's just something that carried over when the other Judge Ponce was here, and I just mirrored what he had. Like I said, you can look at the expenditure report, and that has not ever been touched.
I'll probably say something, but maybe for the maintenance on the
On the metal detector,
metal
that would
detectors
be,
and.
yes. And I would like on their maintenance repair building, because it's considered now that we're gonna have, the security cameras, it could be utilized from that fund, from that line item. But like I said, I haven't ever touched that, Commissioner Odena, and I hope I don't have to, but I'm just, like I said, mirroring what was in the previous administration. I can't really tell you why Judge Ponce had that on there, I don't know.
Why did you interest
It's even like minor.
I think that's the JP.
Contracting.
The interest earned, that's what the Commissioner and I were.
That is because we get funds from the JPs. So part of some of their, the citations, there is a item there that they collect revenue for courthouse security. It's like a fund that they have. And that's also for Ms. McDaniel and for Ms. Gonzalez. If you go look at their revenue, it's on there. That comes to courthouse security. And I would hope maybe at some time in the future, if we continue to collect the fees that we get, that maybe that would help in funding for increases in pay for staff security, or to get what they need instead of getting it from the actual general fund.
The only question I have before we leave is Ms. Gonzalez's pay.
Ms. Gonzalez's pay.
Because you said that you were gonna take into consideration when we spoke on a sidebar over here, but I noticed that with the rest of them, you corrected it while they were here. No, Judge and me had a sidebar conversation where she said that she was trying, that's what I was asking. Because I do feel, if you look at it, the thing is that you can't always be fair across the board.
Well, clearly her comment, and again, I'll reiterate, Commissioner Talamantes, you heard her comment. Her comment said she came into office, she got paid $28,000, and for whatever reason, I refuse to speak ill will at this time of the previous judge. As she mentioned to you, for whatever reason, throughout the years, everybody around her was getting a raise except her. I don't know if it was personal, not personal, there was justification, I do not know. I understand her position and why she wants to be comparable, because I have been there, you have been there, when you're coming, you and your budget salary gets cut for Lord knows whatever reason, and you're still doing the same job, if not more or less than the previous person. I understand Ms. Gonzalez's position. I can just say that the proposal was 5%. Whatever this court wants to do, you guys can do it.
When I came in, mine was way less than Coda.
I know, but.
Because that's the way the previous court, when I came in 2015.
I know, but
I got stuck with a real low, Commissioner Rubalcaba and I was stuck with a real low. We didn't complain, we did our job, but.
We have to.
We have to.
No, but what I'm saying is, since I came on, it's been 5%. It was probably done previous to us coming in. on their salary.
I'm just
Because
gonna.
it's always been 5%, $1 or $2.
Okay, I'm gonna, you know what, I guess I've already been complicated all day, right? Might as well just continue. I find a reason that as a person that's running her office, she never got pay raises because she's a woman. Because look at the clerk's
Well, you
position.
can't say that.
Okay, but look at the clerk's position.
Come on, that's discriminating.
Well, I'm just
We're not
saying,
discriminating because there's other elected officials that are getting.
I'm just
5%.
saying that's what it, that's what it sounds
Don't
like.
insinuate, that it is.
Well, that's what it sounds like to
No,
me, that's
no,
what it
ma'am,
looks like.
I'm sorry,
Because
I don't
every
believe
other
in that.
position
And
has
I'm
increased,
gonna
but that
say-
one hasn't.
If I may, I would take more in consideration the years of experience that she has
Well,
and the fact that.
So how was it that we were able to sit up here and edit everybody's, but hers no?
No, everybody's will know, because I think everybody asked for more than 5%. right?
Everybody asked.
I think everybody asked for, I mean, look at the JPs asked for 38%. They asked for 38%.
And it's 5%.
Commissioner, I understand what you're saying, and trust me, it's hard when you listen to her. Well, first of all, we all know that every commissioner's court that she's supposed to be here, she's here.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna say it the way it is. Of anybody, including myself, she's one that's here every day. And she works her office, you know, she has her reports, everything is there.
No, why just the 5%?
No, I haven't, no, we haven't voted on it. That's what,
But we changed them all, the rest of the people.
okay.
Ms. Sandoval came and we changed hers. Everybody else that came, did we or did we not change it, Judge?
5%.
But everybody that we tweaked, anything that we tweaked today, we
Okay,
tweaked it.
So we can still do it, Commissioner, we can still do it. If we have the votes, we can still do it. That's realistic. Maybe not give her the entire, whatever it was, 30%, but.
18%. She's asking for
Okay.
18%, 38%.
But let's meet somewhere where,
I just want to make sure that we don't walk away and forget about that department, because I do feel strongly, and like y'all say, you can't speak for past administration, you also can't defend past administration, because you can't speak for them. So I will take it back. I'm just saying from what I'm seeing coming through, I think that she does deserve more than the 5% considering what her office does and how long she's been here. Now what?
It doesn't matter, we recorded it.
okay,
But the only thing is that I'm gonna make it on the record that I have never judged anybody by their gender. I follow what the board or what the commissioner's consensus is and the judge. I have never discriminated against one. I have never lacked respect to any young lady or anyone. I always treat them with respect.
I just think as a female, it's a
And-
little bit different.
No, you made it sound like I was being,
I didn't say
I
you,
took it
Commissioner.
personally as I was being.
And I apologize. I apologize because I did not insinuate or mean you. I'm just saying, from my point of view, that's what it sounded like. Because everybody around her that was any position that was operating in her office obviously got a raise, but that office never received those raises.
I'm here.
So that's why I'm saying,
And I can say for myself, I have been here year round. I don't take vacation. The only time I go take off is when I go to the trainings. Because not even on my time off, I'm up there with my community with fire calls. That's one thing I can say about myself. I am always available.
So your position stands 5%.
Whatever the court decides, I'm not gonna come at it this time because it already made me feel like, whatever the consensus is, I go along.
I just feel like it'll be hard because we don't want to give an impression that we're favoring somebody.
Yes.
or another.
but that far below.
We can compromise later on before the budget, before the budget is
I think
approved.
Well, I know,
Let-
we're
let it-
all there. But see, this is the thing that Judge, we can change the narrative of go get it out of the mud. You get me? What we're doing here, we can change it from years on, and that's what I'm saying. Let's just keep it fair across the board. And that doesn't mean give everybody $1.50, but take into consideration each department and what it is that they're needing or they're lacking, because her pay does seem very much underpaid to me.
And then we need also the input of the other commission. I'm not gonna speak on her behalf and say, just because we're three here, we're gonna give her the 5%. Let's see what the other
Would you
commissioner
agree with me?
no, it will still have to be voted.
Yeah,
Well, so the thing is that, and I wanna just, we're putting it together and the consensus was 5%. We put it on the proposal and it'll get approved. I know that when I spoke to Commissioner Rucava, I had advisor 3 to 5% across the board. She was okay with that. I just wanna make sure that we're all under the understanding that, and again, going back to what you're saying, that let's change the narrative. Yeah, you're right, let's change the narrative, but at the same time, we're really not changing the narrative if we're just gonna give increased salary to one elected, but not to anybody else that requested. Like,
We are.
Huh?
We're gonna give Commissioner Fernandez more than 5%, if you look at it, right?
Well, and I think that's where we can run into an issue because we're picking and choosing who we're giving a certain increase instead of just being uniform and give everybody across the board that 5%. Because you'll have people on both sides of the spectrum that would say, okay, they're trying to be fair and let's get out of that narrative that only certain people get raises, but at the same time, you'll have people on the other side that says, well, you're giving her a certain percentage and everybody else the same. I mean, I think that you're kind of, either way you do it, it's gonna be a difficult position because what's to say that one of the JPs that came and requested a 38% and we don't give those JPs. I mean, you saw Judge Martinez today come and tell you that he feels he deserves the 38 because he does more than anybody, right? That's what he said, like, he gave us his numbers. So if we don't give Judge Martinez his 38%, but we give another elected theirs.
I'm not saying to give her exactly what she wants, but you know what? Maybe, because are we addressing the clerk's salary?
Who?
The appointed clerk.
The county clerk?
Yep.
What do you mean addressing?
Are we gonna adjust it, or are we leaving it the same? That's what I didn't ask, I forgot.
To adjust it to what? I don't understand your comment.
I'm gonna look it up. This is it right here? And I don't wanna count the number because she's right here and I'm not gonna disrespect her that way. 70 compared to where's the judge?
It's right next to you. I didn't say you were wrong, Commissioner Carmona just said not to say about gender. I don't know.
I'm just saying we can be, but we can try a little bit. I'm not saying you have to give her exactly what she's asking for, but a little bit more than 5 seems justifiable for the years of not getting that treatment, of keeping it fair. For years of it not being fair, you can do it a little bit more than 5 to keep it fair. But I won't hold up y'all's time like Commissioner Ramirez said, we still have more time, and I think I could just leave you to think about that. Because you're still working through it, right? You're still not done? So as I said, I can just leave you with it to think about it. But out of today, that was the only thing that I think that didn't get addressed.
Well, I think it got addressed in the commentary we gave to her about 5%, but you're
Okay.
asking for it to increase.
A little bit more. Like I would be willing to compromise like at what is she asking for?
I would give her my 5%.
Give her mine,
I was about to say, because I can pull off from mine the 3.
give her mine.
I'll give her my 5%.
I'll give my 5%.
5% of what you make?
The 5% increase.
Is it on or is it off?
It's on.
No, I don't, you can say it if it's on or if it's off.
No, Ms. McDaniel was asking.
Instead of me getting a 5% raise,
That's
I'll
extremely
give it,
good.
but see,
but that's what I'm saying, we run into a problem. That's what
It's still, look, this is not right, because what you're saying, I'll give up my 5%. Yeah, you just got 7,000 from the state. The rest of the elected officials did.
me, I can,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I can give mine, I have no issue.
7,000 from the state, giving away the 5, I mean, it's, you're getting it,
That's giving her 10% with mine and the judge.
Look, if she's willing to give the 5% that belongs to her and it solves her problem and Ms. Gonzalez feels appreciated it, then that's what it is, that's the outcome.
I can give my,
Yeah.
without hesitation.
Whoever wants to give it to her, as long as you do right by her.
I'll
You
give
don't
it.
have 5%?
No, she didn't give it to me.
No. Oh.
I just got it. But I know, but she, like, you didn't give me your 5%.
Judge.
Sure.
May I guess add my 2 cents? I don't think it's right that this position that I've been in for 7 months gets a 5% increase based on Mr. Garcia's years, basically. Am I doing the job now? I feel that I'm caught up well now. I don't think it deserves it. I was expecting that this position would probably get cut some. Over the years, I saw that Ms. Mari was not getting the proper raises for whatever reason.
I could say personal.
I don't think it was personal. I don't think it was personal. But for whatever reason, there were also years where a certain position was getting huge incremental raises to the point to where they were over 100,000. And the judge said, well, I have to increase mine because at the top, I have to be higher than
Yes, that's what
anybody
the
else.
law says.
And then that person, because it switched to a different person, they came down. And so now they're at a probably more reasonable level. But, you know, Mary, the tax assessor's office has been increasing. Mr. Garcia's as clerk was increasing over the years. And I've been, you know, through the newspaper watching the budgets every year. They have not always gone up 5%. There has always been some that get a little bit more, some that have gotten told that because they have another job, that they don't get a full-time salary. And so they can cut huge chunks. And then only finally the last couple of years it's brought up.
And then, I guess there was a couple of times that we were able to get raises.
It has not been a fair process.
I understand.
Throughout the 25 years that I've watched it happen.
I understand.
So you're gonna get criticized regardless.
Regardless of what we do.
I think it is more than fair, I mean, long overdue, that if the court wanted to adjust Ms. Gonzalez's, it would be fair, and I think it would be fair to
Well,
take
that's
that
why I say,
5%
let's
that
wait
was coming to
till,
me to give to her.
my thing was, let's wait till Commissioner Rubalcaba, the budget hasn't.
We're gonna do all this budget workshop, I'm gonna put everything together and propose it, and then it
Yeah.
gets approved.
If not,
September, whatever, and Commissioner Rubalcaba can give her 2 cents if y'all wanna approve it or not approve it.
yeah, I mean, if it doesn't get together.
So you're saying, Ms. McDaniel, that you would be willing to give your 5% to that office?
I just don't think that it's.
Well, I-
Justifiable right now.
I don't think it's justifiable.
We're
And
not
this
going
is-
broke.
Thank you, and this is a comment that I've been making from day one. Just because you're new, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Carmona, that it happened to you when you first came into
Yeah.
office. I don't know how it feels, because I've been there.
But I never.
Exactly, we just take it, right? We
I
eat
just
it.
took it.
But what I'm trying to say, and which I've been saying this from day one, there's no sense, and it goes back to what Oscar's doing on the, and thank you, Ms. McDaniel, for agreeing with me. It makes no sense, just because you're a brand new elected official, we're gonna cut your budget, just because, it doesn't make any sense, because her work is not any less, it might be even more, according to what she's saying, is even more than the previous commissioner was doing. And it's not to dog the previous commissioner, or the previous judge, or the previous commissioners, or the previous whoever. I just think that the narrative, you're right, the narrative has been here. No one's gonna tell me different. It's always been personal. It's always been personal. And it shouldn't be. It should not be. And that's why when I came into office, and everybody can call me all the names they want in the book, but I try to be fair, and I tried cutting here and there because I thought that was a fair thing to do, or give increases here and there, and it's personal. No, it's really sad that you come into a department, and just because you're the brand new commissioner, your work wasn't any less or any. Ms. McDaniel's coming in, and I can tell you right now, and with all due respect to the person that was there before her, Ms. McDaniel has exceeded my personal opinion and what I expected, my expectations of it. She's exceeded them. We've increased. The numbers are there. They don't lie. We have collected triple the amount of fines and fees for criminal court than in the past 30 years. Ms. Sanchez over there can tell you how much we've lost in collections for criminal court and where we're at now. Her job, she's done her job, and she's gone above and beyond. She always answers the call when I call her. She always helps when we need the help. Never complains. Why should we punish her because she just came in brand new? I don't think that that's right. I'm sorry, but I don't think that it's right. And I thank you for trying to be conservative and trying to be accommodating, but I just don't think that it's right that just because you're brand new, you should get cut in half your salary. How is that even fair? Because you're still gonna do the same job that the previous person did, and if not even more.
But
Or you might be less, I don't know.
You're
because-
not cutting her salary.
I understand, Commissioner, but what I'm trying to tell you is because what Ms. McDaniel said is that in the past, there was certain electeds that were getting this much, while other ones were getting this little. And just like Commissioner Carmona said, when him and Commissioner Valerie came into office, their salary got slashed. When you came in, it got slashed. When I came in, it got slashed.
No,
and we need to just get away from that narrative. And going back to what Commissioner Linda said, we're not.
Mine got cut too.
Yes.
I was gonna say.
So I'm just saying, it's just.
I don't think that, and I understand where you're getting at, Judge, and I understand where you're going, that yes, do I feel that Ms. McDaniel has put in the work and has done the work? Yes, and you know that I know that you have.
I just don't
But
think it's fair for us to cut her.
I didn't come in, no, I'm not saying to cut her. I'm saying allocate some of that funds to that office to balance it out is what I was recommending. So I'm saying with the 5%,
Don't say office, because we gotta be very clear when we speak.
Okay.
The elected official position.
Okay, the elected official position, because I didn't come in, it is true. My pay, you didn't slash my pay when I came in. So I didn't come in the same way that Urenda and Alonso did. My pay, y'all guys left my pay. The only thing I did not receive was the pay increase, which would be the same thing that's happening to Ms. McDaniel. You're gonna keep your pay that you have, you just won't receive the pay increase this 1 year. But that's exactly what happened to me.
I understand, Commissioner.
But everybody's getting 5%, all they
That's what I'm saying. But she's saying not to give us.
Because we elected officials last year, the new coming elected officials did not receive the pay increase, all elected officials,
Well,
not just
let's
myself.
give it a point, let's get away from that and start this year with everybody going in.
I agree.
So there's no
That's all I want.
no debate on that. Let's start everybody at the salary.
I
Of the
feel like-
elected officials that they're supposed to start.
Judge, I feel like if we give you some time to go and crunch some numbers and do what you think, you've been working on the report, you can bring us back something that that will fit everybody. Because you're still not done, right?
No, this budget hasn't been approved.
But like her proposed part as well isn't complete, so she can still work some numbers.
Thank you.
Recess?
We're done for
We're
today.
done.
For tomorrow?
I won't be here tomorrow.